expand it, it'll just sort of make the little half
Oh.
opaque thing move just a tiny bit, like over here, over here,
Hey,
over here. And
look
you're like, fuck, where did I? Oh, why did I put the character? Why is it all the way down there? And then you move it, and then the next time you're looking down there, and you're like, why isn't it down here? Oh, goddamn.
Aw.
Where the fuck is it?
You're like, where am I?
Me every time I have to run combat.
I mean, is it better or is it worse than having to shuffle through like 52 papers?
Yeah.
Definitely better. I would
Mhm.
I would definitely prefer that virtual.
Yeah.
I would I
Oh,
would prefer the clicky clacks of real dice over somewhere in
that
the
Yeah.
middle.
is true. I do miss the clicky clacks of real dice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Need a middle ground.
Mhm.
Sometimes I
I
get them
mean,
out just to roll
technically,
them, just to remember what it feels
Right.
like.
I mean, technically, you can have that here. It's just it takes extra space.
Yeah.
True.
And they're not actually real.
Yeah.
They're real in my heart.
It's like,
Uh,
yeah, real dice, yay, but also real math, not
I
yay.
know.
Oh no.
Ooh.
I'm having to manually update character sheets if you
Ugh.
level or get different gear.
Oof.
Let me tell you, I've done it before. It's tough.
Yeah.
That we did that with the campaign me and AJ played before, and not only is it not the funnest when it's your first time doing it, it is extra
Mhm.
excruciating.
Yeah,
I feel like I
and
could
it
do it
doesn't.
now, but yeah, when we first started doing it with Black's campaign and we were trying to figure it all out and do it manually, that was
Oh God.
It
so many
doesn't tell
mistakes
you
were
if
Well,
made.
you
mainly
have like
because when we first
shit
started, we were
wrong.
doing it as like in a PDF file on Google Drive, and
I
then
mean, that's how you would do it.
oh
If you
yeah.
just had a book in front of you and you were just rolling dice and had pen and paper,
Mhm.
Yeah.
everything that we did was exactly how it would have been done. We just didn't have any sort of like
compendium.
guardrails to keep us from fucking up.
I know.
Yeah, that's the thing is like you don't know whether you've missed something or you put something in wrong or you did
Yeah,
something.
and you're just stuck
Hmm.
with that for the rest of
Yep.
the thing.
You
And
get
then
to
you
the end
get
game, you're
to
like, wait, I should have had
what?
an extra proficiency. Wait,
Fuck.
I, I could have taken
Or
out
I
I've
would
been
Black's
have
doing
proficiency this
passed.
whole time.
Right.
or I've
This
been
whole
doing too
time.
much. I wasn't supposed to have this in here, but nobody caught it.
Right.
Yeah, fair.
Yep.
No one told me I couldn't do that.
Cool.
This paper can't stop me.
Me.
They can't read.
All right. Well, let's get to the most exciting part of the campaign, betrayal.
Oh no.
Yay!
Yay!
Who are we starting with? Aerith,
Who are
or
we
Seraph
starting with?
and
Roll a
Rava on their
dice.
midnight jaunt down the mountain. Or the next
You
morning as
know,
Cray realizes his shit's all gone.
yeah, so here's the thing. So just to make this clear, and make sure that we're all on the same page, Seraph and Reva left in the middle of the night. You
Yeah.
guys didn't
Hmm.
take a long rest.
No.
No.
Um, so you left, and it would probably have been, I'm presuming Cray and Carter would have slept in, given that
Oh
they
yeah.
had no idea this was
I
happening.
Yeah,
feel like
it's like
Carter would
10.
have because he also has exhaustion.
Exhaustion. Yeah, he had a level of exhaustion. Um,
Cray was finally letting himself relax for like the first time since leaving Kresk, so he definitely slept in.
yeah. So, full disclosure, you guys had been awake for about like 30 hours at that point because you guys just kept going and you had no idea what time it is. If you'd
It's fine.
kept going, I think you would have started all taking exhaustion points just for basic exhaustion, not even
Mhm.
Amber Temple exhaustion, just basically
Mm,
staying awake.
We
Regular
walked
ass
around the
costume.
temple a lot that day.
yeah,
Yeah,
There's
we
a
did.
lot of shopping.
yeah. So realistically, you guys aren't even like sleeping in until like 10 or 12. You're sleeping in until like 4.
Hell yeah.
It's like the
Respect.
afternoon.
Me,
Xander's
Um,
sitting
every
there
day.
like, should I be concerned?
yeah, yeah. Whereas Seraph and Reva, you probably left and you got outside and you're like, oh hey, the sun is rising.
Ah,
Neat.
crap.
Fine.
So you would have had at least, I don't know, like 10, 12 hours on them. Um, that being said, I kind of want to start with Carter and Cray, if that's okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Um, and then we can go to Seraph and Reva. and see what the fuck is up with that.
What the fuck is up with that?
Fuck is up with that?
What the fuck is up with that? You guys wake up. There's no real lights here, but you're pretty used to that given the fact that Barovia also doesn't really have a proper day-night cycle, just slightly later and dark. Um, so who's getting up first? What are you guys doing? Take it away.
I can definitely tell you it's not going to be Carter. Carter's
Man.
probably going to sleep until woken because, boy howdy, he has been exhausted almost
For
from the
days.
outset in the temple. Yeah. There
Yeah,
hasn't been a
that's
day
true.
we've gone through yet that he hasn't been exhausted.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Crate would awaken feeling quite refreshed. Sleep in an actual bed. The Onadar has jumped up in the bed and she's just snoozing at his feet. As he gets up, he doesn't put his armor on, but he starts to get his stuff together. And it's about 5 minutes into it. He puts his belt on. He's trying to get his belt for his pants. Can't find it. He's like looking under pillows and tossing stuff around the room, and he just starts moving shit out of the way. And he can't find his belt or any of his bags. So he starts to panic, and he goes to the see, he would head first to the bath. I'm trying to figure out where that was. There. Because he took his stuff off in here when he took a bath. And he starts digging through everything, everywhere he might have left it. He can't find
Yep.
his bag anywhere. So he would then start checking rooms. About maybe an hour after he woke up, he'd go in to this one. I think was Rava's, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
The green one, yeah.
Seeing nobody. Okay, interesting. And then he'd walk out, go down. He'd open the door, trying not to wake anybody if they're still sleeping. Seeing Carter, he's like, "Great, so Carter's still." And then he'd go and he'd check Sarah's room.
Yeah, Carter's there. She's just not there
Yeah, he's
in
just
the
sleeping.
psychology. He's just sleeping.
And he's just
Yeah,
like,
Seraph's
"Just
room is also empty.
rest up, bud." And then he'd walk around and he'd try to find Xander to ask if he knew
Okay.
where his friends went.
Okay.
Uh,
I would say that if you're willing to go into the room that you had previously discovered was Xanther's, which is functions as more of a library, really, but
he'd
then yeah,
knock.
you would. Okay. Oh, yes?
"Oh, it's me. Can I come in? I know this is your study, so
Oh, sure, yes. Come on in, dear boy.
thank you, thank you. I have a question for you. My compatriots, my allies, have they been awake? Did they wake up early today and for some reason decide to adventure the Amber Temple without us, along with some of my equipment?" And
Roll
he's
me an
kind of looking
insight
at like,
check.
please say yes.
Yep.
Please tell me they just made bad decisions.
Yeah, please tell me. Like, we can deal with bad decisions. That's fine.
Yep.
Please
Actually,
say
Seraph, can you retroactively roll me a persuasion check? Because when you left, you
Sure.
did try to very
Persuade him
subtly
not to.
encourage.
I
Not
rolled it to GM,
Oh, yeah.
but it
Oh.
was an 11.
Yep. Okay.
I rolled mine to GM too.
All behind the scenes.
All behind the
Ex-
scenes.
Yep. Xanther kind of like folds his uh skeletal hands very carefully in front of him, and he is literally basically a skull, so there's not a lot of muscles to show any
Yeah.
expression, but he's oddly quiet for a moment and he goes, I did see them exit out into the temple main. Yes.
Oh,
Kind of looks down.
how long ago was it? I mean, I don't even know what time it is, but I must have slept in. I was fucking exhausted last night. Hour, 2 hours, maybe I can catch up to him.
Ooh, it was quite a while ago. Kind of looks up again.
Cray just
Roll me a
sighs.
roll me a persuasion, actually.
Yikes.
Hell yeah, Cray. He's just sitting there. He's
This is
got this
going
like
great.
almost cracked smile on his face. He's like barely
Holding
holding
your
his
pants
mask
up.
together.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
cracks are showing
he's got
furious
like
right
one
now.
hand around his waist while he's walking around, kind of holding the pants because while in Barovia, he's been a bit malnourished, so things don't fit as they used
Oh,
to.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Xanther just kind of looks at you and man, he even for a skull with no facial muscles, he looks kind of sad and he just goes, "I I'm sure they're around somewhere, dear boy."
All right, well, hopefully they'll be back. I think it'd be more dangerous for me to search for them. Although there are some, I did, I did have a couple of ideas, and I was hoping that this evening, when you recreate the mansion, we could make one small change to the room outside where I'm resting. Maybe I'll go and wander a bit myself and see if I can find any trail of them.
Right. Do be careful. Perhaps the temple has a tendency to take friends.
That's very fair. I think I'll go wake the one that's still here up, get some food, and then maybe he can accompany me.
Yes, a very good idea. The skulls will prepare a breakfast if you'd like.
Yeah, that'd be great. Just anything with bacon.
Yes,
Pushes
yes, of
himself out of the
course.
table. He's like, all right, thank you again for all your hospitality. It
Uh,
really does mean a lot.
yes, yes, of course, yes.
And then he'll leave, and he'll go over to Carter's door, and he'll open it and be like, Carter, Carter, and he'll just start doing that. And if Carter doesn't wake up within about a minute of that, he'll send Dionadar to jump on the bed.
Now I have a question. Like prior to him doing this, because Carter was dreaming of a very rough like storm at sea. He vividly remembers pretty much every little misadventure he's had.
Yep.
Uh, he's almost guaranteed to be aware that it's a dream. Could he have been trying to talk to Zrin this whole time?
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting point. Um, I will say that you are actually roll me a wisdom. Roll me a wisdom check. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can turn
you.
disadvantage off. I forgot. Hell yeah.
Yeah, you can turn
Hell yeah.
disadvantage off. You're no longer exhausted.
Hooray!
Yay.
Congratulations on your non-exhaustion.
For the
It's been
first
what,
time in
like
3
2 days?
days.
Right.
3 days. It's been 3 days that he has just not had a good night's sleep, or even an okay night's sleep.
No, poor Carter.
Yeah. Yeah, these dreams are slightly less exhausting, though they are very electrifying, for lack of a better word, and for want of a terrible pun. Um, legitimately, like you know in part that this is a dream, but this because specifically the storms on are unrealistically bright. There's a lot more lightning than there it has any like reason being in a storm, and you're constantly just like clinging to the side of the ship. uh you're being beaten back and forth essentially by the waves, and you do see that there is some sort of presence, or you sense that there's some sort of presence essentially all around you. um what would you like to kind of communicate to this entity if you could?
Um, basically, he's just gonna try to ask if there's anything he can do, like getting good with him to maybe borrow a little bit more. Because I mean, obviously, and he sort of gestured around to the lightning as somebody gets thrown overboard.
That's
This,
Whee!
fine. He'll be fine.
this is pretty cool. I'm definitely for it. It's just I feel like I'm kind of dragging my party down a little bit, and I don't want to let them down. And I honestly, so far, other than shooting me in the chest, that was kind of rough. But you've been surprisingly chill, so I kind of feel like I owe it to you to do good by you. So I just wanted to see if there's anything I can do for Zrin to sort of get on better terms with him.
Okay. It's very persuasive. Granted, you are having to yell over the howling wind and the constant, like, of
I
the
feel he's just got
thunder.
like this ecstatic look on his face of just the storm.
The
Me.
storm. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's so
Several lightning bolts strike down next to you, and for a moment you almost feel when it flashes and when that bright whiteness stops burning your eyes, you have this after image of something bright blue, vaguely humanoid shaped, with, two arms, two legs, although no defined head or anything, but you do almost feel like you can see a pair of eyes. Roll me a persuasion check.
You got this.
good.
I believe in you.
Persuade the evil entity to
Hell
leave.
yeah.
Ooh,
Oh, that's pretty
nice.
fucking good.
Get persuaded.
Get
Carter says
persuaded.
all that and also kind of shoves another person overboard while he's doing it. This memory isn't like of his crew. This is one from whenever he was, kind of backstabbing and doing like dirty pirates dirty themselves. So this storm was the perfect cover to thin their ranks so that he could eventually get away safely.
Hell yeah.
Incredible. I love it. Zernhala loves it even more. You hear a voice responding back inside your head, and it's less of a human speech and more of just the sounds of thunder resolving themselves into something that sounds like syllables inside your head. And it says, "Very well. I believe we can do something. What specifically did you have in mind?"
Carter kind of looked surprised. Didn't expect it to go this smoothly. I mean, I know it's a dream, but his his weapons of choice are always on him. So even in the dream, he's got his rapiers, and he just kind of gestures towards them. Like I know, obviously, I use the sun sword, so not really two of these, but he would draw one and kind of hold it out. Like I need this to be more effective than what it is now.
You see this entity, no replies this time. You're still swaying, you have to like grab onto the side again just to keep from rolling yourself, and the boat basically almost tips an entire 180 degrees and you're still clinging on. This weird after image of the lightning personified reaches out and it grabs the rapier, and you immediately feel a similar sort of pain that you felt when you initially made the pact with this deity.
Another lightning bolt.
Best I could do is
Another
electrocuting
lightning
you.
bolt. Yep. And you see the sword basically beginning to glow, and it glows red at first, as if the electricity itself is heating it up, like superheating it, and then it begins to grow brighter and brighter until it resolves into orange, into white, and then into blue. And then you see it almost melt for a second, and then there's a bright flash, and you wake up to the sensation of a dog licking your face.
Hey.
Ah, eh. Oh, you're awake.
He's got
Um,
a squint and like, what? What's happening? Huh?
you were you were having a deep dream there. Um, we might have a situation. We've got at least bacon coming. Probably more breakfast stuff. You wanna chat while we eat? Cause there's been a development.
He kind of paused, like, what kind of development as he tries to get up and kind of push D back a little bit so he can sit up.
Well, let's
Right?
just say
Carter's hair is doing that thing where you rub a balloon all over it and it just stands up on its end.
Hell yeah.
that's that's interesting. That's a look. It's definitely a look. Uh, no, let's just say that the family meeting would be just the two of us this morning. He kind of just like looks at you and he's just blinking. He's like, I really need bacon and coffee.
Carter doesn't really get it, but he'll kind of give you a nod, like, yeah, okay. And he'll start trying to get up and get dressed.
And he'll over food explain, or while you're getting ready, explain that Rava and Surf seem to have departed. They according to Xanther, left sometime hours ago. It's 10, 12, I think. He said it was a long time. Um, they also he kind of like pulls up his drawers a bit. They also stole my belt that had all of my bags on it. So they have my bag of holding. They've got Tomas's bag of molding. They have my money bag, and they have the thing that keeps my pants up.
The
And your
most
map of
important of
Barovia.
The most
artifacts.
most importantly.
He kind of just like looks up. He's like, I'm hoping that they're just scouting the way ahead. Maybe Reva got impatient. You know how she could be. I'm thinking maybe they'll be back tonight, tomorrow. So give them at least that time, and maybe take a look around the Amber Temple, see if maybe they got themselves into trouble out there.
All right, yeah, that sounds like a plan. I
Right.
finally got semi good sleep. I feel like I could take on the world right now. So
Oh my
we
my
we
my.
can we can go put eyes on it, I guess.
Do you have an extra one of those belts? I just need some, even if it's just. Do you just have some rope that I could cut? He looks really pathetic right now. He's like holding. He's got like his hand is just kind of bunched in one hand. He's just like, please.
I have a
Fight while I
pair
hold
of
up my drawers.
common clothes, so I'm sure there's a belt he'll start
Uh,
rummaging through on me. He's got common clothes, so he'll pull a belt out of that because he's got spare clothes.
oh,
Sure, yeah, you can probably find a belt.
years of work customizing that build. God.
Yeah, this one's pretty like
Basic.
factory issue, you
Yeah,
know.
I see that. It works. It does the job. It keeps my drawers up. Okay. So we'll eat breakfast and then go explore the Amber Temple. Cray is kicking through various things. I sent you the list of what he's looking for. Um, and he'll explain to Xanther what he needs in this room out here, turning it from a study into a forge.
Okay. I can probably do that.
Carter's got that look of like a parent who kind of knows what's happening but doesn't want to break it to his child.
Yeah. He has a very like his mask is just barely holding it together kind of like smile. He's like, all right.
Like
So as
everything's
you
fine, everything's
Uh-huh.
fine.
Great.
as we walk around, we'll keep an eye out for any signs of Reva and Seraph's passage, as well as any indications of combat. Um, he's not trying. I mean, he can't be stealthy. He's Cray. Um, but yeah, as well as looking for. I guess at one point we'll end up over here.
Oh, I can't see where you're pointed to.
The
Bro.
Zrenhala's crystal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for what he needs from there. But yeah,
Fine.
whatever I need to roll for all that, I don't know where he's looking. He's kind of just meandering. He feels a bit more confident because everything we've killed most things, and the only thing in here is that stupid fox,
Don't jinx it.
and
The
he's
boss
just
is gonna be
he's
like, I
really just
got you
hoping
now.
that kicking the shit out of him is going to be enough to just keep him at
Uh-huh.
bay. So that's his mentality. As he
Fair enough.
kind of holds a
Fair
smile. He's
enough.
like, maybe they just came down here to see if there were any like rations they could scavenge from where the barbarian children were living. So I guess he'd head there, like in a circuitous way to make it seem like that's what he's looking for. But he's also
Okay.
looking for the other things.
Okay. Roll me a. I guess what are you prioritizing first? Are you looking for any signs of your friends, or are you?
He's prioritizing his project, but he's also keeping his eyes out for his friends. He like Carter
Friends.
pretty much knows what's going on, what happened, but he's kind of in denial.
Right, a river in Egypt. Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
familiar.
Right, right. So that's what he's doing.
Okay. So, hmm.
That was a 19. That was crazy.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
That's a 20. Another dirty
Dirty
20.
20. Yep.
That's a filthy 20.
For Carter's sake, because Cray already knows what he's looking for. Carter, you're tagging along like the parent who doesn't want to break the bad news to their kid. Cray is first going over to where you had made your pact with Zrinhala and begins to just dig through the pieces of amber I'm presuming he's talking his head off during this entire thing.
Yeah, he's
Um,
mostly just kind of discussing. Actually, I don't know. No, actually, I don't think he would be talking right now,
oh, he's
and
just
that would probably be more concerning.
Yeah, the second it's been more than like a few minutes seeing that Cray has something that he's trying to do but not talking, alarm bells are going off in Carter's head. Like, okay,
Uh,
is my boy
It's
okay?
no, it's fine. It's a surprise. It's a surprise. Don't worry about it. And he kind of he shuffles through the amber over here and finds two very thin shards that are relatively small. Maybe three. I don't know. It's up to how many he can find. But
you
that's what
can
he's looking
definitely find with a dirty 20, you can definitely very easily discover two pieces that would fit the bill. And I would say if you needed to, you could probably take more and just take them back with you in case you needed to.
Yeah, I'd take. He's gonna grab an extra one extra one just in case.
Sure.
All
Easy
right.
enough to do. There's plenty to go around. Um, as for the other one, I will continue doing, well, sure, roll me an investigation for that as well. Why
All right.
not?
And then after that, he kind of stands up. All right. Now I need some thin metal or something I could melt down and thread. And he kind of scratches and thinks about where all we've explored, and that's an 18. They're
Okay.
not getting better.
Yep. Oh, you're, oh, that's
He'll
Seraph,
flash a
by the way.
genius that. He'll flash a
Okay.
genius that. That's a
Oh, that's
22.
fine. Okay. You do recall that there have been several bed frames that you've run across that you're like,
Right.
well, it's not, it's not the best metal. But you have a couple of options to choose from. You can either go back to into one of these rooms that has a ton of just junk in it and try to
Mhm.
see if you can salvage something from it. I think there's some here as well. You do also know that there is a lot of piles of slightly more refined metal in the
Mhm.
room with the dead horde mimic goop, which
He
is
will go there.
okay.
That's I think that's going to be more what he's looking for. He's going to
Okay.
get 5 just silver coins.
they can't all be
Uh,
mixed, right?
Right, exactly. That's what he says. He's like, "All right, so metal. There was that big thing of money, and I don't want to touch much of it. I just because I don't have anywhere to put it since they have my bag temporarily. Um, so I'm gonna go to the one as far away from where that big goopy monster tried to eat me, and just grab a few of
mhm.
the coins here.
Okay. That entire pile, you realize as you can like dig through it, is actually electrum. Just the entirety of it is just about
Mm,
approximately, yeah, you'd be able to tell with that. Approximately 6,000 electrum pieces.
Damn.
All of them stamped with yours truly, Strahd.
How did
Um,
you even get here?
raw ore.
Another thing that that pile contains, just for funsies, is 75 empty bottles. There's some fine dresses and gowns that you eventually pull out of there that's just there. A whole bunch of pieces of jewelry. And actually you find more, like you find also gold scattered about
Mm.
if you
Any
wanted to pick
silver?
through that eventually. Silver. Which pile are you moving to?
He will stay as far away from the horde mimic as possible, and he'll check this one as well, but go no further
Okay.
than that. So these two, he'll see if there's any silver, and if not, he's gonna grab a good handful of electrum.
In this pile, there is a yes, there is definitely silver in here. Loose coins, but you find approximately 12,000 silver
Yeah,
pieces.
that's definitely
Oh,
more than he
Lord.
needs.
Oh
He
yeah.
takes about 15 of them so that he can melt it. He just needs the raw metal.
Okay. Yeah.
Uh, and he kind of looks down. He goes, "All right, I got that. Get this. I think that's about all I need. That actually went better than I thought. Let's check the room where the barbarian children are. See if there's any sign that Rava and Seraph went out that way."
Carter looks up as you say that, and you see he's put on a bunch of the rings out of the pile. He's got on necklaces. Like, oh,
That's a
what,
good look.
what are you getting at here? Why did you
Maybe
ignore all of this money and go for the silver?
it'll be more useful for what I'm trying to do. I don't need the money. I mean, we got, yeah, it's a lot of money. And if I had a place to put it, trust me, we'd be making shovels instead of what I'm making. But for what I need right now, I just need this. And he kind of just holds up a handful of silver, puts it in his pocket. I also don't have any bags, so I can't make another bag of holding because I need a bag to make the bag of holding. So
Priorities, I got you. All
yeah,
right,
so
understood, understood.
we're just. I also, in the event that they do come back, I don't want to, or are coming back, I don't want to subject them to the angry flame skulls in there by taking back the magic that's keeping that bag an actual bag of holding. So I can't make another one because I can only have one. There's a whole deal. They teach. Anyway, he starts like trying to explain it and then just like shaking his head like it's not important. We don't need to. Let's go check that barbarian room. If you've got pockets, the electrum is worth I think it's 5 electrum to a gold, so it's worth twice as much as the silver. We got any gold? The jewels, he kind of looks through. Is there a like? Is there like just like a necklace and a couple of rings that he can grab that are not too gaudy, but just there?
Yeah, actually, Carter as well, since you're putting on a lot of the jewelry, and there's tons of jewelry here. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check, Carter, and I guess another one for Cray. Why not?
I love it. So
Oh,
many
my
investigations. That's a
Yeah, I'm
16.
glad I got
Getting
that.
lower, Cray.
Oh no.
I know.
Oh, where?
Carter, oh no. Carter, you've picked up a lot of jewelry. Most of it is unfortunately the type that is super, like, looks expensive, but is actually probably
Jewelry?
glass. Unfortunately. Cray, yeah, you pick up a couple of things. I'll say you can pick up approximately like 200 gold pieces
Well, he
worth of.
he actually wants it for the rings and the necklaces because like he was saying with the bag of holding, for him to put his infusions into things, he has to have compatible items. So going
Oh,
forward, he might need more rings, more necklaces. He's kind of running out of stuff, especially since his bag was just stolen.
honestly, with how much is in here, if you tell me like what specifically you need, there's a chance that you'll be able to, yeah,
Just
find it in
two
this pile.
two simple bands with no gemstones in them, just simple band rings and like a necklace that has like a chain with just a stone on it is all he's looking for.
I will say no, nothing here is simple, but you absolutely can find 2 golden bands, like 1 silver, 1 gold, and like an electrum necklace essentially,
Nice, got it.
with like a dark stone set into it.
Great. Well, that'll be useful maybe one day. I don't know. If nothing else, it makes me feel fancy.
Nee.
All right, heading back up to the
The barbarian
barbarian
children.
kid hangout.
We'll see if there's any sign of
Oh
people coming
look,
through
there's
here,
ravens.
Oh
No.
no, I
or
forgot
any
to delete them off the map.
any indication that they left any sign or are coming back. Also, to figure out what time it is, so I can peek my head outside and be like, "Oh, it's already
Mhm.
dusk." Okay.
Yeah, it's basically already dusk. Go ahead and roll me one last investigation check while you're doing the
Here comes the
the thing.
32, guys. Here comes the 32.
Come on, let's do it.
It's a
Yeah.
12. They got worse and worse and worse and worse.
Your morale is dropping.
I fucking love it.
It's so
Yeah,
on
he
brand.
kind of just gives a cursory glance, kicks a couple of the bedrolls, and no sign. All right. Well,
Yeah, you can't really find a lot. It seems like everything has been undisturbed. The kids aren't back, and yeah, it is actually dusk when you peek outside. It seems like you've,
see,
It's
basically spent
darker
the day.
than normal.
Yeah.
let's just go back to the mansion, and I'm gonna take another bath, and then get to work when Xanther can remodel things a bit. And he looks very crestfallen, just a bit defeated. Like he's had good victories today. He got the things he was looking for, but at this point, he's like, that was his last hope that maybe there was some side.
Carter just kind of feels bad for him. Gives him a couple pats on the back, like it'll be all right. I'm sure they'll be back.
Hey, Cray, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Yes, this is what I want to do. This is a 25.
Carter. Oh, okay. Carter, roll me.
Where are
Give me
we
one
when we're
sec.
being assaulted?
Wouldn't it be here in
Yeah, we'd
the
probably be
Hold on,
down here.
hold
barbarian
on,
room?
hold on, hold on. I gotta double check something. Where is the thing? God damn it. Hold on. Hold on. I didn't have this up. I didn't have this up, and that's my bad. That's my bad.
For shame. For shame. No, I'm kidding.
Carter,
can't
roll
Cray
me
would have put his armor on
46,
before he went
please.
into the
Or
Ember
not Cray,
Temple.
Carter. Carter, roll me 46. Cray, as Carter reaches out and claps you on the back companionably, you feel a jolt of electricity run through you and you take 12 lightning damage.
Ow!
Oh.
Oh! Ow! Yeah, that's whew, that's quite the kick.
Like, whoop, my bad. Didn't mean to do that.
Oh, it's all good. We're all learning here. Oh, he kind of just takes a deep breath. Oh, okay. And he takes a step back, maybe just a little bit more space.
Me.
Carter's
Social
kind of looking at his
distancing.
hand like, my bad.
No, it's all right. It's all right. No, no, no blame at all. Ooh, man, that hurt. Oh, and he cracks his neck. Oh, that feels better. Okay. Back to the mansion.
All right. Back to the mansion you go.
He's
I will say
he's not a complicated man.
I will say during the time that you have been gone from the temple, probably Xanther will have like stepped out and basically dispelled the mansion early and essentially recast it because it would have been pretty close to the time where it would
Yeah.
run out.
Close enough. Hell yeah. Love that guy. He's a dope lich.
He is a cool dude. I'm
I
really
was
glad he
not
didn't turn
expecting
out to
that.
be like out for our blood, you know?
Right? You would have told me that there was a lich here, I would have been like, cool, that's gonna be the boss fight.
Right.
But no, he was just a bro who's kind of been like this supportive.
He's the emotional support lich.
Yeah, he's an emotional support lich.
He is indeed the emotional
I'm
support
also
lich.
confused as to why these areas are still darkened on the map. But
Anyway,
Cray would not question it. He
Good
has
enough.
already checked those rooms
Bye.
and he rolled really bad when he did, and there's nothing found, so
nothing is there. Don't
oh, man.
worry about it. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Oh, you actually changed it! Oh my god, that's amazing.
I am
Nothing else has
confused.
changed. Xanther is not, he's not like not a woodsmith, what am I saying? Like he's not a metalsmith. He's
Yeah,
not
he
a
just
smith at all.
literally he can make any tools he needs just by using he just takes his tinker's tools off of his arm and just sort of holds them in front of him for an hour and draws
Yep.
them out and they form into smith's tools, carpenter's tools. Any tools he needs he can make just out of his tinker's tools. So he didn't need everything in the bag of holding. He just needed a forge and his tinker's tools to do what he needed to do. So as
Well,
yeah.
yeah,
I love
absolutely.
Artificer. It's quite good. He can also turn his tinker's tools into thieves' tools if he needs to.
To thief.
To be a
Yeah, if he
thief.
wanted to follow in the steps of his friends
Me.
Right?
and thieve more. Yeah. All right.
Alright,
Yeah.
well, as he comes in, he just goes, "Alright, well, I got something I'm working on. So, uh, let me know when you want to grab food, I guess. I'm just gonna kind of get to work."
Do you need me to give you time? You want me to come back at?
Do you
What?
need a minute?
Yeah. I don't really know what you're trying to whip up. I don't know. Do you
Yeah,
need
I mean,
a hand or?
no. This is, I, I just kind of want to focus on my work for a bit, but as soon as you're ready for grub, just let me know. We'll grab food, hang out for a bit, and then see if they come back tomorrow.
All right. I mean, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll go wander around, see what I can get into while you clear your head a little bit.
Sounds good. Then he's gonna get to work.
Okay. As you guys kind of part in that main hallway there, actually, both of you roll me a perception check.
It's just a 12. We are on fire.
You're on fire.
We're
The
out
one
here
thing I
living our best
saved was
life.
the lightning bolt.
Um, yeah, I would say Gray, it's not that difficult to see. You kind of glance down one of the hallways and you see Xanther peeking out from like his basically from where his room is in that direction, and he's just watching you. He appears slightly worried but also relieved that you appear to have returned. But he
Gray will
doesn't say
smile
anything.
and just sort of wave at him as he walks by. And then after he walks into what used to be a study and is now a forge, he's going to go, hell yeah, and walk back out to where he saw him and just poke his head in and be like, you're amazing. Thank you so much. That'll be perfect.
Good old
Xanther
Uncle
just
Xanther.
yeah. Xanther just kind of nods, doesn't say anything. He seems to be a little bit more subdued than he was the previous day.
Okay. Gray just smiles and kind of heads back to the shop, the workshop. Starts
Okay.
getting his mind clear. Speak
Carter,
tinkers
you
or
doing anything?
jewelers?
Oh, sorry.
Just don't know.
Le-
It's the same. I mean, I have proficiency with both. So.
That's true. Yes. Yeah, it would be Tinker's Tools, yeah.
Okay.
Just
Is it my intelligence? I think so.
I think it is your intelligence, yeah.
Yeah, because artificers. That's a 22.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Takes you
His
even less time than
expertise
you
with all of his
anticipated.
tools.
Yep.
All
Yeah,
right.
takes you even less time than you anticipated, and you're just going for the standard, so I'll say.
Yeah. I haven't. He'll have to do the infusion in the morning. He's just
Mhm.
making the object right now, and
Yep.
I'll kind of send you a message as to what I had envisioned in my mind.
Yeah. All right. While Cray's doing that, Carter, you doing anything, or are you just chilling?
No, he'll probably just give D a little pat. I don't know if D's staying with Cray or not, but go make sure. Now that we are aware that Cray's stuff is gone, he's just gonna go double check, make sure none of his stuff is gone, because he doesn't know that they were only after the fucking bag of flame skulls. He just wants to double check, make sure everything's still there.
I believe everything would be. I have not gotten any messages from our defectors indicating
Nope,
otherwise.
didn't steal any.
I'm interested to find out what happened to them.
What are you talking about? We stole his sun sword. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Can you
Oh, damn.
imagine?
That would be the worst and
That
also
would be the
hilarious.
worst. It would be.
Just entirely fuck our party up.
Stop kicking him. He's already
He's
dead.
already dead.
Yeah, no, Carter, all of your stuff thus far appears to be pretty okay. And I don't know if you probably actually would have taken all of your weapons with you out to the temple, obviously, but as you're checking through it, when you grab your rapier, there is a brief moment where when your hand makes contact with the hilt automatically. There's a brief like jolt of electricity that pulses through it. Nothing much more than that for now. But your thoughts kind of drift back to the dream that you had that morning.
Okay,
Not
that's
sure what it
promising.
means
I
yet,
like
but
that. Yeah, like to see where that goes, but I like the sound of that for sure.
okay.
Would he be
Cool.
mad if I poked at a flame skull with a sword? Do you think?
You'll never know
Unless you try.
unless you try.
Carter's gonna peek out the room, you know. He's gonna try to be stealthy here and go find one of the flame skulls that's not exactly near example.
Okay. Where are you going to? They're just kind of around.
And he is still in here, right?
Yep. As far as you know. You can
Okay.
peek through the window and you see him, like, yeah, probably petting D again
Carter's gonna
as
keep
he reads.
on stealthing and try to find one on the opposite side of the mansion.
Okay. You do find one in this little, past the dining room here. where there appears to be a flame skull that is attempting to take a bath with mixed results.
Oh, in the fountain.
In the fountain, yeah, it's just kind of splashing around in the fountain, attempting to submerge itself and like seeing
Is
if
it
it is
trying to
still on
commit
fire.
suicide?
It's doing a science experiment.
Right.
Carter's gonna look at it and say, "I'm something of a scientist myself."
Doing
Can
it.
it like does it understand if I say something, like if I try to get its attention and ask if it would help me with something? Like, can it
It
respond?
Yeah, it kind of looks back at you and it seems to understand that you're talking to it. It doesn't say anything in reply to the "I'm something of a scientist myself." It's just kind of hovering there with its mage hands like halfway in the water, just going, "What you want?"
What up?
I mean, the fact that you have mage hands is kind of nice because that means I don't have to try to stab. Could you help me? Like, we could call it sparring. Can I just see if I could stab like your mage hand and not you, real quick?
Okay.
This is a
The
great
flame skull
conversation.
kind of thinks for a moment, and then since this is kind of a magical mansion, it holds up a finger as if to say, "Just a second," and then floats away. Um, and returns. I believe there is actually a room in here. Oh, maybe it's not this one.
Was there a training room? I thought maybe.
There, I thought maybe there would be, but I actually don't remember.
Mhm.
But regardless,
Yeah.
he is a wizard. He doesn't know what exercise is. Um,
True that.
it it does come back eventually, holding what appears to be like a basic short sword, and then
He's gonna spar you.
yeah, essentially like holds it up. The stance is terrible. There is no stance. It's a fucking flame skull holding a sword.
With a mage
Holding
hand.
I love it.
The mage hand.
Another one comes out of nowhere and mages another hand with the bring it motion.
I know.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Two flame skulls operating like two hands. My
Hell
god.
yeah!
Oh my god.
So what would you
Yeah.
like to do?
I guess can I try to like clash swords with him? Because I really don't want to. I don't think the flame skulls are weak or anything, but they've been so cool. I really don't want to stab them.
Okay. Your rapier is a standard rapier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an attack. Add 2
Hey.
to whatever your standard attack would be.
All right. So 20.
30, 20. That definitely hits. Um, and yeah, that would hit. Go ahead and roll me 8d6.
Ooh.
As
Ooh.
soon as your blade touches its blade, there is a jolt of lightning that seems to streak. Your entire blade lights up, crackles, and it goes directly through the short sword and right into the flame skull, which is, I have to say, is not a real flame skull. It
Yeah.
is a construct made by the Magnificent Mansion, so they don't actually have like any hit points. This thing fucking explodes.
Oh no! You guys think I
Oh
didn't want
no.
to?
Look what you've done.
Whoops.
But yeah, you just to make it clear, that rapier is now officially a magical rapier.
Yay.
Hell yeah.
It is also a +2 rapier.
Yes.
Hey.
And
Oh
give
yeah.
me 1 second. Where are you?
It
Ooh,
is.
it's so difficult to find. So once per turn, up to 3 times a day, you can basically use your full action. Not like one of your attacks, because I know you have many attacks, but basically choose to use your full action to roll an attack, and if you hit, invoke lightning bolt as a spell, as like a melee weapon attack essentially, and on a hit it does 8d6 lightning damage.
Oh god. That's
Holy
awesome.
shit.
Dope.
You have a lightning rod.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a fucking lightning rod.
Hell yeah.
But yeah,
As
that flame
soon as
skull's
that
fucking
happens, it's
gone.
just like, uh-oh. Oh, my, not good. Also, fucking cool. Really appreciate you, Zrin. We're gonna get you out here. We're gonna bring the storm to wherever the fuck you want when we're done here. Promise.
I'm just gonna erase that flame skull off the map. It's
Oh.
gone.
Oh, that poor flame skull. Could Cray actually get a flame skull as an assistant while he's in
Me.
here?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you want one, it'll
Yeah,
definitely
he
come
poke us.
around.
Hey, could I get somebody's help in here? Oh, thank you. All right, I just need you to hold this with your mouth. Yep. Okay. Now I need you just to keep that right there while I work over here. Tink, 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 tink.
They also do have mage hands, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, he
Now
just
hold
sort
it
of held it in his mouth. He does not think of the mage hand ever, and it probably picked it out of its mouth with the mage hand. It's just holding it.
Okay. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, while Carter is conducting science experiments, and Cray is also conducting kind of science. Yeah, it's science.
More accurate science.
More accurate science.
Craftsman work.
Craftsmanship.
He's done this before.
He's just happy
I
that he actually has a place to do it.
Yeah,
He
that's
hasn't had a
true.
forge in a long time.
I suppose we should probably find out what is happening to our other two.
Oh, the wayward babes.
Only good things.
Only good things, as we know. All right, so let's change the scenery because this is going to be you all for a while. So not so. Seraph and Reva, I have a couple of questions for you, and I have a couple of roles for you to
Okay.
see how
Okay.
this all pans out. Because, you know, there's a couple of ways that this could go. Who did we lose?
Or
Uh,
he says
had
he
to go
needs to
make
make
a
a
phone
phone
call.
call.
Oh,
And since
yep.
we're on
Maybe.
them, we figured this would be a good time.
Yep. That is very fair. Okay. So, my first question to both of you is, you headed out. By the time you got out, it was already morning. You would have technically taken 2 points of exhaustion,
At least I would.
but, yep. Or it wouldn't be... Yeah, because Seraph, you had a point of exhaustion,
I
or you
already
didn't?
had one. Reva didn't
had
have
one.
any.
Yeah, I was good.
Any.
So
But you would have started taking it because neither of you took a long rest.
exactly.
Yeah, so I would
Yeah.
have one, I think.
And I would have
Yep.
2.
Yeah.
And you would have 2.
Does your stuff
So-
regenerate on dawn or?
My greater restoration?
Yeah.
What was the
Let me
rules of
double
that?
check.
Yeah.
What was the wording? Yeah, what was the wording?
How did you word
Spell.
that?
How did I word that? Greater Restoration spell as an action 3 times per day. I do think you have to technically sleep to regenerate it.
Okay.
It shouldn't be per day, it should be per long rest.
Okay.
So I wouldn't have any.
So you wouldn't have any because you used
my
them
last
all.
one.
No
on
copy
Xanther.
lock
you
for you.
All of them
I
on
used
Xanther.
all of them because I used 2 of them on Xanther.
You used all 3 of them on him. You used the third
I
one. It
used
just didn't
all 3
make
of them
any.
before going to bed, and then.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. You are very, very kind to him, not to anybody else.
Nope.
So I guess my initial question would be, would you guys just leg it off the mountain? Would you attempt to sleep anywhere? Like, what are we doing? Because I need to keep track of time.
They probably would have gone for a little bit, and then, you know, Seraph is moving at half speed.
Yep.
Yep.
So.
So
Probably
tired.
Come on.
The Yeti cave was like 4 hours, I think.
Yeti
Yeah,
Cave, yeah, you would have
probably
passed
would've
through the
gotten-
temple.
To the hot spring. We would have gone to the hot spring and stopped there.
Okay. And would have, like, camped at the hot spring?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you guys left, sorry, I'm doing math now. Okay, so, CNC, Chaos Crew, and then we have Seraph and Reva, SNR, okay. So, so from the point you leave, I'm literally writing these notes, please forgive me.
Yeah.
You're fine.
So that
Yeah,
was dawn.
hot spring was probably the closest thing that Reva would have been willing to stop at, seeing that Seraph was a slow ass bitch.
You didn't let me sleep.
Well, too bad. If you hadn't used all your greater restorations,
I was
could have
trying to
fixed
be
yourself.
nice.
You
I'm just
could-
complaining like a kid.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so it would have taken you like an hour to get back to the temple, and plus another 4 hours to get back to the hot springs. So you would have been at the hot spring around noon-ish that day. At this point, Carter and Cray are still sleeping, but you don't know that.
Hell yeah, we are.
Um,
It's been a
they're sleeping
day.
comfy.
The world
Um,
hasn't ended for Cray yet.
Nope,
Screw
not
you.
yet.
Yeah.
Ignorant bliss.
but yeah, you guys can stop at the hot spring. You can find it again. I believe Cray's enchantment
Yeah, he
of
left
the little sign is still there, so.
Should be.
Yep.
The Yeti is not there when you arrive at the hot spring. But would you like to then take a long rest there, presumably?
Yeah, she just rolls her eyes. She's like, "All right, we'll stop here if that'll shut you up.
Yay. Just flops
Otherwise,
down.
otherwise, I'm gonna have Temple yeet you off this mountain."
I would have been asleep.
Actually,
Already asleep.
roll
Actually.
me a dexterity check for Temple to get through that opening, because the Yeti,
He could
I
fit.
mean,
The Yeti
the
doesn't-
Yeti is big enough to fit through it.
that's
Right.
true.
And it was an old Yeti.
Yeah,
It
he
was an
an
old Yeti.
He was
So, okay.
big.
Actually, yeah, the Yeti would be able to fit through there, so you're fine. I'll allow it.
You can keep your giant robot.
I
Now.
mean, I'm
For
gonna keep him.
now.
The giant robot, definitely from the way you came in the first time you got in there, however, is a smaller tunnel. That's not the entrance that the Yeti would use.
Okay. Well, we go in, and I just tell Temple to find his way around, because he can, no matter how far away we are, he can find his way to me.
Oh, so you just take him to have him take a detour. Oh, I love this. I'm gonna have you roll for this too. Okay, so you guys get down for the long rest. And you basically tell Temple to go and find a different way to meet you at the other exit, essentially.
I mean, either
Because
that or I just have him wait outside. I don't know, since we're sleeping.
Okay. I guess that leads me to the next question that I had is, are you going to attempt to get down the mountain the same way that you came up, or are you going to attempt to find a different route?
I mean, part of me wants to kind of like take shortcuts and like jump down larger parts and have Temple just like carry Seraph down.
Mm-hmm.
But
Aw, you're
I
so
don't.
nice.
Fall, you can fall quite a ways without taking any damage.
Yeah. But I guess I don't know. Just whatever the fastest way that we can find to get down. I guess.
Okay.
Start an
Roll-
avalanche, then don't sink it and just surf down. Easy.
Hell yeah.
Oh look, signs of travel.
I mean,
Reva, then yeah.
If we take the long rest, then I would be able to have Radiant Soul, so you
can
can
fly
technically yeet me, and before, like, a minute before I hit the ground, I can just fly down.
Reva, go ahead and roll me, an intelligence check. Just an intelligence check.
You're so
With
good at
disadvantage.
these.
With disadvantage.
So good at those. Well, is this after we took the long rest or no?
You don't need disadvantage for that.
Okay.
Just a general intelligence roll.
Figure.
As you guys are waking up, basically, if you went to bed at noon, you'd be waking up at night. So you know that, and you remember this, and Seraph would remember this as well, is when you guys came up here, because of the fact that you came up from Kresk and you took that route, if you went back down, I don't know if you remember, but it took you a full 2 days. You slept twice on your way up.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were to retrace your steps, you would essentially have to, A, go back down to Tselenka Pass and sleep in that little tower again. And you could probably make it there within a day, but then you would have to sleep, and then you would have to travel another full day all the way down to the winery, essentially.
Is there a
And then it
faster
would
way down the mountain that goes the other way? Because we're trying to go straight to Castle
Northeast, yeah.
So
Ravenloft.
that's kind of what I figured you would want to do. There is not like a path that you know of, because last time you were here, you were essentially just like struggling
Yeah.
to find your way through the wilderness. Absolutely, if you wanted to just beeline it for Castle Ravenloft,
Mhm.
yeah, you could potentially do it. That's where the skill challenge will begin.
Yeah. I'm
That's
willing
what-
to do that.
Okay.
Can you roll public? I can't see anything.
Oh, sorry.
Oh
sorry.
yeah, let's
didn't know
switch
that
to
was-
public
yeah.
rolling.
I'm
This is
so
gonna be
like
fun.
blue balled.
I
I'm like,
I
I need
only
to know
rolled-
how badly you rolled that intelligence check because,
It
like,
No, it was good.
sure, you don't
I
need to
rolled-
roll that with disadvantage, but Rava's intelligence is her disadvantage.
Yeah, hold on. Fine. I will take a picture and send it to you.
It's fine.
Because
I can always
I
ask
rolled
you
well.
later.
You did. No, Raver rolled real well.
Dang it! I knew that was gonna happen because I was mocking her.
I didn't know it was on GM still.
Yeah.
I rolled a 19.
Oh, nice.
You
Right?
did.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Reva, I'm
So,
so proud of you.
So you know that probably if you wanted to go east instead of west, you could attempt to make it off the mountain. It will require checks from both of you, and here's how we're gonna do it. Presumably, is Seraph okay with this then? Just to go
Yeah. If
into
it,
the
if, it, if
wilds?
it gets us to
Go to
the
down the
castle
mountain.
faster.
Okay.
Yeah. At this point, I can
Um,
take, what is it, 50 feet just without taking any damage? Or 500 feet, I think, right?
Huh?
No, I don't.
How,
What
what
is
damage can you take?
the slow fall?
I know.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely
5 times
believe the
10.
fact that you guys would be able to basically combine your abilities and Temple, who regenerates,
Right.
to
You also
unless
take
you
half of whatever I take.
yeah
Tumble
yeah,
down
yeah.
the mountain and just
Yeah.
heal yourselves.
Right.
Yes. However,
Pretty much.
it is still a fucking long, like, big mountain. So, this is going to be a skill challenge. It's going to be your combined rolls with a much higher DC.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, it's a combined DC for both of you, not just for one of you, one per. But depending on how well you roll, it might add more days to your travel, it might subtract more days from your travel, or if you roll real badly, you know, there will be other consequences for that. So let's start with that first. Roll me, both of you, please roll me a survival.
I'm not good at those anymore.
I am.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Rava is determined.
Rava's
We're
fucking
gonna
booking it.
I
Goat
feel like
our
that was
way
a
down the
30 and
mountain.
you guys hit a 40.
That whoa, holy shit, that is a 40. Did not even need that much. Yeah. Rava's basically carrying you guys.
Almost literally.
Almost literally, yeah, absolutely. She is literally like carrying you guys through this entire thing. So, okay. Yeah, you managed to get down the mountain, so you went one day, you slept one day, and it takes you only one more day to get down to the bottom of the mountain, which would take you down to approximately, where's my Barovia map? Back to the Barovia map.
I'm gonna
It
step
has
away
been
from
so
my
long since
computer
we
for
saw
a
that
bit.
map. Oh
I
my
know.
goodness.
Okay.
I'm
Oh,
gonna just step away
the
from-
trip to mountains. Do you guys remember when we were so full of hope that we were like, this is going to be a trip into the mountains?
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
Is it
Now
like
we're broken and
up
scattered.
here where the
The party
mountains-
has
Yeah. Okay.
split.
So-
Yeah, we're because
So
this here is Zelenka Pass.
Yeah, and then
This is
here's
Zelenka
a
Pass.
cave.
Which
Yep.
means Cray is like.
Okay, I'm just gonna step away for
here
a bit. I'm
probably
getting
is
a
where I think the
popsicle
temple would.
or ice cream.
Okay, so this is basically the temple, we'll say,
Okay.
approximately. You guys have essentially traced your way back down the mountain, or you've gone kind of around this way instead.
Can't see where you're.
It's my last one.
What is the
Hell
circle up here?
Nope.
This.
The one further down. Can you see my pink line or
Yes,
no?
I can now.
I can see the pink line.
Okay.
Yeah.
It took a minute for it to pop out for me.
Okay.
So you guys essentially are able to travel down to, I would say, within a day, if you keep going within a day, you would be able to make it down here.
Okay. Hell yeah.
So,
It's not too
that
bad at all.
it's not too bad at all. All right. And Reva, you are also pretty good about finding your way back to Ravenloft. So I would say, yeah, with that great of a survival pass, probably know where you're going approximately, so that's not a problem.
Well,
Um,
once we get
it,
down to the base of the mountain, and then once we make ourselves probably to like this main road,
mm-hmm.
Reva will, as they're walking, just kind of like look over to Seraph and just like, all right, what do you think the best plan of action is? Are we storming the castle, or
Hmm.
we could
Good.
just
You
have
guys are
three?
so great. I was about to ask you to do a planning check, but yes, go for it. Absolutely.
I'm
This would
gonna.
have to be, I will say this is already on the third day because you will have to have a sleep here, and then this is
Oh no.
like on your third day, essentially, when
I'm
you
gonna
hit the
pull
road.
out the
So
the blueprints of the castle.
That's
Still
right.
have
You have the
those.
blueprints of the castle. Okay.
And then
you
and
monster.
Well,
so like, should we just? I mean, I think storming in is a bad idea.
yeah, I kind of do too, which is why I hate to say it, but there might be a better way.
What's the better way?
We ask for an audience.
I do the Stewie look, just slowly towards Reva. You want to ask?
Hey, it gets us there faster. He's not expecting anything. He lets us in. We talk, and then we talk. And by talk, I mean fight.
I was about to ask, talk about what?
The 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 talking is the fighting.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, sure, let's go with that.
You are just so easy to please, aren't you?
I just want this. I just want to end him right now, so. I mean,
Then we're
if it lets us get to him faster, why not?
so the we had to sleep up here. We had to sleep right here
Yep.
at the base of the mountain.
Yep.
And then so it's going into the third day.
It's going into the third day. I will say it's easier to travel on the road because
Yeah.
you're essentially bushwhacking through until you hit the road, and at that point you can probably make it to the castle by the end of the third day. But here's where I have to kind of pause you. So, first of
Mhm.
all, I would like you both to make intelligence checks for the planning.
Yeah. Well, because I was wondering if like we
Yes!
asked him asked him to pick us up where we are, and then we could, not walk. Hell yeah. Best plan.
Yes.
Let me
Planning
just
The
is the
adjust
best
best
something.
part.
plan ever.
Yep,
I
Mhm.
love
yep.
it.
Let me just adjust
Love
something
this
really
game.
quick here. All right. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Alright,
Uh-huh.
got it. We're writing
Yeah.
that
Yep.
down.
Got
So,
it.
on their 4th day, that's the 3rd day for Cray, right? Because they're kind of, like, in a half day ahead of him type of I'm just wondering when, because I had already kinda determined how long Cray was gonna wait so that you could help with the planning.
Yes. So basically, because you woke up
So
right
late,
as, yeah,
and
you
it's
woke up
when I
so
finish
late.
a long rest. So it would be at,
Yes.
like, theoretically around noon, because 'cause he'd probably try to get up by noon, but no earlier than that.
Yeah, yeah. So basically for you guys, it would be the second, by the time they arrive, and it would be evening, by the time they arrive in Castle Ravenloft, it would be the evening of the second day
Okay, cool.
for you in
That's
the
that's what I was tracking. I just wanted to
okay.
make sure that we were both, tracking
On the
Cool.
time
same page.
on the same
So
page.
the bag of skulls is still intact.
It is.
Okay, good. Your survival check would have fucked that over if you
That
rolled
that
poorly.
was that was critical to not
That was
getting attacked
critical.
by angry flame skulls along the road.
Yep.
Fine, would have fixed it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
How
Okay.
would we have fixed it?
You don't know. They've had 2 or 3 days in the astral sea now. Actually, no, they've been in there for like 4 or 5 days to plan and plot and
Be
scheme.
angry.
They could have weapons and armor. They could have amassed in like a small following. They could have turned that mimic against us and like outfitted him. Like you don't know what's in there anymore. It is a complete Pandora's box.
Hell yeah.
And we're gonna give it to Strahd.
Yeah.
And you're gonna give it to Strahd. Okay.
As a present.
While you guys are storming Castle Ravenloft, I mean, not storming, talking. So how do you plan to, I do want to ask right before we fade back out and go back to Carter and Cray, how do you plan to seek audience with him? Like, are you just strolling up to the gates and like yelling, "Hey, Strahd, come have
Well-
dinner with us," or what's...
I assumed during our planning session, Seraph had hopefully maybe told me that like last time you guys went to go talk to him, you went by his carriage.
Yeah, I would have explained that.
So getting all the way down the mountain and it taking like 2 days and Reva's like tired of walking, she wants to try to get him to let them like carriage. So yeah, she pretty much just like knowing he can hear everybody starts just like walking out in the field and yelling at him.
Yo, Strahd! Send us the
Strahd!
carriage! We gotta
Just like-
talk!
She just kind of walks out. She's like, all right, I don't know if you know who the fuck I am, but we need to have a conversation. I know you're listening.
Oh, I love this.
I'm sure you want to know what I have to say. It has to do
I
with the
know-
arena.
It's
I
very
know you're
interesting.
listening.
You should
You've
pay
been listening
attention.
You've been listening to us talk about how we're about to enter your castle and
Nah,
kill
it's
you.
fine. She didn't think about that.
It's got an intelligence of 9.
She's not a smart person.
Perfect.
Great. No, it's great. I love it.
Neither is.
Okay.
neither
But yeah,
is
she'll
Sarah.
name
How
she'll name
arrogant is
drop
Strahd? How curious
she'll
is he?
name she'll name
Okay.
drop arena to hopefully get his
Uh-huh.
attention.
Okay. Roll me a persuasion check. Just you. Seraph's
Just
not
me.
helping, I'm presuming.
I'm helping, like, shout out, just like trying to get his
Okay, sure.
attention.
Sure, you roll me a persuasion check too. Why not?
Yay!
14,
Good
which is
persuasion.
not too bad for me.
17.
Right?
Ooh,
Which is
Yeah.
13, okay.
Hell yeah.
middling
Like
for
that
you,
roll,
but
yeah,
it's still a good.
it's
A decent
That's
modifier.
Oh, I don't even...
Amazing.
what do I... Hold on. I want to roll against this just because this would be funny. I want to... Hold on. I'm just going to roll to myself to see what the fuck.
Strahd, you know who I am. Well, you're about to.
You're about to, and you owe 250 years of child support, you bitch.
Right? You ass!
Oh.
The least you could do is give me a ride, because I'm tired of walking.
Rava, somewhere in the back of your mind, for just a moment, you hear a soft chuckle.
Good.
And then a voice says, "This should be interesting."
It will be.
And
Come pick me up
as you
right
turn...
now.
Dad, come pick me up.
Dad, come pick me up. I don't want to be here
Dad,
anymore.
we need to talk.
Oh, this is going so well. I love
Yep.
it.
It's so
Yep.
perfect.
Yeah. No, you walk around, and he does let you walk around and just shout at the sky for at least another
Mhm.
hour, but eventually
What a
you
dick.
turn around,
Man.
and there's a carriage just on the horizon,
Ugh.
near the forest line. Just
Good.
gently waiting, headed off by 2 dark horses. Seraph recognizes it.
There's our
Perfect.
ride.
Good. How big are the doors of the carriage?
Just have him jump on the back. It's fine.
Yeah.
He could just
I
hold
not
on
big
while
I
the
want to
enough.
see
hit
if
the
he'll
road.
try to fit, but he won't, so he's just gonna have to like ride on top.
He's gonna have to ride on top. The horses don't look pleased, but roll
That's too
me a
bad.
dexterity saving throw for to knock the thing off.
Oh no.
Oh
Because
my
those
god.
horses be fast.
He holds on real strong.
And if he falls
Let's
off,
see.
he just heals, and we just pick him back up.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a 4.
no.
Oh God.
Reva,
You
you
know what?
arrive at Castle Ravenloft. You get out of the carriage and you look up and you realize that you left something on the roof of your car and it's not there anymore. I mean, you
Just to freak
presume
you
that
out.
he will catch up at some point,
He
but
will.
now it's up to you if you want to wait for him or if you want to, go on in.
I mean, I kind of need him.
Should we wait for our friend?
When did we lose him?
The horses do not
Horses.
answer.
Rava asks Seraph. She like stares at you like
I don't.
angrily.
Why are you asking me? I don't know.
What? Didn't you notice that the
Didn't
giant
you?
robot fell off? No, I was paying attention.
Why weren't you paying attention? The thing's yours.
I have a lot going on right now, okay?
Yeah, so do I.
Bitch.
Doing great.
The
We're
honey
going to
lady's
just
done without a common foe to unite against.
That's Cray's real power.
Right.
He
He
brings people
gives them
together through
some-
his own arrogance and their hatred.
So, you know what? I'm gonna pull back a little bit. We're just gonna leave them to bicker outside of the
They-
castle.
Yeah, they sit angrily on the doorstep and wait. Hopefully
Slow
not
down
for.
from bitch.
Yup.
Bitch.
Bitch.
We're gonna go back to the Magnificent Mansion for a second just to see how our boys are doing.
Well, I presume that Cray's night of crafting and tinkering goes well, and he does have a request for Xanther, and he offers to share a meal from home with Cray, or with Carter. Sorry, I was looking at my character sheet, and he's essentially. Do you know what haggis is? Like a haggis meat pie?
Gina does.
I explained it to her earlier this week.
I already knew what it was, but or at least I knew what haggis
It's
was.
essentially what he's making. It's one of like it's not the kind of there's two different versions. There's one that's just the meat, and that's kind of meh. That's you cut it like a meatloaf, and he doesn't like that. But there's another one where it's more like it uses the same cooking process, and then it takes the ground meat and makes a meat pie out of it, and it's really tasty, and it's all flaky and nice buttery crust. That's what he's asking for dinner. But aside from that,
Yeah,
he just
They can
rests.
probably definitely do that.
He enjoys a memory from home, or at least as close as he can describe it to Xanther to get.
Fair enough. The flame skulls will definitely do their best. The meat in the pie itself is probably slightly different to the beef that you would be used to, but it adds in a little bit of an interesting flavor to it. It's more gamey than you would have anticipated, but
It's usually sheep or lamb, so it's probably closer
You
than
need
he was
Kill one of
expecting.
your
You need a
rams and see
ram?
if you
Yeah,
can eat it.
Yeah, right.
Carter was about to Carter offer up four whole rams if they need them.
I mean, if you want to find out if we can finally feed on them, it does help us in our quest down the mountain because you gave me all your rations, which I then put in the bag before the bag was then used by Flame Skulls and then taken by Rava and Seraph. I then gave what was left of
Hey.
my rations to Seraph, who has it in his bag. So you and I are entirely rationless while heading down the mountain. If we can find out if we can eat those rams, then at least it gives us something to eat.
Yeah, I mean, flame schools, my boys, do it up. Let's see, and he'll pop a ram out, and he'll do it in the kitchen for this one, so that I'm assuming if it's trained enough to be able to cook, it can clean a ram, right?
I mean,
Cray will do the coup
probably
de
they're
grace for him. He'll just end it and be like, there. Now you don't have to worry about it, Flame Skull.
Now
Flame
there's a
Skull
dead ram in the
looks
kitchen.
as grateful as it possibly could. Watch out, guys. I just uploaded a token of a ram and it's gonna be big.
Oh.
Oh,
Look at that
how
boy.
it is.
This
And
is
just
Right?
the true
beheaded
power
it.
Just
of
murdered
mine.
it.
Sliced.
It looks so cute. I can't believe you killed it.
I
Right?
know. It had to be done, though. I have to find
Circle
out if I
five.
can eat it.
Gonna have to get used to it.
Yep.
All right. So, yeah, you guys can definitely provide them with the meat. They seem to know what to do with it. They seem to be able to do what they need to. And in the end, yeah, you get some haggis meat pies out of it.
Nice.
Tastes really good, honestly. Xanther doesn't join you in the eating, but he does join you for that, and he kind of looks on a little bit longingly and a little bit creepily as he watches you chew.
Just sort of smiles. Is like, I could explain it to you, but I feel like that'd just make it worse.
It would probably make it worse, yes. But I appreciate the thought nevertheless.
Mm. Yeah, this was really good. I think I'm gonna actually turn in early and try to get, back onto a decent enough sleep schedule. Barovia's days are short enough. I don't need to be waking up middle of the afternoon. But
And having to go back to bed.
yeah,
Mhm.
but today's been a day, so I could definitely just lay down and sleep.
Yep.
I'll probably just take like a bath and then go lay down and like lay there for probably 2 or 3 hours, just kind of thinking about it. Occasionally, if anybody's wandering near his hall, you might hear him be like, "And they have my goddamn hammer and all my weapons in this." And he's just sort of like going through the mental inventory in his mind of what's in the bag holding, and he's just sort of like ruminating on it for a few hours before he finally just falls asleep. That's day one.
All right.
You just hear, "Oh my goddamn belt."
Oh my god.
Fucking belt.
I worked on that belt for so many years.
Uh, incredible. All right, so that would conclude your second day, which would be,
The first day, that was
yep, that
end
was
of the
their first
first.
day of
So
travel.
on the
So,
second day, at the start of
and
the
the
day,
second day.
it's just going
Hmm.
to be a day in the. I mean, he's literally just going to lounge around. He's not going into the temple at all today. He's going to take the infusion out of his armor, so his armor
Hmm.
becomes just normal, non-magical, and he's going to put it in what he made yesterday. Uh, and they're gonna just glow just a tiny bit, and then stop. And he finds Carter that morning over breakfast, and he hands them to him. And what he had made is a pair of amber sunglasses made from the sarcophagus that Zrenhala was in, and some silver frames to hopefully keep the vampires at bay. And he has loaded them with his goggles of night infusion, so when you have them on, you have dark vision out to 60 feet.
A single tear runs down Carter's.
Trey just pats him on the shoulder and probably takes lightning damage and doesn't care.
It's another day. Yeah, roll me another con save.
Please take the full
Hell
force.
yeah.
Please take the full force. I'm curious.
Uh, they also should help obscure the glow in your eye from the front. They're basically just like amber sunglasses, like hipster sunglasses. I need
Hell
con.
yeah.
That's a 14. That's gonna be a lot more. Let me go ahead and put myself in full health just in case. He pats you on the shoulder. Oh yeah, we
Yep.
gotta figure out how to control that. Ow. Oh,
Yep.
maybe,
What did
maybe
I
you
say
gotta eat
last
like
time?
once a day, like
46? Yeah,
Brady.
46. Roll 46 for me, Carter. That's
Great.
11. It's
A
not bad
We just gotta
for
make sure
now.
you punch something
little shocky.
first thing every day. But yeah, aside from that, he's going to probably spend 2 or 3 hours talking to Xanther about artificery and getting like a feel as to how magic worked when he learned it, because he's very interested in how magic has evolved over time, since artificery is itself in his mind an evolution of magic. Um, aside from that, he's just enjoying the mansion on the second day.
Not too worried about your friends who are still not there yet. That's
He's
good.
waiting for them to come back. He's left his bag holding intact, but he doesn't
Uh-huh.
seem sad about it. He gets a bit frustrated a few times during the day, and he's like, I
Eh.
can't believe it. I swear, if they don't come back with my bag of holding, I'm gonna hunt them down. And then later on in the day, he starts being like, just come back. I swear. He's basically going through the 5 stages of grief in 2 days.
Xanther can kind of see it, and he very eagerly talks to you about magic instead, with the hope that it will perhaps take your mind off of
It
it.
does. Yeah, he distracts himself because he's got a very active mind, so he distracts himself, but then he'll fall back into it, and then he'll distract himself, and he's hoping that it'll
He's
be
just going
he'll be
back and forth.
towards it.
Yep.
Yeah, he goes through the first 2 days were depression and what was the other one?
Denial or
Yeah, denial, and then
With
this is
when
anger and
Anger.
bargaining.
yeah,
okay.
with bargaining, I can't wait to see that.
That's it. He's just kind of like, just come back. I swear, just just bring it fucking back. All I really want's my belt. If you could just bring my belt back, I'll let you have the bag of angry flame skulls. I know you want it. You can have it. And so it just again, he just sort of talks to
Don't
the
forget
air
the
a
last two
lot.
stages: acceptance and then revenge. No, I'm kidding.
He knows. Trust me, he knows.
Don't worry, your buddy Strahd's got the last.
Oh yeah, he'll get the last laugh.
But yeah, depending on what Carter wants to do, that's all I got for the second day.
Okay,
Put
cool.
Craze down to clown if he wants to. Like he'll spar with him if he wants to try out the new rapier and
Yeah, I mean, I've got really he like I said before, Carter's used to this sort of thing, like the mutiny aspect. So he just feels bad that Cray lost all his shit. Honestly,
yeah, that's he's kind of frustrated with that himself.
as a pirate, he knows exactly what that's like being on both ends of that. So he's just trying to help Cray, take his mind off of it as much as possible. He doesn't really know magic, so he leaves that part to Xanther. But anytime Cray wants to spar, just mess around, he's down for it.
Perfect. That's all he could ask for.
Okay.
That's it.
Uh,
He does show off his new ability to fly, and flies around quite a bit with his boots that can now let him fly for up to 4 hours a day.
Hell yeah!
mhm.
But that's it.
Okay.
Can you make some winged booties for D?
No.
No.
Kind of. He starts. He goes, hmm. I wonder when we get out
Can
of
you
here, and I actually have myself a true vessel for that dog. Top of the list, I swear. And
can
then
you
when he
imagine?
awakens on the third day around 11 or noon, he will retrieve the bag of holding
Okay,
because he could do it from any distance. He holds his finger up and he's like,
true.
"Well, wherever you are, I hope
Good
this
luck.
helps. Good luck." And he holds his finger up, and a tiny little bead of energy just zips literally out of nowhere because he's in a parallel plane. But he doesn't have to be on the same plane of existence. It just dink, and he puts it into his armor, and he's like, "All right, I feel better now."
Okay, so that would be on the third day around noon, right?
Around noon, yeah.
Okay. Noted.
Nee.
I will take that into account.
Hopefully, they've already firebombed Strahd at that point.
No,
Right?
we're probably still waiting on the fucking doorstep for Temple to catch up.
So, I think it is time we find out what happens to our wayward adventurers.
Yep. Temple can
Let's.
run 60 feet around.
Yeah, he's pretty fast. Can you imagine just some random Barovian villagers are on the road? This thing goes plowing past them like
Yep.
chunka 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 chunka. All right. So, very well.
Nee.
So this is going to be a little bit of a skill. It's a continuation of the skill challenge. So you guys arrive at Strahd's doorstep on the evening of the second day. It is raining. Temple is not with you. How long are you willing to wait for Temple to catch up?
However long it takes, because I can't go in there without him. He's part of the plan.
All right. That's fair.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate. He probably immediately fell off, asshole.
I mean, you didn't secure him or anything. You just told him to pop up. Those
Hey,
horses go damn fast.
I was trying to get him to go in the carriage, and they would have tried, but I guess it wouldn't have worked. They were willing to break the carriage to do it. I don't care.
Incredible. That's true. I will say Temple catches up to you guys around it's way after midnight. It's probably around like 2, 3 in the morning by the time you finally hear a very familiar ka-chunk, 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 and he's sloppily running through mud, which is
That's
kind of
fine.
slowing him down, but he's there. He arrives,
Okay,
groans
are
to a
you
stop.
happy now? Can we go inside?
I mean, we can go inside and demand a bed because that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, fine.
We can talk in the morning.
Oh, you come to bargain.
But first, it's fucking late and I'm tired.
Ah,
I love it. Okay,
amazing.
first skill check. I will. You know what? I'm going to change this up on the fly. Both of you roll me an insight check.
Insight, alright.
Find skill
I have
challenge again.
proficiency.
Yeah, so do
I'm
I.
great.
Wow.
Okay,
Nice
that
job.
is
Hell yeah.
uh-huh.
Beautiful.
Your average should have been like 35.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. What's your point?
Yep. Okay. Cool. 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 Cool.
Are we doing
No
great
doubt.
check
No
off?
doubt. No doubt. Literally no doubt.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is going as perfectly as could be expected.
Yep. Yeah, you guys are invited in. In fact, you're invited in by a very interested individual, not Strahd. But he does kind of wave you in and goes, "Oh yes, the master has been expecting you. Right this way. I
Have I
presume
seen this
you."
guy before? Because this is my
I'm
second time at the castle.
It is your second time at the castle. I'm having trouble remembering. Did you guys actually ever meet anybody except for Strahd when you
Not
first came into the castle?
really. I think there was like one dude who was like standing up
Yeah,
on the
there was a
balcony
butler
that we
guy who
couldn't
brought us
see.
in and pointed us down the
Yes.
hall, and then
Yes,
he was
then
gone when
you
we left.
yes. So Seraph, this is the second time you are meeting this dude.
Hi. Thanks for the welcome again.
I want your best room, biggest, comfiest bed, and a jug or a pitcher of blood, please.
He smiles and says, "Of course. Only the best for our special guests."
Perfect.
And then he waves you upstairs.
Yep.
Yeah, he will take you to the second floor. Seraph, this is not somewhere you've been before.
This
Um,
is new.
Yep. And presumably you guys will go to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, Rava's gonna eat and then go to bed because it's late and she's tired.
Okay.
Is Sarah
Yeah, I
is
mean,
Sarah a picture of blood too?
no.
Are you gonna share?
Yes, definitely.
I'll just like put a couple of my blood. Just a
Nope.
few little droplets.
Nope.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Absolutely not. But yeah, she doesn't think to ask for anything for you to eat.
I mean, I'll probably just eat the last of the rations. So
Oh,
I
I
would
love this
be
so much.
out.
Mhm.
You had like no, you only had like 8. We didn't really have a lot.
Nope.
Yep.
There was a
Yep.
lot in the bag of holding.
There is a meal served to you. There is a meal served to you in your room.
Okay.
Um,
Oh, he is thankful.
okay. Do you eat it?
I'll eat it.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I love it. Yeah.
May as well enjoy a
So
last meal.
Right?
I mean, no,
Great.
great. I didn't. Okay. Well,
No
yeah.
takesies,
Amazing.
I can
backsies.
sleep. Yeah, sleep in the castle. Yeah, that's
Mhm.
cool. Nothing. What could go wrong?
Nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking
Absolutely.
about.
So you guys go to bed around 3 p.m. Um, you
3
wake up
p.m.?
again.
PM or AM?
3 a.m.
Okay.
Okay.
You wake up again. It is not quite noon yet,
Everything's on
but
fire.
no, not yet, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
You wake up. The room is as you've left it. It is still, it is uncomfortable. It is less extravagant than you remember it being the night before. You remember sinking into a warm bed, comfortable, you're well fed. When you wake up, you are in just the castle itself. I mean, it's still the room, but it is cold, slightly drafty. There's a weird chill.
Weird.
Did you leave the window open?
I don't even think they open, Seraph. They're just decorative. I think. Definitely. Was this where we went to bed last night?
Now that you mention it.
She'll get up and get ready and open the door. Does it open kind of where we remember going?
Roll me, oh boy, I'm having to like. It's interesting because I'm kind of wanting to like change this up a bit. So this is interesting. You do. It is the hallway as you remember it, but you don't actually. You realize that you have no real memory of how you'd gotten there. Like you know the butler took you, but now that you're thinking of it, there used to be a door there that you think you went through, or like you went up a staircase and you went through the door, but now you're like, wait a minute, where is that staircase? So presumably you guys are going to try to make your way around, so we're going to go back to the skill challenge. I'd like both of you to roll me perception checks.
Walking out the door, she's just like, "Hey, what the fuck?" Perception.
Where is everyone?
The princess is in a different castle.
Is there like a window to look out? Like, is it still the same area?
The place where you guys have exited is actually more on the internal side, so you no longer have any windows necessarily. You wander around for a while and you realize that you are very quickly getting more lost. Seraph, you've been in the part of this castle, so you presume that eventually you would be able to find your way to like, and you've been on the second floor, you remember that much. And you're just continuously like, okay, I think we should eventually get around to a place where I would be able to bring us back to
I
at
would
least
pull
like the
out the
cathedral.
blueprints and be all like, okay, where the fuck are we?
Yeah, Raven walks for like an hour before she stops and starts getting angry.
Okay. Both of you roll me an investigation.
We're so
Right?
good at those. Yay.
Excellent. Okay, this is going according to plan.
Yep.
Yep.
And yeah, you wander around for a while until actually this would have happened about an hour or 2 hours into your wanderings. Reva, you find yourself walking down a relatively narrow hallway and you're like, I'm pretty sure that this might lead to some sort of like thing downstairs, and your plan is basically let's go back to the first floor, and then with Seraph knowing approximately the layout of the first floor, maybe we can just go from there. At that moment, there's a small like zhoop, and you go, what was that noise? And you turn around just as there is an explosion right around your belt area, and the entire narrow hallway suddenly lights up with approximately 6 flame skulls, yeah. Who
Damn.
look, to be fair, as surprised to see you as you are to see them to them. I would say, yeah, you can pretty much roll really good dexterity checks regardless. Both of you roll me dexterity saving throws.
Right, but before the attack, it's just like, you guys, fuck, you want to help us or you want to go back in a bag? And then I'd roll a dex save.
Yep. Both of you roll me dex saves.
Woo!
Woo!
That time, a backpack, a hammer, a bunch of tools, a
Literally
journal,
Write it all out.
everything.
a deck of playing cards is probably on fire, a padlock,
The dex
a
of
bunch
playing
of
cards is
rations.
one of the only things that isn't on fire.
Hell yeah,
yeah.
everything is burning. The breastplate from Damas, an empty bottle of whiskey, all of our deeds that were once in the treasure chest. I don't know what happened to the treasure chest.
It
A
was made out
magical
of iron,
decanter of
wasn't it?
red tea that was at one point labeled laughter, and I really hope the Flame Skulls didn't drink it because that would make it even crazier. A lead lion iron box that once contained a set of ancient bones. The doctrine of the Holy Order of Valencia. The mimic goop box. all of Norda's journals, his fist-sized moss-covered rock, the gem of saying and the gem of rightness, as well as the broom of lying, flail of warming, a potion of sneezing, the scroll of protection from friends. It's just a bunch of weapons.
All of
It
it.
Yep.
it all just spills into the space
Yep.
surrounding you, including a single potion of wild that seems to have 3 mushrooms floating in it.
We were
Oh,
waiting.
I forgot about
Oh,
that.
We were
and
so excited for.
Mishnock
Hell
also spills into the space
yeah.
before you.
Yep. Yep. I will say with those dexterity saves, it takes you a while. For the sake of the narrative, you are eventually able to beat back the flame skulls. Because
Beat
this was
them.
not a part of their strategy to actually kill you. And they are just as taken aback as you are, and are not exactly the most organized. However,
Beat them all
however.
up and put them into the bag of molding.
Okay. And now there's also a bag of molding in that hallway to be discovered someday.
Well, we have
Eventually.
the bag of molding. Like I'm
Yeah, you
keeping
do.
that.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're just gonna keep it
all
on
of Cray.
you.
It's
Okay.
literally like Cray's bag of holding was originally just a like waist pouch that he had
Yep.
just on his belt, and he just touched it one day and it turned into a bag of holding. And now there's just a ripped and broken waist pouch that once was his bag of holding,
Yep.
and is now just a bag.
So you guys managed to beat back.
It's on
However, that is
fire.
6 flame skulls that you had to fight against, and you guys are singed. You are tired. I would say, Seraph, you had to spend quite a few spell slots, in order to hold them back. Same for you. You're basically, you had to spend quite a few key points
Yeah.
on this, Reva.
Get them back after, if we take a rest, which I'm assuming
So
we're going to.
just take a short rest right there in that hallway. Okay.
Pretty much.
All right. And then are you going to continue or?
She'll just start like yelling at Strahd to tell him to meet us or let us go wherever the fuck we're supposed to meet because we're supposed to talk. You asshole.
Okay.
Oh yeah, yell at the host. That's a great idea.
Yep.
Excellent. There is no answer. The castle is silent. However, you get the feeling that maybe your yelling has perhaps been heard by somebody. Maybe Strahd. Maybe one of the other many denizens. However, presumably, since he gives you no answer afterwards, are you set to continue to go through the castle?
Can I go to the nearest window?
Would I be able to figure out where we are with the blueprints?
What's this? Roll me an int check, Seraph.
Woo!
Hey, there you go.
Oh, okay.
That's good, because Raven's about to punch through the window and just jump out.
You mean walk down?
Yes. Or jump. Who cares?
All right, hold on. Let me pull up Ravenloft map so I can give you an accurate reading of where the fuck you are. You guys are. Yeah, why not? Wait. No, let's do. Oh, so many hallways to choose from.
Definitely not concerning.
Seems fine.
Where would you be? No, it's a good thing. No, it's a good thing I'm thinking of this because now I have to figure out where to leave all of those wonderful little.
Yeah, I don't know if
All of
Seraph
Cray's
picks up.
stuff.
I don't know if Seraph picks any of it up, but Rava does not.
I mean,
There's a handful of gems there that you might be interested in, and then there's like the flail of warming that you would know is useful.
no, I still had that.
Oh, you still had that. All right. Well,
Yeah.
that's not in the bag then. I thought that was in the bag.
Nope,
I mean,
I
the broom
carried
of
that with
lying
me.
is you would recognize most of the Demas stuff, but you would also see 2 breastplates. Yeah, you would see 2 breastplates and a short sword as well. Both breastplates look pretty identical. Demas does some crazy shit with magic, and you look at them, and one's a breastplate with quotation marks, and the other's a breastplate. But
I'll-
it's up to you. That's the only things I could think you would find interesting that would spill out.
I mean, I know what
Just
the
thieves'
the
tools if you want them.
non-Dumas breastplate
That's
has done because I saw it happen.
That's true.
I would just leave that there, and I don't think I would take anything. Maybe the jewels, maybe the gems, but that would.
Then you would find maybe, like, depending on what Chekhov says, there was 1 ruby, 1 jade, and 1 sapphire that were each worth about 400 to 500 that were still in there. I'd pulled all the diamonds out.
and like the gem of sane and
Yeah.
brightness or whatever.
Then there was also a bunch of smaller ones I can just take. Hold on. My bag of holding documents.
It's all over the floor now.
It's all
I
over the
know.
floor.
Okay. Based on the routes that you guys have taken, I would say, Seraph, you would be able to guess with your intelligence check, and it is really not like a very easy, yeah, thing to make. But yeah, you would be able to discern that you are on the 3rd floor.
Okay, so apparently we went from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor.
Great. Yeah, I'm gonna go find the nearest window.
Okay.
Just gonna
When you
follow.
get into the next room, yeah, there seems to be a larger chamber in there, and you're able to get to a window that is just completely grimed over.
Okay, I have Temple punch it out.
Okay. Temple punches it out. It leads onto kind of like an overhang. What do you call those things that like
Balcony.
archers and stuff walk on?
Oh,
A parapet.
parapet.
That's kind of like a parapet, yeah. It's
Yeah.
kind of like the outer wall that surrounds it.
If I go out onto that, can I look
Mhm.
around? Does it look normal, like the outside of the castle?
It does look like the outside of a castle. It's raining super fucking hard and storming outside, so you can't see very far, but
But it's the
God.
area where where Strahd's castle should be.
yes, you did not find yourself transported to an alternate dimension.
Alright. She will walk along the outside of the building all the way down to the floor, or the ground floor.
What
Okay.
about me?
Hold on, I'm
Seraph,
checking things
Seraph, I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy. I'm not good at those.
out. That sucks.
I'm slightly.
I know.
Eh.
Okay. Ravo, what are you doing?
She's gonna walk down the outside of the castle and see if there's solid ground. If it's like, if we can.
Are you going down to like the 1st floor again?
Yeah.
Looking down, yeah, there is like a sort of courtyard that you can look down on. And if you walk around to the front, you can see the road and the hanging bridge that brought you you can kind of make it out in the distance. It is raining pretty heavily.
Alright, I will go back to underneath where the window is that I went out of and yell up, just like, Temple, grab Seraph and jump.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And I wait for them to potentially hit the ground.
Okay. Temple eventually grabs Seraph and jumps. And presumably you follow them.
Well, I was waiting down on the ground. Like, on the
Okay.
ground.
Just walk
Oh,
down
you were
the
just.
wall.
Yep. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm just standing in the grass in the courtyard underneath where the window is, just like hands on hips, waiting for them to hit the ground.
Next to you, Temple lands and sinks approximately like a solid 2 feet into the mud because he's fucking heavy.
Fuck up his garden.
Yep.
Sarah's hair is just a mess.
Just grumbling as she starts walking around to the front door.
Okay. Go back into the front door.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you make it back to the front door. Both of you roll me. Actually, I will leave this up to you. Would you try to stealth through the castle at all, or are you just going straight back in without any sort of?
Nope. She kicks the door back in, like the front door, just like, you fucker.
This is gonna go great.
The castle is dark. This time the same man does not greet you.
God
However, the sconces do light up with magical fire as you stride back in.
how are we supposed to talk if you throw us through a maze and then don't even answer the door and you don't greet us? What the fuck
Is
is
he
going
even
on?
here?
Why wouldn't he be here? He's always here.
I don't know. He could just be a dick and walk out.
We have to talk.
Ravo, when
Literally-
you say that, Seraph, weirdly enough, for a second his expression shifts, and then he turns to you and says, "Then let's talk." And he motions to a door that you haven't been to yet.
The butler?
Seraph
Nope,
said
you,
that?
Seraph.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
Seraph
say
says
it.
that.
Uh,
Yep.
just stare at him. What did you say?
Seraph says again, and it isn't Seraph's voice, and he goes, "Let's talk."
Mm. And just Raven will just like staring at her for a moment and then look back at the door that he gestured towards and head toward it.
Okay. As you throw it open, you go down the hallway, and this is a familiar sight to you as well, Seraph, now that you're kind of coming back into yourself.
My head's
Weirdly
fuzzy.
enough, you don't quite remember the past few minutes, but you do know that you're back in the dining room that you had originally met Strahd in, back when you were here with the others.
Weren't we at the
Um,
entrance?
Yeah, you were at the entrance.
I'm asking out loud. I'm
Yeah.
just
Oh,
like,
she stares at you or looks over to you just like, yeah, we walked forward 2 seconds ago. What's wrong with you?
what?
Oh my
What?
God.
Why did we? Why?
Nope, shut up, let's go.
What did
At
I do?
approximately this time, as you look up, you notice that there's a figure sitting at the far end of the table, right before the organ. And he stands up to greet you and lifts a glass and goes, "There you are.
Yeah.
I'd worried you'd gotten lost."
Wow. Okay. Hi, we're here. No thanks to you. Thought we were gonna have a conversation. Apparently, it was morning maze time.
Well, a little bit of enrichment. I always heard that, children like to be entertained, and I have been reading a lot of books on child rearing recently.
Huh.
Was it not fun?
Not
I just
really.
slowly like lean towards Reva and I'm just like, I think he knows.
No shit. If he didn't, that was gonna be the first thing I talked about. Hey, welcome. I'm your daughter, I guess. This is weird, and I hate you.
I mean, who doesn't hate him?
I don't know, some
An
people.
interesting introduction, but I'll take it.
Well, you seem to have beaten me to the punch. So what's the point?
Well, how would you like to proceed instead? Because there are choices in front of you. I would like to say that I've been quite impressed by everything you've done so far. However, there is the issue that I believe you require a bit more tutelage before you are
Tutelage.
truly effective in your methods. And what about you? I see you've changed your hair. I
Yeah,
think I like the old look better.
what, you missed the pink? That's shocking.
Would you like to talk or, and he makes air quotes, which looks really weird, talk?
Okay, old people should not do that.
Part
Rava
of the
just laughs.
psychological torture.
Rava laughs and then just like goes and sits at the closest head of the table and kind of puts her feet up on the table. It's just like, let's talk first, I guess. I don't know. This wasn't exactly how I thought it was gonna happen.
I'd be like a few chairs away.
Okay.
Temple's just like standing behind her at her shoulder.
Okay. So how did you expect this to go then?
I don't know. We were gonna come. We're just gonna. You're an evil asshole. You fight us from the beginning. Throw all kinds of garbage at us. I don't know. What do you want? What are you doing?
I'm simply having a conversation. You asked to be my guests, and I accommodated you for an entire night.
Not right now. I mean, in general, like with your life. What are you doing?
What's your end goal?
My
I don't even know if it's the end goal. It's just like the present goal. You just hanging out in your giant lonely castle by yourself.
I have
Like
plenty to keep me company, but if you'd like
fucking
to join me,
people.
I wouldn't mind. And he kind of glances at
Fucking
Seraph and
people.
goes, I can think of many uses for you, for example.
Me?
I don't like that. Don't say that.
Strahd slowly undoes the bathrobe he's sitting in.
Ah.
Realistically, Strahd just goes, well, you have been to Kresk, I presume. Did you know that there is another Celestial very similar to you out there? And he's gone a bit mad in the years recently, and I really think that they're beginning to slowly lose their trust in him as well. And as
Kresk is
as the
where
Lord,
our tavern is, right?
yeah, it's where your
Okay.
tavern is. As the Lord of the land, I really pride myself on keeping up the spirits of those I am governing.
He's a celestial.
I believe they can. Oh yes, you haven't figured it out. I believe that they could do with a bit of a pick-me-up. Installing somebody new in the Abbey would do them a lot of good. What do you say?
You want me to become the new Abby?
Abbott.
Abbott? Abby?
You're gonna be the whole abbey,
Yes,
whole
the whole
Abbey.
building.
like weird mongrel people and all. They'll live inside you like fleas in your hair.
Yeah.
Rod just kind of shrugs and goes, it's not enticing to you. You're certainly free to do whatever or whoever you please.
No.
I just
Very well.
seriously, okay, what is this all about? Like, I grew up with stories, essentially ghost stories, about how terrible and powerful you were. Mom was always so scared of you finding us. She figured you would, I don't know, hurt her, take me away. We get here, you're just some guy. Why was she so
Just some
afraid?
guy.
The realization all children have about their parents. You're
Yeah.
just
Right?
some guy. How dare you be just some guy?
True. Ray was just having that realization approximately 200 years too late.
Right. I mean, it's the first time she's ever met
It's a late
him.
bloomer.
Yeah. He goes on to save myself
Mhm.
the lecture. He basically goes on and he essentially tells you the story, and he explains that, although he's like, I'm not going to lie. I am and was and still am very much in love with your mother. We used to, well, in a different lifetime. I used to be quite close to her, and since then there have been quite a few reincarnations of her that were fond of me, although I understand that, of course, such a thing like feelings is fickle, and not every single time has she returned my affections. One of such lifetimes, of course, well, resulted in you, but the fact that she changed her mind, I did let her leave when she wanted. I was simply trying to give her what she sought, and, well,
But why was
I'm
she
a
so
patient man.
why was she so afraid?
Who isn't afraid of me? But then again, who isn't afraid of you?
Me.
Me? Oh.
What?
What?
Just look over at Seraph, just what?
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 Well, Think of it this way. Would you really be so welcome as you are in any of the villages or towns in Barovia? These are scared people, and Barovia is not exactly a welcoming land. I am doing the best I can with it.
Are you?
Well,
Yeah, you're doing a bang up job.
It just
there's no
seems like
drought. There is no great invasions or wars. Most of the problems that the Barovians have are made entirely on by themselves. They create their own problems, they create their own fears, they fight against it, they entertain each other. This is honestly just this is what being custodian of the land is like. I'm simply trying to minimize the damage.
everything I've ever heard has been about how you send forces of darkness and blight the crops. And I don't think that you've been doing a very good job if that's not what you're trying to do.
I don't think that sending blight upon the crops would really aid me in any way. After all, if I kill all of the denizens here, what would I have left?
That's what I want to know because they're pretty much already dead,
What
just
about the
not
what about the towns that are
actually.
already destroyed?
Towns rise and fall.
Yeah, they
Doesn't
come
mean
back
I've
every.
personally had a hand in it.
Raven
So
looks at Seraph. That's just, yeah, they kind of come back every like 50 years or so.
so what, it's just entertainment? Just to see them rise and fall?
It's not entertainment for me, it's work. I do my best to protect them when comes time, but sometimes my protections are not enough. Sometimes there are uprisings, ill leaders, such as the burgomaster in Valaki. Sometimes there are better ones. You cannot blame me for every single thing that happens. I am but one man, after all.
That's why I'm confused because it seems to be all your fault, and yet you're just kind of here.
Well,
I
perhaps you
don't know.
could stay and observe for yourself. You did come to talk to me, after all, and I appreciate your company, and
Oh my god.
I mean, I was thinking, like, to be fair, he's always been grateful whenever we removed the things that were actually blighting the land. He's always, thank you. He just can't deal with the evils himself for some reason. I don't know.
It's just too lazy.
But Rava was never there for any of that. And Seraph,
yep.
you joined right before all we did with you was steal a dress and deliver it to the abbot, and
Right.
then we went up a mountain with Rava.
Yep.
Like most
Well, we
Kill
nobles,
the
went
he's
to
hag.
allergic to
the
Kill
doing
the
the dirty
hag.
work.
Yeah, we
I
did
mean,
fight the
that's fair.
hag,
That is fair.
Yep.
Yeah.
but she'll look over at Seraph again and it's just like, what are you doing here? You told me your people sent you.
Yeah, to put an end to him.
Why?
I don't know, I didn't ask details.
What? What? You just went and didn't ask any questions.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works with us.
What?
Oh yes, blind obedience. That is always a good idea, isn't it? And he kind of sips from his wine glass and glances at Rava very pointedly.
Hey.
As the guy who's willing to charm anyone with their pants off.
I can't help but be charming, but you can help to make your own decisions.
Which I have on my way here.
Right, and you've continued to do so.
We want to fight. Yep. I don't. Oh god, I don't know what's happening. Honestly, with anything, like I was mad at you for everything that you've done that impacted my life, which was mostly mom. But then they told me that they turned her into a hag.
Okay, hold on, that's not my fault.
For a
You
second,
part of it.
Rava, you kind of glance to the side and you watch as Strahd grips the glass so tightly it cracks a little bit, and a bit of wine trickles down his wrist. But he doesn't say anything else. He just watches.
So honestly, I'm not entirely sure what I'm here for. I just know that this place it's all I've ever known, but it's not great, especially the stories that you and Carter and Cray have told of the outside world. It seems to be a little less dour.
It is. It's not limited to just a single area. There's like oceans, there's the sky, there's sunlight.
That
And there
sounds
are tyrants, and there are monsters, and there are things far, far worse than me. There are
And
dragons there. Lots of
Seraph
fucking
just like rolls his eyes, and I'm just like, yeah, sure, there are those things, but they're not everywhere. Like, you're not gonna just turn the corner and just see a monster right then and there. There are wonderful places, there are beautiful places.
There is beauty in this land as well.
It's
If
dark
you
and gloomy
only
here.
So my question is what does this get us? What you think that if we kill him, Barovia ceases to be? It gets better? It gets worse?
It gets better.
How?
Like, yeah, sure, when someone dies, they just end up in a different body, or someone gives birth to a soulless child. But, like, there's still life and death. Like, there's so many things around. Life is worth living, not just moaning on repeat.
Yeah, Rava looks back at Strahd. It's just like, but so is it your doing? Is Barovia like this because of you?
because of me, goodness no, I'm not the one who. If I had my way, the issue with the souls would not be an issue. No, this is unfortunately. This is a far more complex problem that originated initially from the evil that plagued this land far before I came to it.
I want to insight.
Yeah, you
Just
can
for
That's
shit.
probably
insight check.
smart. Hell yeah.
Oh,
God.
Hell yeah!
yeah.
Seraph's just like lasered in on all of this.
Call him out.
I mean, he's very careful. Seraph, you're noticing that he's very careful to speak in such a way that he's not like outright lying or telling the not truth, but he's also very carefully constructing the way his sentences fall so that, yeah, he's telling the truth, but it's obviously not the whole story or not the actual truth. And I mean, you've also been in the Amber Temple and you've heard Cray rant about how this works, and you've heard Xanther explain how this works. Barovia is not, he didn't necessarily choose to make Barovia trapped in the Demiplane, but also, like, yeah, it's directly because of his actions, it's not by his choice. You see through him.
As if he was just a window.
Unintended consequence.
Right. So how do we fix it? Your people want to kill Strahd. What does that get us? I'm down for it. I just don't. I want to know that it's going to help.
It should help.
How?
Trust me, I've attempted to end my life several times, and it has not brought any amount of relief. I'm not really capable of being killed, although you're certainly welcome to try. However, I don't think that would actually alleviate the issue. I believe that this is a curse that could only be lifted when me and, well, the soul that I eventually seek are finally together. And until she chooses that, and he looks at Rave and goes, I am all about consent.
Aw.
Until she chooses that, I am contented to wait, regardless of.
She kind of like stares down at the table. It's just like, that's not how I was born.
He also literally took control of Seraph like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
He moderately hijacked Sam.
Moderately.
Just to steer you in the right direction.
Yeah, you guys were lost. He was like, how do I point them
It was
to the
less
dining room?
it was less a circumvention of will and more just a gentle hand on the shoulder of an idiot.
Exactly. See, yeah, Kay gets what I'm getting.
Shut up, Cray,
I
you're
don't
not
know.
here.
Maybe I've been playing too many villains, but all the villains just make
Right.
too much sense to me.
Most villains do. That's why they're villains.
That's why they're villains. Because, I mean, won't we all?
I mean, I think he's lying to himself about what'll get him out of here, but that's the delusion.
But I do have a question, with the soul and everything, Strahd. How is that gonna work
Hmm.
now?
In what way do you mean?
Well, I mean, she's a hag.
Now that you guys kind of fucked things up a little bit.
Hey, not me directly.
Eh.
I mean,
Well,
to be
that is
truly fair to Seraph, it really wasn't his fault. That was set in
Exactly.
motion by the
Yeah.
original party.
Raven knows that it was you had a part of it. So you're the only one here, so she's blaming you.
You were
well,
there.
why do you think I'm here talking to you? I mean, you are of celestial blood, I'm presuming, and this is partially why I have taken quite a shine to you. I believe you would be able to help me. It is within your repertoire to eventually gain the ability to remove curses, and I believe a strong enough casting of such a spell would be able to release her from the confines of this nightmare that she's found herself trapped within.
Well, it's unfortunate, but I don't have that level of spells, so...
But you could if you were to accept my tutelage. And if I gave you the space to grow your powers and, well, do what you came here to do and slowly heal this land? That was my proposal, after all. Kresk is a flourishing city. In fact, you have made it greater in many ways, and I am thankful for that. The only blight currently plaguing it is the abbot, who has done his best up to now, but unfortunately, I think he deserves a bit of a vacation. Time away from his post. Overwork does such terrible things to people.
But why would I, even if I did have the power, why would I revert Irina back to her original self? She's happy
Why
this
wouldn't you?
way.
Are you sure about that?
She made it clear.
Hmm. Well,
And you
perhaps
were
when
very
you found.
unhappy about it because you nearly killed, well, you nearly killed Cray and Carter, and you ended up trying to kill Death.
We had an agreement at the time, and
She never signed anything.
they. they broke my trust, so yes, I was quite cross for that. You understand when you try to rely upon a group of people and then they show you their true colors, even though you had so hoped that you would be able to work well together. And he once again glances at Reva pointedly.
First of all, it is not our fault that she decided to become a hag.
But it is your companion's fault that she was captured by the hag in the first place, and groomed by her, and tormented by her, until her mind broke and she saw no other way to survive, aside from accepting the curse.
And she's happy, and she's fine with it.
Well, I understand that perhaps reading isn't necessarily in your repertoire, but you have heard of something called Stockholm Syndrome?
Yeah.
I believe that this is in part what's happened to her. Lasaga was a very convincing individual when she needed to be.
Well,
But you, as that of holy descent of radiant blood, don't you look upon this curse as, well, a blight, in your own words? Do you really think that Irina would truly be happy as a creature of darkness?
she's not my target.
Or, hmm. Oh, that's right, because you were told. Perhaps independent thought is not really something I should be expecting.
He's just laying it on you right now. You gonna take this?
Yeah, yeah.
Somebody.
I'm not gonna make the first
You're
move.
just sitting here with popcorn, just like
I just don't. I don't know. How does how does you and how do you and mom getting together again fix the land? What does that even? How does that help?
I Listen, I'll be frank with you. I pined for your mother for a long time, and initially my obsession with her may have been somewhat unhealthy. But I
Yep.
realized
Oh, you were a
that
fucking creep.
kind of glances at you, rolls his eyes, and goes and turns to Rava and kind of puts his hand up as if you're having your own private little whispering session and goes, "Listen, I would never attempt to decide who you keep company with, but just I want you to know that he isn't as bright as he physically is he now?"
He was the best out of. He was the best choice.
Oh, that's rather horrifying, really. And he kind of takes another sip of his wine pointedly, which is by now mostly like gone down his sleeve because he cracked the glass. Regardless. What was it you asked me again? I have already forgotten.
Oh, Seraph, come on, man.
It was my
No,
question.
no.
Oh.
She's just making fun of you. But I just don't. I don't know how you two getting together again. You think that'll fix the problem with Barovia?
Well, I have no true proof of it. However, I do know that this entire curse was started by me making a deal with a dark entity to get me what I desire, and well, thus far I haven't really quite managed to do what I set out to do. Presumably, once I am able to accomplish it on natural terms,
You think he'll
perhaps,
let us go?
well, seems worth a try, doesn't it?
What were his terms?
I asked him for a way to bring us together, but I realize now, of course, that this was a fool's errand. I should have used my own charms and my own strengths for that. The fact that I sought the solutions to my problems in the arcane is perhaps a little bit, well, telling, but I've grown since then. I've had many centuries to reflect upon my actions, and I really think that, well, once I am able to win Irina over
So, let me get
on
this
my
straight.
terms.
You stalked this girl for however long, realized that you're not going to get her hand in marriage, went to a dark entity, made a deal, trapped the entirety of Barovia in this plane, and now you're regretting the decision?
It's kind of what it sounds like. Pretty
It's like
funny.
looking down the line for all of us.
Right.
Well, I fell in love. What can I tell you? I fell in love and I made some, perhaps stupid choices. The fact that Barovia was trapped in this dark hell was not necessarily my doing. It was simply, a secondary issue that came about because of my hubris, I admit. But then again, we can all relate to a little bit of desperation in times of need, can't we? And he kind of glances down at Seraph, and Seraph, he's looking directly at your hand. The weird one.
I just shifted under the table.
Kind of hums knowingly and goes, yes, I thought so.
Alright. I get the gist of it. But so he told you he'd fix things back to how they were. Well, you think that he'll fix things back to the way they were if you guys get together and
I
fulfill.
believe so, yes. It's worth a try at the very least. I mean, what's the worst that could happen if we did? Even if it
I
doesn't
mean,
work, perhaps with Irina by my side, I would be able to fix Barovia to something a little bit more palatable.
can't you just like talk to him and ask him to tell him that you want different things now? They seem to be pretty amenable to suggestions, honestly.
Chuckles
She
and
she just
goes,
kind of like twirls a bit of her hair in one hand.
kind of chuckles and goes, look, I don't mean to pull the I have more experience card on you, but I have been
Oh,
trying to
really?
reason with this creature for next to 300 years. They are not, they're not really ones for bargains beyond the first.
We'll see. Haven't had enough time. But, so then,
Perhaps.
what about get rid of him? Kill him.
Kill him.
Would you do this to the one that you made a deal with, my dear?
If he trapped me in a demi-plane for thousands of years after I told him to leave me alone and let me out, probably.
How would you go about doing such a thing? I am genuinely interested in your suggestions, you understand. I've tried many times to end this curse, as I've said.
Hmm. I mean, I
Perhaps
don't really.
together we could accomplish something. After all, you have experience in this now too, but it would require working together instead of simply showing up at my door, wandering around my castle, releasing 6 flame skulls into one of the rooms, nearly dying.
Hey, that wasn't
Kind
my
of
fault.
looks at his nails.
That the bag broke. I have a feeling it had something to do with who owned it. Not my
Oh,
fault.
sabotage. Yes, that's always
I did bring them so that they could
such.
come say hi to you, though. They can still do that.
Well,
Do you want that to happen? They're kind of funny.
if you. How about we find a place for them a little bit
Ooh, he's
further out?
scared of them.
This is a dinner table.
Yeah,
Doesn't want
Manners,
to break
manners.
his like
true.
very nice
Right?
dining room.
He does have really nice silverware and cutlery. That's
This
essential.
is the room of the castle that is like the closest to comfort that you've come across. There's like a light in the fireplace, some like distant music.
I mean, yeah, okay. I don't know much about the magic shit. Seraph,
Mm,
how do we get rid of the god in his head?
mm.
Wow. You you really were the perfect choice, weren't you?
I mean, what I know.
Probably not.
Amazing.
She expects you to know, though.
I love this so much. You guys aren't even fighting him. You guys aren't even fighting him. He's
Oh,
just having
he
dinner
is
with
he
you.
is 100% just winning without even trying, and
Yo,
it's amazing.
I
we,
know.
we got here, and then Seraph didn't try to do anything, and Raven was just angry and tired of walking around.
Oh, it
Oh.
was perfect. It's
How
so
about
amazing.
this? I will leave you to your dinner with Strahd.
Yep, we'll just
Afternoon
she'll like
lunch.
yeah she'll reach up and snap her fingers, just like, can we get some stuff to eat? We might be here a little bit.
Oh yes, yes, you must be so hungry. Young ones do need to eat a lot after all. Yes, and he claps his hands and
I'm not a kid, Dad.
we'll return to our intrepid
Yeah.
heroes at a later time. Think of some things you want to say to him, or
I mean, I hate to say it, but Raven's kind of just like uninterested at this point in like potentially fighting, because she didn't really have a whole lot going into the battle, I guess. And the fact that like Seraph's not even trying to do anything.
You said you wanted
look,
to talk. I was following you.
he's a master general. He knows about de-escalation. He let you get all your energy out by stomping around his castle and
What a
breaking shit,
bitch.
and he's like, this is now the perfect time to talk because you're
Yep.
A, tired,
Yep.
B, at the end of your rope.
What's an ass? Well, there we are. All right.
Cool.
We'll see where
We'll
that goes.
see.
I'm sure it'll be great.
Graham Carter, what's up?
I have a question.
Yes.
Did the Rams sustain me?
Did the
Was I
ram
able to
actually
eat
work?
it and gain nutrient from it? I realized that there were other ingredients and that the spell does make food that does,
I
but the
know, that's
ram
kind of what I was gonna say.
specifically.
The issue is that the Magnificent Mansion spell does actually provide you with full-on sustenance. So you're
Okay,
not entirely sure?
sure. Great. Hmm.
What if we?
Right.
What if on the next meal we step outside and we manually cook some lamb?
mean, I got another idea actually, and he's gonna go over to Xanther's study, and Dionadar's been chilling with him for most of the time that Cray's here. Like she's just been sleeping at his feet and just providing company since he seems
Yeah.
lonely. And as Cray walks in, he goes, "Oh, so looks like the other two aren't coming back. So Carter and I are gonna try to make our way back to our other friends in the city of Kresk down the mountain. I was
Ah,
actually, yeah,
yes. Kind
just
of
wondered.
folds his arms again and looks genuinely crestfallen this time and kind of goes, I am sorry, my boy. I didn't want to assume the worst, as it were, but it happens.
It does.
Sometimes friends drift apart.
It's been a rough, God, week. And such trials as the Emperor Temple require stronger bonds of friendship than I think we had forged. And I don't fault them for it. I wish they'd just taken the bag of holding and not my belt, because it had. But it's fine. They left the bandolier with the important stuff and my other pouches, so I can't. I can't be too angry. Everything can be replaced eventually. I'm more just interested in safely getting down the mountain and not A, freezing, B, starving, C, falling down the mountain. I'm wondering, given you're such a proficient wizard, are you capable of teleporting us to the city of Kresk?
Ah, hmm. Actually, that's a good question. Hold on.
Take
Hold
him with
on.
you. He's so
Can we
lonely.
bypass the whole walk back? And and would you be interested in coming to stay at my tavern with me and my other friends? Because eh, you
Let's face
seem
it, you're
like
fucked
you
it up.
need a break maybe from this place, and this place has been operating without your attention for hundreds of years, and while it has fallen into decay and everything is starting to break, what's going to be another month, come vacation with us at the Fool's Bounty, and you can always teleport back up to the Amber Temple if you are proficient with such magic.
Right. Well, much as I'd love to relive my younger glory days and go gallivanting about this land, I'm afraid that I've made a vow many years ago not to leave this temple, and I think it would be best if I kept that vow.
I
It's
assumed.
not.
Boo,
Sorry.
promise.
What was that?
No, he just was going to say I assumed, but I would have
That's
been
sad.
remiss to
Never
not
got to
ask.
see Dumas.
Follow-up question. Do you have any way for us to quickly return? If we wanted to come and visit you and just see how you were doing at a later date. If for some reason we find our way out of Barovia and I return to my homeland, I'd like to at least say goodbye. You've been one of the few lights here in this darkness, and it's been nice having a safe place to just deal with shit.
Well, that's very kind of you, my boy. It's. Hmm. I do not possess a lot of the objects that would allow us to communicate easily, and I'm afraid I would be able to. Hmm. I would be able to possibly send you to Kresk, although it's been quite a while since I've. Actually, no, hold on. He doesn't know where Kresk is. He knows generally, he knows of it. Well,
Ray reaches for his waist. He goes, "Oh," and he looks over at Carter. The map was on my belt.
Womp.
He's teleported
yeah, now that I'm
directly
thinking
of
of
it.
it, even if he has teleport, which he has like
He could send it to us based off of a description alone, and Craig could
he
tell
did
him
he could.
roughly the mileage, and I could roll an intelligence to see how accurate it is, and then we can
Yeah,
roll a d100 and see how good it is.
that would probably be the best
Hell yeah.
option. He's
At
kind
this
of like
point,
he thinks.
yeah, because it's 3 days hike down the mountain for Carter and Cray, because
Yep.
they can't just slow fall down a mountain.
Yep.
And they have
Or
no
be
rations
needed.
aside from questionable ram meat. And so Cray's
Mhm.
seriously looking at freezing because they don't really have warm clothing either. I mean, at this point, he still has his weird like wolf pelt thing that he
Yeah.
was
Yeah, I
driving.
mean,
But
if he could even, if you could chuck us down to the base of the mountain, even that would go a long way.
great,
Right, right. Well, no, I could certainly try. However, I will have to, you will have to give me another day. I'm afraid that it's not a spell that I had prepared today, so you will have to
I'm
take a
in no
little bit of
rush.
a
I do
rest
miss
and then
bird nests and I do miss Savid and Damas, but this place
you're
is worth hanging out in for another day.
right. Well, you're welcome to stay, of course, and I won't hold it against you. But yes, if you do succeed in your mission and you wanted to come and visit, I will happily hear from you. If one of your friends has arcane capabilities and is able to cast the sending spell to me and tell me in advance, perhaps, well, you would still have to come all the way back up here.
You know what's crazy? They taught me how to make sending stones when I was in school, but for some reason, it's not a spell that I can actually learn. I don't understand it. I do think I know somebody. I mean, she's a bird, but I think she'd be able to. So you might hear things like danger soup and,
I
just
can't do
random
it as a
words.
bird.
But just if you,
Has somatic components.
he doesn't know that. But if you just hear random squawking in your head, just know that it's me and I'm thinking about you. He gives you a thumbs up.
Right, right. Thank you. Yes. I'm
So,
afraid
well,
I won't be able to accommodate any sort of magical transportation beyond sending you out of here. The temple is built to, well, protect things from teleporting in here.
that makes a
Um,
lot of sense. That does. But if you could, like Carter said, even just get us to the base of the mountain, preferably Kresk itself. But I'm not
Pushy.
exactly. I'm not pushy.
right,
Thank you,
right.
voice in the air.
You're
Beggars
welcome, welcome, welcome.
absolutely cannot be choosers. We'll take literally anything you can
Right,
provide, and we're not gonna ask for any more than what you've already done. So if you can't, we definitely understand.
100%.
Right, right. Well, I can certainly do my best. No promises. Of course, the teleportation spell, I haven't done it in, oh, good lord, I haven't done it in many, many years. So, yes, it will take me a while to just study up on it. And perhaps I do have maps here of an ancient version of the Barovian landscape. Perhaps if you are able to point out to me approximately where this Kresk now stands, we can
I can do that.
attempt to, yes, get on with it. But you will have to give me a little bit of time to get back into it.
Sounds good.
Mm.
Well,
And
I think
for
we
the
should we'll just kill the day sparring and just relaxing one last day before we leave on the fourth day.
all right, yeah, fair enough. All right, Carter, would you like to do anything else then?
Uh, I mean, I'll show Cray the new sword.
Ooh,
Yeah.
He's definitely seen the Doc touch it, but I don't think he's actually done the lightning thing yet.
I mean, I can definitely tell that there's magic running through that now. That's going to be much more efficient and effective. Is that your friend helping you out?
Yep, he was surprisingly willing. I mean, he did kind of shock me again, but at this point, I'm kind of getting used to it.
Yeah, I am too. It's almost like I don't know, pick me up at some points. It's just enough to get the blood flowing, the adrenaline pumping. We haven't really fought in a few days, and as he says that, he kind of looks. And I'm realizing that I don't know what happens now that Tramat is in Bitey. What would happen if Bitey took a bite of me? So maybe we should find something to just hit, or just so I could feed Bitey, because looking at it, it's been about if the day we leave will be 5 days of 7. And he doesn't if he ends up directly in Crest, there's a good chance they hit 7 and he does not know what Dark Bitey will do. He knows what Bitey would have done.
Is he willing to take the chance?
Maybe we find like, I don't know, one of those twig blights and we just let him chonk on that for a bit. Maybe a few of them until I get him to activate. I gotta swing it just the right way, but I'm getting good. Especially if someone's distracting him, I get that extra moment to just like line it up and just it's great. That's it. That's all I got.
Hmm.
I don't really want to go fight the Arcanoloth and the
Find him
high
again.
level caster. Just the two of us. Nah, I think,
Two
I think I'm
melees.
good. If we could just sort of nope out and just out, that'd be great.
Well, if that's all you got, then I believe I hear that G's back. So,
It's good because I
So-
Seraph would have just been getting super annoyed with Strahd just avoiding or just answering questions with other questions to the point where Seraph's just
just
like, you know
talking
what,
to you.
fuck
Wow.
this.
How-
And he
Okay.
would have just shot all charges of his magic missile from the Keyblade,
Okay.
which is 7.
Okay. At which point, your attacks go directly through the illusion.
Nice.
And Strahd just kind of looks down at the wine glass that's been continuously
How did
leaking
he
that
break
your
the
magic
line?
missiles hit.
How did he break it if he's an illusion?
I mean, illusions can make many things look
Okay.
like they've happened, so the wine glass is a part of the illusion.
Fair. Okay, that makes sense.
It's not a real wine glass. And he just goes, a little rude, don't you think? And, Seraph, I need you to make a constitution saving throw for me.
Not bad.
Okay. Okay. Rava, are you doing anything?
Right now, just watching, I guess.
Just watching?
Yeah.
Seraph, make me another constitution saving throw.
Even better.
Oh, wow, not bad. And Rava, if Rava is still just watching, make me another one.
She doesn't know what's happening.
No, she doesn't. Wow, damn. Yeah,
Yeah.
good job.
Okay.
You got it.
This is just
Okay.
you eating the food.
No.
It's probably
You
yeah.
missed the fact that he tried to, like, magic missile Strahd and he's an illusion. So then he did
That makes
something
sense.
and Seraph is making constitution saving throws for something.
Hell yeah.
Right? It's great.
That's great. Okay. Seraph, what are you doing? You feel that there's a weird kind of magic seizing up your body for a second, but you push past it and push it out of you. Strahd just kind of sets his imaginary wine glass back down on the table. You realize now that the whole time, despite the fact that it had cracked, it had continued to have wine in it. Like, it was leaking wine, but it was continuously having wine for him to continue to sip through, which is kind of weird. She just kind of sets it down and goes, well, if you would like to continue this, we could, of course, but I still was hoping for eventually working with you instead of against you. What do you
Says
say?
the guy who was a pussy and couldn't meet us face to face.
Oh, very well. If that's what you want.
I mean, it was a little rude. We did come all this way.
His go-to move, though. That's what he does.
Very well. And another Strahd, the Strahd at the table disappears, and another Strahd just kind of steps out from. He steps out almost through the organ that had been gently playing by itself up until now, and you're not sure if it's another illusion or actually Strahd this time, but he kind of glances at Seraph and goes, very well, if you want to play, we can certainly do that instead. And Seraph, roll me one final constitution saving throw.
Watch me fail this one. Oh. Though I feel like it's probably is a fail.
So here's the thing.
Neat.
Here's
going
the
so
thing.
well.
You guys didn't rest after you got blasted to hell by flaming skulls?
Nope.
Okay.
We would have.
short rested.
Yeah, we took a short rest, but we didn't have time to like go back to bed.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me roll some dice. Ah.
Like the broad stroke rolls, just like, all right, roll 2 dice and let's see what happens. Ooh, those were not good. Those were 4 decent con saves. That last one though.
I
Right.
know, I know.
Yeah.
Maybe
It's a
not
little bit
quite
more.
good enough.
Probably
Yeah.
not. Guess what, Reva?
Yay, great.
Yeah, you didn't even have how much total HP do you have? Just out of curiosity.
Reva or me?
You.
61.
Cool.
Flat
Rava, you watch as a
out.
streak of black energy
Oh,
comes
so
from Strahd's fingers. He gently just points at Rava and
Seraph.
bursts right into, right into Seraph and bursts into his chest, and he just falls to the floor and does not move again.
Oh no,
It's
that was
power
finger of
word
death.
kill. Or finger of death.
That's finger of
And-
death.
yeah. She kind of just like blinks and stares at him on the floor. Huh.
Strahd just kind of watches and goes, now up, and he moves his finger, like curls it upwards,
Oh boy.
and Seraph's entire body twitches, and you hear a spine crack, and he stands again.
This is why
Is
Kratos was
my
not ready to
entity
fight this
doing
man.
anything?
Wow.
Currently, no.
Okay.
And he just kind of, he doesn't do anything, but Strahd looks back at Raven and goes, now that that's taken care of, I do apologize, dear. I didn't quite
Goodbye,
like the way that
Seraph.
he was talking to me.
Yeah, he was always kind of also an asshole, but more of like a sassy asshole. Whereas, you
Rude. The man died.
Talking ill of the
Oh,
dead.
ooh, yeah.
What to
Ooh.
expect.
know.
Right, well, if you don't want to look at him anymore, of course I can find a better place for him to do something more useful, but in the meantime...
Huh.
And he kind of glances back at Seraph's body, which looks paler and very clearly dead.
Knee.
Although there is no actual marks on him, despite, well, there is some scarring from the flame skulls, from the burns, but just kind of stands there, and he kind of flicks his fingers again and goes, "Why don't you go and take a stroll? I believe you would benefit from getting a better knowledge of the castle." And Seraph's body just strolls out of the room, and you guys are alone. And since Seraph is now out, I believe the rest of it we can leave with, you know what? I'll just text you, Rava.
Okay. And
And
she
we'll
kind of just
figure out how that finishes.
she
Raven
just
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 chuckles
fades to
and takes a
black.
sip of blood, like, ha, I'm in danger.
pretty much she sits at the table like with her own glass in hand, just like watching him walk out the door, just like, huh, just like that, huh?
Oh
Kind
boy.
of
In
fade to black
danger.
on that one.
Oh, that's the kind of shit you're scared of. That's the figure of death has an average damage of 65.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
just average. And if
Yeah,
you
I
hit
rolled
0 with it,
63.
it kills you
Yep.
instantly. And then on the
Yep.
next turn, you
Reroll.
rise as a zombie. That's
Yep.
what I killed Vash with when we had
That's
his narrative
right.
exit.
You did.
Killed him
Uh-huh.
with the finger of death. It's so scary.
Yeah.
Like
See, like
that
I
very
could take
moment where you're just like you're talking to him, he just flicks his hand, just doesn't even take his eyes off Rava, he just flicks his hands at you and you just die.
you die.
I
Right?
did.
So why she kind of just is just like sitting there, just like,
Oh.
huh.
I'm in danger.
I mean, I could
Yeah,
take
so
like 2 of those, but
here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, is that you, Seraph, you escaped another very interesting end for yourself.
How many did I
But
escape?
what was
you escaped just once. Strahd was trying something else before, going for the killer option. He wanted to make it a little bit more interesting, but you'll never know.
No.
Mm.
Will you
You'll
tell
never
me
know.
afterwards?
Maybe not.
It'd be good for my video.
Pray and Carter wake up on the 4th day and stretch.
get a shiver.
You know, I will say for your video, I will say that there's definitely a spell that you can probably figure out what it is that requires 3 Constitution checks in a row. Or
Oh.
technically,
I'm gonna have to look
well,
that up because I
Oh,
don't
I
know.
know what it
you and
was.
your
I know
you and your
one of
viewers could have fun figuring it out.
I know what that. Oh, yeah, that would have been fun.
That would have been fun, especially because he
Those were
was in that
really
room and it
good
would have been
saves.
Oh, whoopsie.
they were good saves, yeah.
All right,
All right, so
we're ready to teleport. We eat our final breakfast in the magnificent or the extravagant abode of Xanther,
Yep.
and are ready to make our way to Kresk through
Making
whatever
our way.
means we can.
Making my way downtown.
Arcane or ambulatory. Hopefully, just not down the mountain.
Yeet.
Yeet. Okay. Very good. I do apologize for killing your character, Sarah.
Yeah.
It was gonna happen anyway.
It's just really funny that it
He
happened
kind of signed
literally
up for it.
in one
Yeah,
round.
yeah,
Bam.
When Raven asked you want to come with me, he kind of already signed his death warrant.
yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
you
much.
knew.
Oh, okay. I think I know what.
Yeah, right. Anyway, so we'll eat our breakfast and say one final goodbye to Xanther, thanking him and letting him know that we'll be in touch. And if he hears squawking, just know it's us. And it's ridiculous, and Cray knows, and he doesn't care. It just sounds ridiculous.
Right.
But then he'll hope that we can teleport, and he's just going to stand here in the entry hall with D, and he'll hold Ketchi on his shoulders or in his arm, and just hope
Yep.
that he can get us out of here. And he'll have pointed out pretty much based off of Xanther's map and the map he has, and I realize that the two don't because artistic differences, but he'll point to roughly where he thinks Kresk is.
Mhm.
Maybe like he'll find the lake because the lake should be a good landmark, and he'll aim for the whatever that like inlet of the lake, whatever that river becomes on his map, and it'll be like around there.
Okay. Okay.
You don't
So
have
that's
your.
the solid.
I have your map.
I know
Yep.
Xanther has a
Yep.
map
Okay,
from
good.
years
Yeah,
and years
yeah.
ago.
He has
Okay.
an
Yeah,
old
yeah.
map.
It's
Okay.
really old, so Cray's having to like estimate based off of what he remembers of the map. But he's also looked at our map a lot, so
Okay. Okay. Cool. I missed that part.
all good.
How dare
All
you?
right.
No, I'm kidding.
How dare
I'm
you?
Dad.
Yeah, I'm dead.
I'm Dad.
From beyond the grave.
From beyond the grave, you just
Um,
see this pink ghost going like, "Ooh, I'm here to judge your fashion."
Oh no.
All right. In that case, yeah, you've explained to Xanther for the most part what it looks like, and given the fact that you can give a description of the general area, will kind of help his aim. He looks quite sad to see you go, but you know, he's
You
still
can
trying to
still.
be positive about it. And he goes, "Well, yes, take care of each other and make sure that you don't yes, accidentally teleport. I suppose that's on me. Anyways, if you ever wanted to come back, I will make sure to keep your rooms for you, and I'll keep that what is it called, a forge? Yes, a
Yes.
forge. In that room for you as well, Cray.
Cray just looks at him, he smiles, and he runs up and he gives him a gentle hug because he knows he's mostly bones. So he's just
Aw.
gonna give him a
Yeah,
little hug.
you hear a rib crack, but
Like,
Oh,
Xanther
sorry.
returns the
He
hug
quickly casts
regardless.
mending on it. He's like, sorry, sorry. It just runs his hand, and the mending cantrip just. Zoop.
You
That was
could
does
good.
it
still.
work on bones?
It is a
Why not?
construct. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's the thought that counts.
It's the thought that counts.
He's like, thank you. Yes. If I ever get stuck in Barovia, I promise you, I will return here and help you stand guard on the Ember Temple. Because I can think of no better purpose for myself here than to do that. If I can't get the fuck out of here.
Oh dear boy, you have no idea how that warms my still shriveled heart to hear that. And he kind of
Because,
reaches up and tries to wipe away a tear that doesn't exist.
and as he does that, the tears that have been welling in Cray's eyes fall, and he's like, all right, let's go home.
All right. And Xanther raises his hand and goes, "Well, I'm just about ready here. So Oh boy. This fails. I am terribly sorry. And he rolls up his sleeves and he's going to cast teleport. So,
Here we fucking go.
I'm gonna do. Let's do this.
Can
It is
Carter
a
roll the
description of
100?
the area. Yeah, just roll me a d100. See what
Carter, you
happens.
can do it.
I don't like that it's getting.
Okay.
Okay. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. Um. Yeah, you guys begin to feel your forms dissipate, and
He
what should I
accidentally
do? Hold
cast
on.
Disintegrate. No, I'm kidding.
Accidentally.
On
Hold on.
purpose.
That was so my.
It was off by like 1. Hold
I
on. I'm
know.
gonna
That
say
is
something. I'm gonna do evens. Evens, you actually get out of there. Odds, you stay in. Because wow, this is terrible. You're presumably actually he can't teleport. I don't think he can teleport you on the thing. You would have to
think
go
we
out
just
into the
hit the
temple proper, but
yeah, we'd have to be out in the temple.
well,
And
regardless, this is for
yeah.
just for flavor. So, you'd attempt to teleport, and I believe you guys take force damage.
Yep. 3d10.
Yeah.
And then we re-roll again. I'll do it this time. Let's see.
Yep.
Why force damage? Is that how teleport works?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
If you mishap it, you take damage.
teleport has a table, and we're
Yeah.
basically doing this off of just a description of the area. So a 1 to 43 is a miss.
Yep. So that's 16 points of force damage as you guys are kind of like shunted.
Hey, that's better. That's much better.
Okay. Yeah. So you
We
guys
end up in
essentially
Benrich's tower for a second, just like
you
Carter's like, my
see.
bad. I think I got too close to Xanther as he was casting. I might have shocked him. That's on me.
oh, it's all good. That just hurt for a second.
Yeah, you guys are like spaghettified. You see a weird. You're like inside of a black hole for a moment where you see everything stretching out before you, and for just a brief second, you see the entirety of Barovian like a snow globe, and then
Hell
something just knocks you on the back of the head, and you go flying back in, and you go. Let's see if he succeeded. That means he wouldn't be able to teleport you directly to the inn or anything, but I think it would be reasonable to say.
Well, he was aiming more for like where the bridge
Yeah.
is. That's a very, very like noticeable landmark for him where the lake kind of comes into a river, and he knows there's
Yep.
a bridge right there because he's camped at it a lot. So when he was looking at an old map with just geographical locations, that's what he looked for and was like, just right where that bridge might be."
Then yeah, you would be slightly. See, you would be slightly north of the bridge. You'd probably be around here. I'll say for flavor, you end up like knee deep in water. But
Oh, okay, well, at
other
least
than
it's
that,
not frozen snow. He kind of
it
like,
is.
There
Yeah.
there aren't any mishaps with the whole lightning thing, are there? Being in water.
Cray
why
gets
would you
so
ask
shocked.
that question? Why would you speak such a thing into existence? I'm in the water with you.
Actually, this is a new day. This is a new day. Oh my
It's a new
god.
day. It's a
Yes.
new life.
It's a 10. They're getting worse.
You
The
roll
betrayal
me
is finally sunk
46,
in.
but it's going to be doubled because you are in water. Actually, it would be with disadvantage, but whatever. I'll just do 46.
Another
That's
12.
12 more damage.
Okay. And he kind of like looks over and he's like, he gives you a thumbs up and he's like, you know what? Even though he spaghettified me and you shocked me, that's still less than I would have taken just walking down the mountain. So he kind of pulls himself out of the river's bright side of life. Oh, he takes a
Carter,
deep breath and looks up.
Carter, a dead fish floats by your knee.
Hey, look,
Just
free
a,
lunch.
just a carp.
Already cooked.
Already cooked.
On the bright side, maybe we can weaponize this if the first thing that I touch is, something that shouldn't be touching me.
It really, all we got to do is just point to it anybody but me, and this should be very useful.
Nope, just always cray. Every single morning, always cray.
kind of like cracks his back. Oh God, I will say though, the muscle spasms, they're really really good for the joints. They kind of like loosen and then tighten. It's weird on the tendons, and it feels not great when it's happening, but afterwards, no, it's still not great. All right, let's go. And they'll make their way back to Kresk.
Okay. Excellent. Well, we're not going to go back to Reva because we'll discuss what happens with
She
Reva. I'll
she just
just
drinks for the rest of the afternoon.
you're just like take the wine. It is real wine.
Yep. She steals his wine and drinks.
Oh my goodness.
All right, and you guys are going back to Kresk, which will take you a couple of hours. Give me 1 second to get that ready there.
I brought an ally and they were immediately yoked.
Yeah, right. She wasn't
Oh.
expecting you to die in the literal first 6 seconds of the fight, so unsure where we go from here.
God.
Um,
I think you just made like the whole final bit so much harder on the rest of us, on everybody.
I hope
uh, yes,
so.
yes. All right. Well, you guys head back to Kresk. You are recognized when you pull up. I will not have you roleplay that.
We head straight
However,
for the Fool's Bounty and hope to see
you
them.
do
I mean,
head
it's
straight.
been like 2 weeks since we left.
It has been 2 weeks. It may have been more. Now that you
It
think of
may have
it, the
been
Amber
more.
Temple may
We
have
did.
distorted your perception of time a bit.
It might have been. Oh my God. So we head for whatever may be of Fool's Bounty, and he's just kind of like, as he's walking along, he's talking to Carter about what he hopes, the progress that they've made, and hopes that they were able to infuse some funds into Kresk's like local economy to help people, you know, with the money that he left. 'Cause at least he's like, at least I took that out of the bag before, they stole it. I got that out just in case, because it was a lot. And I was like, if I die on that mountain, that's a lot of money that's just going to be left there. I didn't expect my bag to be stolen, but these things happen.
Hey man, I mean, shit happens.
I mean, now I know where you guys dropped all that stuff in that hallway. I'm gonna have to go back and make sure
Nope.
that I know
It's just
what
gonna
all
be
else
there.
is
I
there.
feel like it's gonna get cleaned
Yeah.
up.
Here, I'll the things that I pulled out, and that I'll send you an updated picture or an updated spreadsheet. Because I
All right.
basically had all the gems out by that point, because Seraph grabbed them all, so I guess they're all with Seraph.
The dead Seraph.
Yep, wherever
Uh,
he is now.
I don't want to delete the gem of rightness and say I'm just gonna put lost after that, because they're demonic. It's like I can delete gems, that's fine, but it would feel
Yeah.
bad like actually losing it, even though I know it's gone.
Just think,
They're in the
there's a
hallway.
good, there's a good chance Corpse Seraph might depose the abbot.
That would be
Maybe
really funny.
that
would
would
be
be
funny.
really funny. And who knows how long we were in there for 4 days after you guys left. Like timey-wiminess.
Time is a weird soup.
Yeah, I'll send that to you so you can
Time is an illusion, and so are paths.
give Strahd all of his gear.
Yeah, we gave
Yep.
Strahd back all of his gear. Well, minus the necklace, because,
Yeah, we kind of broke
that
that.
broke. Well, no, Des still has the thing that he gave her, which I think was a mace or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
that
it
was
was
in
a dark
Dragon
maze.
Folding.
Yeah,
I think that
that's
was
right.
Oh,
no,
that
that
was
would have no, that would have been with Dessa's stuff, because he did take all of Dessa's gear out. He used it. He basically grabbed all of her stuff when she turned into a bird forever and put it in the bag. But when we got back to Kresk, he left all of her stuff in Dessa's room because it's Dessa's stuff. He wasn't carrying that all around him. That's why it
Okay.
wasn't in the bag's inventory.
Strewn about the fool's bounty.
It's just it was in one of the rooms, whatever
Guess what,
one you
Cray?
see.
You are gonna get your revenge.
Alright.
You guys pull up. Probably by the time you actually get in there, it's closer to nighttime, because I assume you wouldn't have, like, left at the
No.
break of dawn or anything. But you're let in. A couple of the guards, they clearly recognize you, although you guys look pretty well. No, you wouldn't actually look like shit because you've spent the last couple of days.
You look
In
actually pretty good.
luxury.
Yeah,
Gray would
in
have gotten a
luxury.
kind of like a haircut by the flame skull, so it's actually looking a bit trimmed, so it's just shaggy, but not like total afro.
Mhm.
His
Like
armor's been
mine right
cleaned
now.
up. He got prestidigitation, so he actually looks pretty good. He just looks, if
Hmm.
anything, he just looks world weary.
That is true, yes. But the guards, yeah, they recognize you, they let you in, and they don't usher you off anywhere, but they're just kind of watching you walk away, and you guys presumably remember the way back to the Fool's Bounty, and as you round the corner and begin to ascend a small hill up towards the side of the town that you remember leaving, an interesting building comes into view where you thought the Fool's Bounty would be. However, it is quite different to what you expected. Like, you remember it being this relatively rundown hovel, and from the front it looks similar for certain, but the stonework is new. There is a sign out front. The second story looks relatively refurbished. There's fresh windows installed, and it looks just like a completely new building, honestly.
Ray goes to pat Carter on the back, thinks about it for a second, realizes he's already been electrocuted once today,
Yeah,
pats
so
him
it's
on the
fine.
back, like, look at that, and hurries up to the front door and just runs in.
Okay.
I can't control my token, unfortunately.
Oh no! Why have I done this to you? Hold on.
I don't know.
I can't. No, I'm kidding.
You're not here.
I'm not
You're
here.
dead. You're somebody else that we haven't met yet.
Sometime in the
Why?
future.
No,
Duh.
not Carter. That's Cray. Oh, god damn it, no, not Carter.
Oh yeah,
Why does it...
Cray, what's up?
No,
Jump off a cliff.
My
Ah!
bodily autonomy.
Oh god. Why are you not in the list,
so
Cray?
worried Krabata was going
See,
to.
oh, there you are. Okay.
You should be like the
See
first
you.
one on the list.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what was
Okay,
sad?
there we go.
When
What?
we were all having this conversation, I was outlining a drawing that I had, but I made the mistake and did the outline on the same layer as my rough sketch.
Wow.
I had to do the whole thing again.
Deonadar, there you are. Nope, that's not you. That's not Deonadar. There's Deonadar. HP. I don't know why I'm putting HP in here, given the fact that D
It
is...
just puts the bar.
It does. Alright.
She's always at full unless we're fighting a lot, because between battle he usually spends 5 or 10 minutes and just goes, "You're a good girl. Aren't you such a good girl?" while he uses bending over and over again and fixes the little breaks.
Fix.
But it always just looks like praise, and she like jumps all over him and makes it as difficult as possible.
Gotcha.
But yeah,
Alright.
you run in, and I want to see what it looks like on the inside. He opens the door.
Alright, the first thing you see is a very nice looking refurbished front entrance, and it looks like, honestly, there's a couple of like people in here that you
shit.
did not anticipate.
Oh,
But
shit.
People.
Oh my god, it's Bert Des.
He sees Bird Des, and he runs over immediately to Bird Des and like gives her a big hug, and he's probably gonna squeeze her until she squeaks.
Yeah, she was kind of just curled up on the bar in a little fluff pile, sleeping, and you run up and grab her, and she screeches.
Rah!
Oh, and he just gives you a big hug. He's like, "It's so good to see you," and he just calls it, "Savid, Tomas."
In Dumas's voice, it's just like, fuck!
Oh, sorry. And he puts Bird Des down. My bad.
Dumas immediately emerges from this little, like, it looks like a serving thing where you know if you work in a restaurant, they'll
Yeah.
like, the cooks will like set the thing up. Dumas just emerges from there and he goes, "What the fuck?" With the exact same intonation.
Yep.
It's like he jumps on this stool with one foot and then lunges himself over into a hug on Tomas. He's like, there's no stopping him.
Dumas is just like, holy shit, you're alive! And then there's another voice, and you see now that this leads into like a separate area as well, and there's a door there, and the door bursts open, and Savita's like, are you fucking kidding me? And he just bursts through.
He has
Like-
Damas by like one arm with his like
lush
shoulder and
foot.
arm, and then he runs over to Savid and puts his other arm around Savid. He's like, oh, it is so good to be home.
We just kind of like. Savid
And
just
he lets them both
actually
go.
hugs you back for once, and it's just like, holy fuck, we thought that you'd. Holy fuck, we kind of thought that you died.
You,
Oh
you
my
guys
God,
don't
I'm-
know the half of it. You really
It
don't.
was- Ooh.
I. Wow, okay, alright. Oh, Carter! Oh, Carter's also alive. That's
Yeah.
good to see
Burdess
you.
flies in
man.
Carter's face and just like
Carter
starts like
lives.
screeching at him like angrily.
Or just kind of like he's obviously Cray was able to touch him without shocking him, but he's still trying to be really careful with them. He tries to gently pat her to calm her down.
It
She, like,
seems
pecks-
you're.
She pecks you
Yeah,
on
it
the
seems
hand
like-
and then she flies over to Cray and starts pecking him in the face.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I'm just gonna. He just stands there and takes it. He kind of lets her
One
just sit
point
on
of
his shoulder.
damage each time.
Yeah, basically. A couple of the other like patrons are now looking around and just like looking at you guys really strangely, and they seem to be curious in what's happening. But Savid doesn't even care. He just like ignores them, and he goes, "Look, what the fuck is? We gotta get you some drinks or something. You actually don't look as bad as I expected you to look, but are you
I've been
all
living in a
hungry?
magical mansion for the last 4 days and was sent here by a lich. I'm
What?
starving though. Yeah, I know, right? That's crazy.
Haven't been
It's
able to
absolutely-
drink much in a long time. Let's circle back to that. How about you get us as much drink as humanly possible?
Yeah, no,
Well,
I
we
can
also
do that.
had the decanter of wine for the last
Oh,
few
that's right.
days.
You did have the endless decanter, which you I think. Wait, where did you keep that?
That was
No, you kept that on you.
that was on him. It was usually like hooked onto his belt, but it would have been like cumbersome to take with the belt, so it would have been easily.
You
slid off.
probably would have been gentle with it and taken it off the belt when you took your pants
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
But Des will fly back over to Savid and land on his shoulder and just like cock her head, and in Dumas's voice again, it's just gone.
Right. Sorry. Didn't. How long have we been gone? I at first I thought I was going to freeze to death, and then I thought I was going to get murdered by barbarians, and then. How long? It's been a
Right.
while.
Well, it hasn't been terribly long, but yes, we haven't quite seen you for about it'll be close to 2 months now.
Too long.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
It didn't feel like 2 months, I'll tell you that.
No.
What? Okay. Sabi just kind of sits down on some of the crates here and just motions to Demas, and Demas just goes, I'm gonna make some food. Just kind of
Please.
disappears back into the kitchen.
Perry starts taking his gear and just sort of like resting it on the counter, and he's just kind of like 2 months. Well, that explains the improvements. This place looks amazing. Not even
Oh.
looked around.
Yeah, they actually did a really good job. The men were really into making it look nice, and especially once it started getting warmer. Snow's almost melted. Guys missed most of winter. It's still kind of winter. It's winter most of the year here, but
Cold
I mean,
soup.
it's
We got plenty
Yes.
of winter. Don't worry. We got our fair share of snow.
Yeah,
right. I
I
imagine
think
so.
I'm done with it for a while. He kind of just
I-
sits there and pets Bird Death, and he's just like, sorry, gone.
Definitely murdered.
No, definitely murder.
Murdered.
Murder.
Murder.
And, and he kind of looks to Carter. We had more company when we left.
Right. I was going to say, what happened to Seraph and the mean one?
A little bit of
I thought-
mutiny. He holds a thumb and index finger like barely not touching. Just a little bit of mutiny.
Yeah, they
Oh.
stole my belt in the middle of the night while we were staying in that Lich's mansion and
Oh.
legged it. And I don't know if they're alive or dead. I know that they attacked or were attacked by or facilitated the attack of 6 angry flame skulls at some point, and the rest of my shit is somewhere, but that's about all I know. He just
Right.
sort of like
That's
half-heartedly smiles.
right. That's well, that certainly is something.
It really is, but I don't know.
What
I don't
flame
wanna-
skull?
Flame skulls? They're like angry skulls that are on fire, and they're mildly to moderately insane. And when you kill them, they don't die. They come back. And I don't know how to make them not do that, so I just sort of put them in my bag of holding. And they kind of came back in the bag, but they couldn't get out of the bag, so we kept them in the bag. And we were gonna use the bag against Strahd. We had this whole plan. It was great. We were gonna leave it and then like ring the doorbell, and then I'd remove the infusion, and he'd have to deal with these angry flame skulls. We had it all, and I think she got the idea from me, and kind of thought, well, this will be useful, but then looked at it and went, I don't know which one of these bags it is, so I'm just gonna take them all, and took everything.
So she robbed you, and then they ran off to do what?
I presume fight Strahd. But,
Oh,
you
I'm
know,
sure that went well.
right? I don't think
Murder!
she was
Definitely
listening
well.
when I told her that we weren't quite ready, but we were making great progress. I
It,
don't know.
it's something. I mean, we got robbed, and Carter's gonna dump his bag and all the Electrum because he doesn't have a bag of holding. He's got a regular bag, but he definitely filled his bag full of Electrum. So he's just gonna dump it on the counter for him. Like, we got robbed, but we kind of slightly made up for it.
Death starts taking pieces of Electrum and flying it up to like a shelf in the back that has just like a bunch of shiny shit.
Yep.
Because that's
And
what
just keeps
boys
coming back
do.
for
Or ravens. Sorry.
Right.
There's no way that
Eventually, Dumas emerges, and he kind of like gets back up here, and he goes, "Okay, time to eat." And he just like brings you guys a whole bunch of food because I have nothing better to do. Food.
food. Oh my god. He starts eating.
Eventually, just settles down next to you guys. Dumas should be smaller. He's small. Kind of sits down and goes, "So, did you get what you were looking for, or?"
Murder!
We did, and he reaches into his armor where he's been keeping the Book of Strahd, like, tucked into his scale mail. And he takes it out. This is what we were told would assist us.
Meow.
I know. And he kind of sets it down. It's apparently the man's. He kind of looks around. Maybe we should. And he picks up. He takes a handful of Electrum, probably like 30, 40 pieces. And he goes over to each. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I need to ask for a private conversation. So he puts 20 Electrum down on the table. If you could please
The
enjoy
man
your
looks
meal
at you
home.
like you're absolutely crazy and just goes, "Oh, yeah, of course."
Sorry. Just for the
all right.
evening. We'll be just closed for the
Alright.
evening. We'll be reopened tomorrow night. Thank you. And he goes over to the other person and does the same thing. He gives them 20 Electrum. And then.
Yeah, and she just takes
Hey,
it and she goes,
Out right now.
Okay. Do you have anyone staying
they-
upstairs, or is it just our rooms?
No, nobody's really staying. Everybody kind of lives in Kresk, but this is the best, kind of the best and the only inn that's really operating here, so a lot of people come here, but yeah, we can close up and we can, actually, I can make it so that you can talk to her properly, and Savid kind of like motions to the Raven Death,
Ah!
and goes, "We can actually just talk here." Give me a second. Actually, can he cast it on somebody else? Give me a second to
I
double
don't think
check.
so. I think it's just on himself.
I
I
think
think
it's
he'd have
just
to
self.
He can
interpret.
translate, yeah, at least.
Yeah, he could translate. All right, in which case, Savid, you guys can stay at the counter, but Savid essentially casts Speak with Animals, and
Hell yeah.
Des can just speak, and we'll just pretend that Savid is the one transliterating everything.
The very first thing is just like, where the fuck have you guys been? It's been so long and I thought you were dead.
Yeah, I know. And he'll go into a long, very detailed story of their adventure up the mountain with Reva. The first day of near death in the Amber Temple. The friendly Yeti they met along the way who was chilling in a bathtub. The regret they felt at not preparing better for the cold weather. Um, just all of it, really. This is his family. He's not. He's just eating and drinking, and Carter could chime in with his perspectives, and we just reveal it all, and just we. Cray will even tell them about Cremata, and he will, as he's getting to that bit, he's like, and I don't know, what was it? Third night in, third night we were there. Everyone had been having trouble sleeping. We were all exhausted, mentally and physically, and it was inhibiting our ability to survive. I was considering leaving without having gained anything, just so that we'd have time to recover. And that night, one of those voices finally was able to reach out to me, and from what I could tell, offered me a path out. At least the power to carve a path, I think. And if nothing else, I don't know.
What
And
do you
he
do?
stops. He's like, his name's Cremata, and he lives in Bitey now. And he motions over to Dark Bitey, and that's why it's all black and angry and really cool looking. He also lives a little bit in my head, but when
Craig,
I
you said
know,
yes?
it was you. He looks at Des and he's like, if you'd been there, the decision would have been different. And I know that's not fair to say, but given where we were and what we were dealing with, it seemed like the best option. I didn't expect it to open the floodgates and for the rest of the party
You
to
all
also.
did this?
Seraph made a
Carter kind of
deal.
takes his glasses off so you can see his eyes. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
She
we
flies
kind of
over
goose.
and gets close.
His partner's name is Renhala, and the one that I think it was like Ume Suna or something like that was Seraph's. Ume Sena? Something like
Who
that.
knows?
It's,
Oh, yeah,
not
I would
important
have
enough
to
to the
Not
look it up
narrative.
important
again.
anymore.
He recites it. He's like he tells us like, and over the next day everybody found power within that temple, and they have all been helpful. None of them have harmed us. At no point did he attempt to control me, and in our conversations, he was very difficult to read, being a tiny speck of black in a tomb of amber speaking in my mind.
But you said that they were bad. You said they were there for bad things. You let them out?
They're kind of on parole.
And you're supposed to stop them if they want to do bad things? Can you?
That's the hope, and I don't know, honestly.
Why?
Right now,
Why did you go without me?
he kind of looks you in the eyes. No, why? You
No.
almost died at. No, you did die at Van Richten's tower. And since then, I have had this, and he holds his right arm up with the gem, the Revivify gem, still loaded in it, ready at a moment's notice in case any of these other idiots went down. Well, he kind of motions to Carter. The others left. If I could have gone safely with you, I would have. But that place, the trolls alone on the mountain would have eaten you as a snack before they tried to chuck us off the mountains. The rock that was larger its single talon was larger than your entire being, would have devoured you in a single bite, and I couldn't risk that.
I can stay away now. I can fight. Savi he taught me how to fight again. Well, sort of.
He just kind of chimes in and goes, "We have been trying to get her back to being able to use her spells.
I can
Kind
do
of
some of them.
complicated, but she's memorized a lot of the necessary arcane words for most of them, so she can actually channel the what is it, the power of the Raven Queen? Yeah.
Mm?
She can actually do that again now, but
That's
Can't
the
really
she's
impressive.
still a tiny bird. He
can't
kind
do
of
Yeah,
whispers that
emotions.
that's a good start for sure.
Yeah.
Promising. Maybe if we can figure a way for you not to be a little bird that could get snapped in half by like a strong breeze.
Hey,
I can think of nothing I want more.
I can do at least a medium breeze. But we've been trying. We might have an idea.
Oh,
She kind of like looks at Savid because they haven't really totally formed the plan yet, but they've talked about it a bit.
Well, don't leave us hanging. What's up?
Hmm. Uh, she pecks Savid.
oh no, I can't hear Chekhov.
Oh, sorry, what's up?
Oh no.
Oh, sorry, I was going over something else. What was the question again?
Just told them that they might have a plan to maybe get her back, but she's nervous about it because they haven't really fully fleshed it out. But so she's making Savid tell them the plan and not her.
Oh,
She
okay.
doesn't want
Yeah,
to do it.
Savid has like this wincing look on his face, and he
Mhm.
just goes, "Right. Yes. So, how do I look? So you know about the creepy guy up in the abbey,
Oh yeah, that guy. I actually got
right?
questions for that guy.
So we've kind of been asking around town and, doing some research about the kind of miracles he's been able to perform in the past, and we thought that maybe he could help Des, possibly. Although
Maybe.
it's eh,
Yeah, it's possible, honestly, especially given the recent events. Our friends, when when Seraph took his deep, his energy, the detect good and evil, evil and good spell that I use to discern celestial and fiendish natures, changed for him ever so slightly. Very similar, from what I could tell, to what I was getting from the abbot and his kind of weird corruption. So I don't. If he is a powerful abbot, then yes, maybe. But if he's also made another deal with one of these dark entities, it might be good to know
Does
in
that
case we need to deal with it.
does that mean you changed too?
Me?
And
He looks you in the
Carden?
eyes. The only thing that's changed about me is this, and he motions up to his right eye. I'm just me. There's
She
someone
kind
up
of
here with me, but he is not. He is not interfering at all.
she like hops across the bar over to you and like looks up into your eye and like puffs up a little bit, and she's gonna try to cast lesser restoration.
okay. Um, yeah.
He kind of like goes, "Oh, the
There's
ringing's
a
stopped."
brief like
I
magic
don't know if it'll actually work because it does have
surge of.
somatic components, but
You've been
Oh yeah, you kind of
practicing.
have to balance on one. You have to probably fly, and you try to do a somatic
yeah, she like
components, but it
hits
doesn't
you.
quite
She
work.
kind of hits you on the face with her
Eh,
talons a little bit.
eh, Ow, ow,
There's
ow.
there's a small burst of magic energy, and you do see it flicker briefly, but nothing happens, and Craig, you don't feel any different.
Meow. That one's
I
still
can,
hard.
yeah.
It
I know.
is around this time that there is a very loud and resounding thunk
Uh-huh.
that comes from the door that
Aw.
Savid has recently locked.
Ugh.
And then silence, 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 and Savid is like, we're closed. And then there's a consequential knock.
Well, after the knock, Ray will just sigh and walk over.
What's
And
password?
he just squawked. What's the password? Private meeting.
There's a password? No one told me of a password.
Password.
Uh,
Who-
I was sent by Irina.
Oh.
Irina. Just gets more and more. He cracks the door open.
What does he see?
He sees a young figure, wearing this, dark purple robe with the, with roses, pink roses, kind of like pattern on the robe. Thigh high, dark blue, boots with like these light blue belts. Long black hair, kind of sectioned off into like 4 long strands. A type of like crown or diadem or tiara, like from like the forehead, which looks like an item, but if looked more closely, it's something different. They're also carrying like a rapier on their side, a harp, and they also have like a cloak on their back. And you can see, like, they have heterochromia eyes. So, like, one's pink, one's just white.
Cray has the opposite. One's green, one's black.
You match!
He kind of like looks at you up and down and goes, "All right, interesting."
And they also have pointy
Colorful.
ears like an elf. Hi. I've been. Are you Cray?
I am.
Oh,
Who's
goody.
asking?
Oh, sorry. My name is Flora Iris. Flora Ray. Sorry, should enunciate that.
Really?
Blurry. All right.
Yes,
Good to know.
I actually don't know what I am, but I was,
I don't know what I'm about.
I don't know what I'm about, but, I'm just here because apparently, you guys killed Bobby, the hag, right? Is
I
that right?
I mean, my friends did. She kind of stun locked me like a bitch, but
Oh.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
Why? She
the
was
good thing
friend of yours?
oh no, definitely not a friend. She actually
Okay.
kidnapped me when I was a kid and tried to turn me into a hag. But I was able to escape, so that was a good thing. And but like I've been on the run for like majority of my life. So, I've just, I lost that connection with her, which was super great. And I just really wanted to know like who was the cause of it. And I went to the swamp and I found, Irina, who had apparently been turned into a hag, oh well. And she told me that it was, you guys. I
The
Yeah.
crow the crow screeches at you, and Savid like will translate. It's just like, did you want to tell your entire life story in the snow, or did you want to come in?
Oh,
Great.
coming in
Good.
would be
Like.
nice.
All right then. Okay. We're trading out our half vampire for.
You guys
Anyway.
had a half vampire? That's
Yeah.
interesting.
There's a whole story. She stole my belt.
Savid will go and lock the door again, and he just like looks outside, makes sure that there's nobody else, and goes, "Oh, okay, all right, yeah, I guess you can come in. Sure, if they say it's fine." Kind of
It's
looks
been a
you up and
long
down.
months, apparently.
Yeah. Cray's just like whatever. I mean, okay. So Arena sent you. Did she happen to include a package with you?
Did she?
Possibly fist-sized, maybe some sort of symbol, or are we gonna have to go seek her out? Because that's fine if we have to. But it was kind of on my to-do list.
That was never confirmed, Chekhov.
I like it. No, like I said, if you wouldn't have asked her for it, she wouldn't have given it to you,
Aw.
and you didn't really know enough to ask.
Okay.
So,
Item? There was an item she was supposed to give me?
Okay, so first things first. Well, second
oh,
things.
Oh no.
actually, first thing, sorry, Flora, it would know that Irina has been trying to reach out to them for a while,
Oh yeah,
but
and
something's been stopping her.
so Irina wanted me to tell you that she'd been trying to reach out to you guys, but apparently something's like been blocking her. So like I don't know what it was, like if you guys were like somewhere else or super dead,
You
but
ever
it looks like you
heard
weren't or are.
of
They were
you know
kind of close.
prison, right? Prisons, how they don't like to let people out or signals in. That we were basically in a super prison.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's
Super
interesting.
prison.
So, looking at Cray's eye, Flori's gonna ask. So, are you also a hag? Because I'm noticing one thing, but I'm not noticing another.
No, I'm a half elf. Are
Oh,
you a
you're a.
hag? I thought you tried to turn into uh, something
Well,
between.
it was in the process, so I'm kind of in between. I am an elf, I think. I don't know. It's kind of up in the air right now, but I can do like really cool things. And like you just see like their clothes just like slightly like change color from like the dark purple to just a bright white.
He takes a drink of his ale.
And then
Interesting.
they change it back. So yeah, this is like a very unique item, and like I can like change my clothes, which is super cool. So
Dumas claps from behind the counter. He just goes, "Yeah, nice."
and then
Craig crosses his legs and then floats gently into the air with his winged boots. Interesting. Well, he sips his ale and
ooh,
sets
that's
it
so
back.
cool. And then you just see Flore just change their appearance 100% to Baba
Oh,
Yasaga.
that's he kind of spits
Be
his.
like, no.
Oh, I don't need to see that. Nope, no. I'm still angry at her.
Oh, sorry. She was like the only face that actually stuck with me for so long. But yeah, I can do that like once a day, so.
That's good.
So that's gone.
Savid like
He
leans
kind
over
of like
to Rava to not to Rava to Des and goes, where do you guys find these people?
they fight.
They usually find us, apparently.
He's
No
like
kidding.
clenching his mug and looking into it like, oh, I'm gonna have to get used to that. He was very, very angry at her, and he didn't really get to do anything during that except like beat her corpse into the mud.
Oh, also, Flora just pulls out these two little bracelets and hands them to Cray and Carter and be like, "These are for you. A little thank you for, getting rid of her because I really did want to kill her, but I didn't have companions or the skills."
she
Yeah.
Raven Dust comes by and like takes both of them before you can like put them on, and then just stands with them in her
Yeah,
mouth, looking at Cray.
yeah. I need to identify them first. Give
Oh,
me a
I'm
second.
sorry. I didn't know.
And he casts identify on both of them because he's got spell slots to burn because he's home.
So they are known as eerie tokens, which are made from Flory's hair.
Ew.
And here, let me just link it.
If you say that, she kind of spits them out of her beak and onto the floor.
So they basically work like the message earrings, but like it's tokens that need to be made from
Part of
Flore,
you.
part
That's
of
weird.
me. So
Interesting.
yeah, you can telepathically send messages up to
Give us,
10 miles.
give
Nice.
us your teeth.
That's literally all of Barovia.
Yeah, I was gonna say that pretty much covers it. Well, 10 miles. Well, no,
Maybe.
you can hike 10 miles in like 4 hours.
Carter slowly taking off like the multiple rings per finger, the bracelets, the necklaces.
Oh my gosh, those are so pretty. Where did you get
Yeah.
them?
Des definitely takes a couple of them and stashes them.
Gray pulls off one of the silver and gold rings. It's like, I actually got that one for you.
She takes that also. She doesn't bring the other ones back.
So yeah, that's what happened. Been in Barovia all my life.
Interesting.
Just has this bright performance, grin on their face. Oh,
And you
I'm
were
also a performer, so if you like need someone to like perform here, I can like do it for a room because I've just been walking around Barovia, which is like super boring because I've been here all my life.
See, I just kicked all of our patrons out.
Oh, well maybe on like other days.
Maybe that's definitely a doable.
Well, we got to see what you can do first. And currently, Savid is the entertainer, so you're gonna have like
Oh
whatever.
Entertainer
he
off.
is.
Yeah,
I
whatever it
do.
is you do, one of those off.
I think that that's actually what we need, and he's going to come over to this table and he's going to take the stools away, and then he's going to cat. He can't because it doesn't last long enough. Damn. I was going to say enlarge, but it only lasts a minute. Damn. Yeah, he's
Savid
just gonna
doesn't
make like
even.
a makeshift like stage for them to stand on.
Okay.
I have a
That's what he's
question.
trying to do.
You can just stand on the table too if you want.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was gonna make it
Sure.
bigger so it was more stable, but in the end, they're just gonna stand on the table
Nah.
because he's like, it's only gonna last a minute, and then it's gonna be like in the middle of their song, and then just not. Nah, it's all good.
I do have a question.
What's up?
Actually, I'll just message it to you.
Okay.
Okay, so then they'll just go up on the table and start performing on the harp that they have.
But I'm just gonna go
Oh.
and check. The ale's back here, right? And he's gonna go into the kitchen and for more beer.
Oh yeah, yeah. Dumas is like, "Oh, the ale's over. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, he can come back with me and show me. Like,
He'll
Craig's just
find
sort of
him.
like exploring. I wanted the map, thank you.
Yeah. Dumas hops back in here. Dumas seems to hate doors inherently, so he just hops in back and forth
Hops
through the
through the
thing.
window.
And
Oh,
he's
okay,
like,
that's a window.
it's like one of those server
door for
windows.
Dumas.
The other one's a
Gotcha,
door.
gotcha,
The other
gotcha.
one's
Is
a
it
door.
is it like that double door where you just like can like open up the
Yeah, it
upper
opens
half of
both
it?
ways.
Okay.
But yeah, Dumas goes in here and he's like, "Well, so you said that you wanted a workshop, so they kind of built you a workshop, and then this part's just the kitchen for me, and then that over there is, yeah."
This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing.
So we kind of saved you the space, and then Savid was like, "Oh my god, they're dead. They're never coming back." That's exactly what he sounded like. And I was like, "No, they're probably going to come back because, they're really powerful." Yeah, I totally believed in you, and I totally didn't think you were dead, which is why your stuff is all totally right there where you left it. Will be tomorrow.
I got to show you Dark by D tomorrow because there's been a little bit of a change to one of your inventions, and I think you'd be interested to see.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, all of your stuff, which I definitely did not steal, is here.
I believe you 100%, Tomas. I would never expect anything else of you.
You just hear Flory shout out, should I start the performance?
Oh
Start
yeah, sorry.
now!
I was just grabbing, and he grabs a small keg so that he could just keep refilling his ale at least 4 or 5 times during this, and he's gonna offer a mug to Carter and just keep them both tapped.
Oh, absolutely.
Bird flies over to you, Florage. Go start!
And so Flory will just start strumming on the harp, sing a song, and they'll also cast Prestidigitation just to give it a little extra flair. And then they'll also cast Wall of Light, but they'll contain it around them and kind of like in layers. I know it doesn't like say that I can like do a lot of specific things, but I'm just over flavoring it.
Okay.
And then as like and then as like a finale, they'll use their Misty Step to just disappear towards the stairs.
The cloak disappearance, dramatically.
I'm gonna go ahead and stay away from the wall of light so I don't immediately die.
Sorry.
I was gonna
I would have avoided
say-
you. I would have avoided you.
Okay.
Please
Um,
just
Started
ignore
clapping.
And then like well for the finale they would have dispelled everything and then did their Misty Step to just like Misty Step towards the stairs to kind of like hide from everybody and then just like
Go
run
ahead
up
and-
towards the corner.
Go ahead and roll me a performance check with advantage because the pyrotechnics on this are definitely carrying a
They would
huge
have
part of the
done a lot of
performance.
a lot of harmless things, not to damage anything.
No, fair enough, fair enough.
Blows up.
Carter's just looking at
Slack.
Savine like, you got your work cut out for you.
Like, I don't know if I could fail any performances.
Jesus, okay. This shit, like, Cray, you haven't seen anything like this since entering Barovia. Carter, I'm not sure if you've ever seen anything like this. It is just all over the place. The prestidigitation definitely gives it, like, you've got lights going, you've got a laser light show going in beat with whatever the music you're playing is. The wall of light is behind you. This is like a full-on stage concert. For a group of however the fuck many of you there are. And
5.
Dumas is just like, yeah, he's into it. Like, Sabine's like, look, I never actually asked for, ooh, what's that?
Ray's looking like at his ale, like, I think this went bad. But anyway, and he's just drinking, like, that's impressive.
And then you just have Flora come from the corner and be like, "Did you like it?"
That was actually far better than I was expecting. I was kind of, honestly, I was expecting you to fall flat on your face. And I don't know why I expected
so
that,
mean. Don't worry,
sorry.
I may end up doing that
I-
sometime anyway.
I apologize. I have
Technology.
been, and he looks over to Carter. I have been informed lately by several people close to me that I can at times be an asshole, and I apologize for that. That was
Oh, that's okay. I've insulted people to their face. Many times.
anyway. If we do end up ever getting out of Barovia, we could make money in London. That was impressive. Your use of spellcraft there while you were casting using your song as the verbal. It was absolutely inspired. Very impressive. Definitely
Thank
make
Sabine.
money.
you.
Savid, your turn.
Sabine's
Yeah,
like,
Sabine.
Sabine is just like
Oh, can you also
gaping,
perform?
open mouthed, and
wanna
he's
see
not
this
even sure what to
performance.
say. Just
Oh.
like, well, no, I can't do anything like that. Stop! Oh, you stop looking at me! I'm not here because I want to be. You guys basically kidnapped me and forced me to be with you, and I love you, but like, seriously, stop it!
Aw, he's
Oh.
so
He loves it.
bashful.
You are definitely here because you want to be here. Don't lie to me.
He kind of like puts his hand over your beak and closes it and goes, nope.
I mean,
So
only
was there-
he hears it because he's
was-
Yeah,
translating.
Was there a thing between, or is there a thing between the bird and him? I'm curious. They seem
He's
very
kind of a
close.
ranger. She's a bird, you know, animals. And he kind of just goes back to drinking.
She's so,
So,
cute, by the way.
you were
I absolutely love it.
You were saying something about the abbots.
Who was?
Oh, you're saying this towards Savid or the abbot?
Yeah.
Or...
So, and the miracles that he could perform, was your plan just to go talk to him, or were?
Well, right. I kind of glances towards Floor and just goes, the plan was to talk, at the very least, to try to, maybe convince him to help out, since he was all about destroying the evil in the land.
Why do you
We
need
just
the
weren't...
abbot?
Oh, do you know the abbot?
I know of him.
Hmm. Do you think that if this... Do you think a performance could win him over?
I mean, I've won many hearts of people.
He wanted a wedding dress. Maybe you could get in as like, you know, the performance at the wedding.
I've never done a wedding. That's so exciting.
And you know, we did bring him the dress, so it would kind of make sense. We could be like, oh, as a follow-up, you know, just in case. I don't
We
hate
got
it.
entertainment.
It's at least through the door. What bird des? What's up?
Savid
No,
lets
Sabine,
go of your
let her-
beak
let her
and
go.
goes, yeah, sorry, what?
I mean, like, we could ask him and see if he will help us because we helped him.
We did.
And
He was very
if-
rude about it.
he doesn't want to, I could ask him more.
But, I mean,
What are we
it
asking
feels
him?
like we're kind of in a similar boat, so he might be more inclined to talk to us now.
Right? That's what I'm thinking. He might be. So, there's two theories at work here. He was either corrupted by the land itself, or took a deal and was thusly corrupted. It's interesting to find out what the answer is going to be. But I guess we can do that tomorrow morning when we wake up. We're very pointedly not answering.
Yeah, Savid's like not even sure if he should be allowed, like if he should be talking about this too much. He seems
Kind
very
of like
nervous.
it's like that.
Flora just pipes up. Is there something wrong with the bird? Is the bird gonna die?
No. Well, I mean that is the fear. Honestly, most of the time is that the
That
bird will
is
die,
the
but not in the immediate sense.
Oh. You guys make it
Just
sound so serious.
Des goes over to Cray and like leans in really close and like tries to conspiratorially whisper to him, but you know, Savid has to translate, so it doesn't really work.
Savid is like, oh, for the love of, all right, fine. And he goes over and he like leans across the counter and goes, and he like tries to also conspiratorially whisper into the other ear.
Cray will just lean in, like we just Fleury, if you could just earmuffs for 1 second. Just
Sure. And
uno
Flora would
momento.
just go over here.
Thank you. What's up?
I mean, are we gonna use them and help?
I mean, so here's the thing. We've kind of fucked our way through Barovia because we piss people off. And, well, they're very strange and far cheerier than I think any creature in or out of Barovia has any right to be.
Right?
They
Very
do
bad.
seem likable and like they'd be able to mold people easily. So maybe we use them. Just a little bit, see if they can help. I mean, I don't know, it could be a good way. They also have a very interesting, like, style and birds of a feather. If Arena sent them to us, then
Guess.
You also already had their hair in your mouth, so you should trust them.
Blah.
well, this is
If
a
I could
hair
throw up
that was
as a bird, I would. But I
Technically,
can't.
you can.
I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
birds can throw up.
yeah, that's how you regurgitate food
Mm-hmm.
for feeding. Like other
Oh, yeah,
birds.
that's right.
Do they like swallow it and then throw it up?
Yeah, they kind of
They-
they keep it in their gullet, I think.
Yeah,
Weird.
it's not like a full on all the way down, but it's in the upper part of their gullet.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay,
Gag.
but I wanted to talk to you, Cray. So if we talk to him and it doesn't work, and I have maybe another idea, but I feel like it's bad.
at this point there are no bad ideas. What you got?
I mean, I need this to work. I need to come back. You guys can't leave without me again.
I agree.
So
I don't want to.
maybe I could. I learned a thing that like I could make him maybe do it for us, hopefully. But I don't know if it'll work, and then he might get mad.
Let's call that Plan G.
Okay. What does the G stand for?
Go ham.
Okay.
Go time.
Okay. I'll remember that one. And just like out loud as the Raven, just go time. Got it.
Perfect.
But yeah, so I think that we should talk to him and ask him, and if it doesn't work, and that's why we haven't done it yet, because we figured if we did and then he didn't want to, and then we might have to fight him.
That's fair. Alright, well, as sad as it sounds, Bitey needs to eat anyway. He kind of stretches back, goes, alright, so are we going to trust Fleury with the truth as to what we're seeking here so that he can properly, or they can properly...
I mean, at the very least, we definitely need to let them know what the whole conspiracy with Abbott is.
Guess, yeah, we could use help,
Alright.
hopefully.
Performer! You just got drafted.
Yes. Into what?
Conspiracy.
Ooh, I love conspiracy. What's the drama? Give me the tea.
Alright,
Job
so
time!
And he kind of spills the beans as to the origins of bird deaths. He doesn't give him the full rundown, just sort of a like, we had a companion who was a tiefling who then died and then was a little girl, but we were able to get her back to being a tiefling, but then she died again,
It happens a
kinda.
lot.
And then when that happened, she turned into a raven, and somewhere along the line she gained the ability to turn into a raven and then not be a raven, and so we were like, maybe she's just fucking with us, but it's now been like 3 months, so probably not fucking with us.
Nope.
And he'll
Maybe. You don't know.
just explain it all, and then explain that the abbot, being a person of divine power, um, the last time that we met with him, I have. He kind of like points to his eyes. I've got this thing. I can see celestials, fiends. I can kind of detect them. They give off this very distinct aura for if I cast this spell. I have looked at him as well as a fellow part celestial that I know, and his was always more intense, but they both share a similar corruption. So there's something that's made him fall from being a true celestial. I don't know, but it's complicated. So we're not quite sure how the conversation's going to go. But you seem likable and kind of
Loud.
face. Yeah, that. I tend to talk a lot, but people just tune me out, so it doesn't really get me anywhere except for in trouble.
Well, that's
But you
because you have
seem
to
like
talk louder.
Eh.
people don't usually like it when I do that. They get mad.
Not
So
louder, but more eloquent.
how do you speak eloquent? Was anyway.
That's boring.
Come with us. Let's see if we can get this to work. And what are you said Arena sent you to us. What did she send you to us for? Like just to thank us for killing the one who made you kind of just motions?
Well, yeah. I call myself a Hexblood because I can apparently use the spell Hex on people.
Interesting.
What's that?
It's like a curse.
Please don't hex me.
No.
Please do not. I don't want to be hexed right now.
Why?
Fine.
Because I could see where that was going and I didn't want it to happen.
Should I tell you, like, my skills specifically? Or, like, what I can
Let's-
do?
Let's let your actions speak. I think that we'll learn best what we're each capable of by jumping into the frying pan together. I mean,
Sure.
it would take all night for me to explain all the things that I have built and can do. It'd take even longer for Carter to explain all the maneuvers and ways that he can completely fuck over our enemies during combat. And I think Savid's spell to interpret deaths is going to be wearing off soon, so she's not going to be able to shed much light. So
Kimbered!
I've also been, like I said, in a mountain, in a temple, and then in a very nice mansion for apparently 2 months. So I just kind of want to go and check out the rooms upstairs and see what's available. And you're welcome to stay here at the Fool's Bounty. It sounds like we've probably got rooms. I honestly don't know what it looks like up there, so I'm kind of just curious. But that we can go and speak to the abbot tomorrow, see what he can do about our little friend Despair here, and then we'll go and return to Arena. We have to. She's got the symbol of Ravenloft that we forgot to grab because Des turned into a bird, and we were like, we need to get out of here, and it was a whole deal, and we just didn't think to ask. So we have to go back, seek her out. But after that, then I think we just need to start making our plans, because if we have the Sun Sword, and we have the symbol, and we now have the tome, we have the allies in the oh my god, Order of the Feather, Keepers of the Feather, and the Keepers of the Feather,
Birds!
as well as a potential ally in Arena who we were supposed to protect, but maybe we didn't completely fuck that up. I don't know.
I mean, she's kind of protected, right? If Strahd's after, Kind of get her soul to force her into reincarnating and do what he wants, as much as he tries to say not. She's kind of protected. Maybe not, maybe not how everyone was expecting, but
That's, I think, the current to-do list. The thought also crossed my mind while we were in the mansion that the Vistani have a way of getting in and out, and I do need to exact my undying vengeance upon Lucius, I think was his name. I know you don't like it when I take revenge, but I'm much stronger now, and I didn't do it back then.
Can it wait a little bit? Can I come back first before we do that?
Yes, absolutely. Getting
So that
getting
I
you back into fighting shape is going to be
can
our
go by.
priority.
what's a little bit of revenge between friends?
Right.
Yeah, revenge is
Alright.
harmless.
So that's what we have on the
Mostly for
docket,
the person doing the
Ray.
revenging.
If you want to accompany us, I suppose tomorrow we'll determine whether or not that's a good idea. And
Well, if you want to talk to her, I gave her one of my tokens.
oh, so we can just
25 words.
I'll think on that.
Okay, because
Hey.
she dropped me off at this town. Well, I mean, not in the town, like in the forest, you know, away from the town, because I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
that would
I know.
scare her. Or scare
Yeah,
everybody.
that's where she left us last time in her big walking house that hurts like a motherfucker.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
super great. Super
Don't get
comfy,
kicked.
too.
just think though, if the Abbott thing doesn't work out, we know where there's a bunch of amber sarcophagi that you can make a deal. How does Corpse Star sound to you?
What?
Is that is, is that vibing with you?
What about having special eyes? How would
How
that
about
work?
how about 8 legs?
Carter, how does this help?
He just like looks between all of you and goes, "How have you all gotten weirder? I didn't think it could be possible."
This is so fun. I kind of want to make a deal now.
No!
But I don't know
It's
if there are
a
No,
any more
no, no,
very
no,
against
no,
me.
no!
rough
Stop it.
couple of weeks. At least from our perspective, it was like 2 weeks because I only think we were in that temple for a week, and it was probably a week to get down there, but 2 months. That makes more sense with everything that we endured.
Though I don't know if there is anything that interests me because all the ones that you listed sound like super gross. Though.
They were all really weird.
Sad. Do not.
This is more attempt to get Death back from being burnt death.
Well, I have this spell, which I know, which is called Greater Restoration, but I don't have the components to cast it. So
that's not
it's just been sitting in my head. I mean,
that. Let me see. Hold on.
It takes lots of diamond.
yeah,
Cray
it takes lots
looks
of
down
diamond
at
dust.
the. So he had the big belt, but he also had like a bandolier that had the potions of invulnerability, the really precious stuff that's what's across the front that has a tiny little pouch in it. And in there as well is where he was keeping the diamonds. And he has all right, let's see. He's gonna take the 400 gold one. Give me
Eh, don't we
two.
need that
I mean, if
I
you
don't
need it
have.
for something else.
for not dying?
We need it for not
Yeah.
for coming back from dying,
And
but
plus, I
I
don't
could
even know if
turn
this
this
is gonna
into dust.
work. Because, like,
Unless
how
it,
it sounds like a much bigger curse than just, like, a normal curse.
all
You
right,
know?
that's fair. Then
Don't.
let's try the abbot tomorrow, and if he
Yeah.
can't help, then last ditch effort, and he'll put the diamond back. I can in about 2 hours get this ground down. It takes me about an hour to get the jeweler's kit out, and then another hour to get it,
You're
ground.
so nifty.
Or thank you.
Mm.
I'm
I'm
gonna
And
not
take
hitting on
this.
you just to make sure, okay? Like, you're cute, but you're just not that cute. You
Right,
know?
I'm
got
not
it.
sure if that was a compliment or not.
Confused
Well, I
a
mean, not that
little.
cute to me, because I have pretty high standards.
I'm confused.
poor,
Dumas from
poor
the back
Gray.
starts
Gray
clapping
did
his hand and then just goes, "Right, everyone! Right, everyone!"
No,
freaking
I
poor
feel like that's
Gray.
super mean.
Gray has been double crossed by teammates, He made a deal. It felt like he let people down. Now he's getting insulted by a new member.
I was just
Right?
gonna say, Cray's gonna take the decanter of endless wine, which is pretty empty by this point, in one hand, and in the other he's gonna have his mug and put the arm around the small keg, and he's gonna stand up and whistle for Dionadar, just like, I'm going to find a bed.
Okay, good
Good night,
night. I hope you have sweet
David,
dreams.
Damas.
Death
He just
turns.
looks them both like in the eyes. I cannot tell you how happy I am to see both of you, and yeah, thank you. I'm going to bed, and he makes his way to the stairs, just like without any further acknowledging of anything else. And he kind of
I
looks
broke
back
Cray,
towards the
yay.
desk, like, "Are you gonna come with me?" Or yeah, but he's very confused and just like, "I need to go away now."
Death turns to Savige, just like, I'm confused.
Sabine's like, well, at least they're alive. I mean, I
But
think we both kind of forgot how weird they were when they were away.
I think it's gotten worse. I think you're right.
On some
Yeah.
real level, I'm pretty sure Cray's probably right there with me. I'm just glad you guys aren't dead on our way back.
Yeah.
It was kind of not so great where we were. So you guys are really a sight for sore eyes.
Well, we'll see if that trend of good luck continues, I guess.
Don't leave again.
Dumas, who has like a rusty kitchen knife, just like slams into the bar and grins with all his teeth and goes, "Oh, they're not gonna." And if you guys don't mind, can we take a real quick break right there? Because I
Yeah,
have to go to the bathroom.
yeah, I gotta use the bathroom too.
All right.
I just
Be
want
right
to see
back.
the upstairs.
I will reveal it next time for suspense. I mean, for
Dun, dun,
when I get
dun.
back from the
Dun,
bathroom,
dun,
because
dun.
right now.
Yeah, bathroom
Next
break,
time.
and I need to
Aw.
refill my water.
Fleuret. That's not confusing at all. With Flora being your other character.
Right?
He's not even here to
I
reboot.
know he can't. Just hopefully he heard me. Although a 31 on the performance out of the bat, that I had to
Yeah.
respect that. The dice are like, here, you don't even need the advantage. Take the impressive roll.
This one's on the house.
But just the first. That's
They
how
work.
they get you.
Cray is very tired. He was very happy, but very tired.
Not gonna lie, 2 months kind of caught me off guard.
Yeah.
Right? Definitely moved time a little weird in that place.
I just wonder how long it's been, like, how time lined up with the bag, and it just, like, how long has it been since Reva? Like,
Right? I don't know. I don't know if it was only when we were in there or if it
so
was.
interesting.
Who knows?
Who knows? Being in the mansion kept us out of the temple technically, and so we only like experienced that accelerated time for a short bit of the day. It's crazy. That place was the worst.
It was pretty
Yep.
bad.
I only,
Pretty
Nope.
poor.
only redeeming factor was Xanther because he was dope.
Is a cool ass fucking lich.
It
Mhm.
was really cool. Never got to kill the Arcanoloth.
Nope.
Undying vengeance.
It's just like the only one in the temple now, just like chilling alone. Just hello.
Did they kill everything except me? Was I the only one that could escape? Are there even... No, the ghosts are gone too. What the hell?
What the fuck? They were my friends.
They even took some of the voices.
I am here.
Welcome back.
So,
Now
how
that
do you
your
like
backpack can
Flore?
be refuted. Fleuret, after Flora? Come on, come on, come on,
Sorry, it was the only
come on,
plausible name that I could come up with.
Really?
Yeah.
come on.
What if you were just like Fred? What if you were the
Ombre,
boss?
Depre,
What?
anything literally else. Just you don't. They just don't. Just syllables. They're syllables, man. Trey is literally just 2 syllables. That's all the name is. Just pick 2 syllables, slam them together. How do you think I got Rokai, Isokai, Villiston? All they're just
I need meaningful names.
syllables. Uh-huh. But
Are they?
Create at least had meaning, because, it's the Gaelic word for champion, but Trey, because every name should be shortenable down to 2 syllables. Otherwise, it's just a mouthful, and you're making it difficult for everybody else. Or
you
you're
can't just
super
call
dope,
him Iris.
like Exanther.
Your new name is Fleur.
Fleur.
Fleury.
Another name for flower.
Fleur.
Fleur, which
Fleur.
is basically it's French for flower.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
So,
alright.
Fleur.
That's why.
Fair enough.
That's it.
No, I mean, the dice seem to
Congratulations.
like them, so
The dice.
I guess I should ask pronoun, because I can never tell.
They, them.
They. Okay, they, them. Cool. But yeah, seemed to like them. Because they 31 out of the gate. You could only ask for a little bit better.
Their alignment is chaotic neutral.
Neat.
Good. No.
Okay.
And the loud thud at the door was them trying to go through the door as if it was open.
Hell yeah.
Oh. Oops.
You just ran into the door.
They just ran into it. They were just like, "Ooh, door, let me go in." Dunk.
Awesome.
Oh,
knock.
balls.
So you've got a decently high intelligence then, yeah?
It's at a 14, so yes.
Oh, okay. That's not bad.
You
I
tried to go through
I
the door.
rolled very well for this character.
Door with luck. Just going in.
I have no negatives.
Nice.
That is helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I think you were getting hit with contagion earlier, and that would have been fucking
I
hilarious.
looked
I
up
think that's what
3
it is.
spells that are possible because they all require con saves. It was one was Time Ravage, that's a 9th level, and
Probably
then
not that one.
there's
Ooh, I don't know
Horrid
that one.
Wilting.
It might have been
Word
that
Wilting
one.
is a single con, I thought.
Each creature on that area must make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, so it's just one. But Contagion
Yeah.
has 3.
Yeah, that spell
contagion.
took 3 back to back. It wasn't like recast.
Yeah.
What level is that?
5th level.
Ooh.
Okay. He was trying to just hit you with that to just, like... It just does a bunch of horrible things. Any
Yeah.
number of, like, horrible diseases.
Pretty great.
Okay. Oh, it
Yeah.
it lasts 7 days.
You said you just got murdered.
Yeah, right? Instead, he just died.
Yeah,
Yep.
instead
Immediately.
he was just done with you and just your death.
Understandable. I
Yep.
mean, I was being super like Seraph was just getting annoyed
The-
because like
the
it was
crazy
going
part-
nowhere.
The crazy part is the average damage on it was more than your max health.
Yeah.
And that's just
Mhm.
the average. That's
Yep.
not the max potential. Just imagine if he would have high rolled.
Oh
I
my
know.
god. He could hit up to, what is it, like 86 damage with Finger of Death. And again, it doesn't need to overkill you by your 0 and you're gone.
Yeah,
Yep.
It's like disintegrate. You're just done.
yeah, you're just done.
Goodbye. Except in this case, you hit the ground and then rise as a zombie, loyal to whoever just slew you.
See,
Yeah.
this is good to know because as long as we can see him, that's good. That means if he hits me with it, he can only ever do half of whatever he rolls. As long as it's visible. If
Good
he's
to
there
know.
testing.
Yeah, I think he was trying to hit you with the blinding sickness to give you the disadvantage on the wisdom save so he could then charm you.
Probably.
But I guess we'll never know because Seraph
You
just
know.
died.
Well, guess what? You guys have a chance at a Keyblade.
Yeah,
I mean,
As, as if we don't think that's just gonna. All right, so the Keyblade and Mishnak have both fallen into Strahd's hands.
Yep.
Who knows what happened to Reva? That was that was quite possibly the worst sequence of things that could
Yeah, right.
happen in the like the overall. He's like, oh, here are all the like super powerful things that they've gathered. Let me just go ahead and take
And
those.
it definitely seems like Strahd is, you know, up until killing Seraph, he was really winning Reva over, and now he might have her just out of fear.
I
That's what
mean,
I think.
after everything we went through, and Reva had a couple like days to cool down, and then she got there and didn't really know anymore what she was fighting for. Because like she was fighting originally for her mom, but then like she had the realization you guys fucked her over more than Strahd did.
We didn't. The hags and the bone grinder
Yeah,
did. We
yeah,
tried to
but
keep her out of it. We died. That wasn't our fault.
yeah, but in her mind, it's just like you guys were the ones who kind of started that whole thing, and not him actually. So like I said, like she got there and she was just like, "You're just a dude.
Why are you
What am
so
I? What am I?
disappointing?
Right? What am I here for anymore? I don't know what's
You're,
happening." And then
you're just
she's
a
terrified.
dude. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're just
And
a
then,
dude, and then Seraph dead
Yeah,
in an instant.
yeah.
huh.
And then she was like, "Huh," and then she started drinking.
You're just a dude who can kill me with
Yep.
just the motion of your finger. It's not contagion, by the way, but
It
Oh,
wasn't
it
contagion.
wasn't?
Oh no.
Like, I was questioning that because it's a
Which
cleric and
you
druid
know.
spell, and at
Oh,
most, Strahd is a wizard.
Yeah, he is a wizard.
what
there's
takes?
another spell that takes. I'm
Hmm.
technically okay. I may phrase this incorrectly. It takes. You have to save against it 3 times.
Okay, but it just keeps going.
Can you
Once
give
you save
us?
against it,
I was
hmm,
gonna say, can you give us at least what level it was?
Oh, I know which one it
6th
was.
level.
Okay.
Sixth
Yeah,
level.
I got it. I figured. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You
That
have
would
to
have been
save
even,
against it successfully 3 times, but if you fail 3 times first.
that would have been even funnier. This is actually a spell that we're familiar with. It's a spell that Rose had for a short amount of time and used on Aureus as he died.
Ah, okay.
I thought it would have been Strahd. Strahd thought it would have been funny if it succeeded.
That
Right.
would have been so funny.
Funny.
The resisting it though, and him being like, all right, whatever.
Yeah,
It's so much more
basically.
appropriate. It's so good because you got to
Man,
see like
I'm
we're
curious
not
as to
we're
what it
not
is now.
that it was I think it was flesh to stone.
Mm-hmm. Bing bong.
Yeah, you would have just turned into a
He tried
statue.
Okay.
to turn you into a statue.
And where he would have remained until you guys waltzed into Castle Ravenloft and would have been like, "Oh, hey, Sarah."
Oh, hi, Sarah.
Uh,
At this
Oh,
point, I think we're gonna like go into Castle Ravenloft. Seraph will be like,
yep.
"Welcome."
yeah, basically.
Huh. Well, that didn't go well for you, did it?
You have
Oh,
no idea.
oh no. Oh no.
Oh, this is gonna be so much fun.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Second floor, second
okay,
floor, second.
sorry.
No, it's all good.
Second floor.
It's been so much fun. It's just been such a crazy session, and like, he, I both love and hate your Strahd because I feel like he makes really good points, but I still feel like I have to kill him. But
Just
arguing
want
with
to
him
break
is
the
going to be
hole,
really hard.
right?
Strahd is really good at what he does. It's yeah,
He is. He
he's an asshole.
is. It is so good. Okay.
All right. Anyway, so you head on upstairs. So let me get that for you. And immediately you see that the layout hasn't changed that much, but there is a new door over here. And this hallway, but this hallway looks pretty familiar to what you guys left it as last time.
Yeah. There's no more holes in the
Look
floor.
inside.
He's happy to see that. Oh yeah, he's gonna
Yeah.
just peek in, see if it looks
Okay.
lived in. If it looks like either Damas or Savid's room, he'll leave it.
This actually turns out to be a bath.
Ooh, yes, they got a bath over the fireplace. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Hey, I mean, so one of the biggest problems with Barovia is that this place is just disgusting and
Yep.
filthy, and there's never really anywhere safe to just rest, and he likes to be clean.
Are you gonna check out all the rooms then?
Pretty much, yeah. He's just running through like a kid, just opening the doors, looking around, seeing what changes they've made. He's gonna try to assess which room they've been using or rooms they've been using, so that he doesn't, steal anyone's bedroom. But
Okay.
he's
Yeah,
also
you
looking
look
for
most
a room he can snooze in.
Yeah. Most of these rooms, as you open them up, they don't appear to be super lived in. It seems like they've been just maintained in case somebody else comes around.
Okay.
But they're also available to that end. And then this door, you realize that at one point was a window,
Oh,
but they've clearly
right.
changed it up. And as you open it up, there are actually 4 beds here. And this room does look relatively lived in. It looks like Savid has just been sleeping on one bed, and then there's another one for like Dumas, presumably, because it looks slightly scorched, and there's more of like a nest made out of blankets as opposed to an actual made bed. But
He just sort of smiles. He's like, "This is awesome. All right, I'm gonna take this one in the middle because I think that's the one he slept in before.
Hmm.
It also is strategically placed over the center of it, so it should stay the warmest. And in Kresk, that's going to be a thing because it's going to be
yep,
cold.
that's probably very true.
So he and Dionadar will just post up, but there's also another bed in here. And
There's
he'll kind of
you
just
and
like
two.
lay down and drink a little bit more, and then just sort of curl into the covers and get his armor off and get comfy, and eventually just fall asleep and hope no one steals his stuff.
Do you fall asleep hugging it?
No, I mean, he tucks Dark Bitey under the bed, but that's about it. I think that's about
Okay.
as far as he goes, as he puts the sword under the bed.
Okay. All right. Anything else? What are you guys doing downstairs, Carter? Fleur? Floor.
Fleur.
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 It's
Fleur.
been determined that
Flurry.
everyone's just gonna call me Fleur.
I like Flurry.
You have been nicknamed.
I have been nicknamed.
Congratulations.
Sweet.
Carter's gonna enjoy
I mean,
the
since they
food.
offered Fleur a room, they're just gonna go upstairs. Which one's my room?
You can pick any room you like. Okay,
Sweet.
bye. Watch out! Cray's probably up there. He might be in the bath. Okay. And Savi just kind of looks at Carter and goes, "Okay, look, I'm just gonna be honest with you. You were the most sane one
Hey.
before. You don't count. You're a raven."
Rude.
Look, I'm trying to get on his good side here. Help me out. Carter, you were the most sane one before you left, so can you please tell me how did this happen? How did you all end up making deals with evil gods? Because that just doesn't seem like a good idea.
Honestly, right there with you. It's pretty against it. We even made a pinky promise in there, and it kind of got dissolved. I mean, I guess that's just the way the world works. But I cannot put into words how awful that temple was. I want to say I wouldn't make a deal if I had to go through it again, but it was nightmarish. I did not get a single night's sleep in there, which, as it turns out, is more than just a single night's sleep. It sounds like, because we were gone for 2 months, and it definitely wasn't 2 months in there. So I was exhausted. Half of us were exhausted most of the time. Everything was trying to kill us. There was poison gas. There were giant statues. We found a fucking big robot. Like, it was
Robot? Okay.
not good.
Where's this? What's a robot?
You know the dog that Cray has? Think that,
Oh,
except
yeah.
big. He'll hold both
Like a
arms
giant
up.
dog?
Well, it was bipedal. It wasn't a dog. It's like a
Right.
mechanical dude.
Oh, that's interesting. Nothing I've ever heard of before, but all right. Well, that's
Mhm.
disturbing.
Everything about it was pretty disturbing. Not the one good thing was Xanther, the Lich Cray mentioned. To be a Lich, he, I think, kept us from going crazy right there at the end.
Lich.
Liches are usually not good, I thought. Kind of
Yeah,
glances at.
we also didn't think so.
Bad.
But to be honest, when Cray and I think it was Seraph was with him.
Yep.
They were like, "Hey, come meet our new friend," and I was like, "Oh fuck, here we go again." But nah, to be skin and bones creepy duty was actually really cool about everything. I feel like we probably let him down, and I don't know if he. I'm assuming he probably knows and just didn't want to like dogpile us, but his whole thing was to stop people from doing the exact same, like the the very thing we did.
Oops.
Oopsie poopsie.
uh,
Oh wait,
Jess
Sheriff's
will
dead.
Jess will pull on Savid's hair a little bit to try to get him to recast. Speak of
Oh yeah,
animals.
he'll probably have. Yeah, he has another
Okay.
spell slot, I think.
Yeah. And then she looks at Carter. She's like, what's gonna happen with these dark gods, though? They're not just gonna go away after you've used them.
I mean, your guess is as good as mine. It at the time, this is it seemed like the the best option. You know, it not a good option, not one you realistically should take. That's why it's really good that you and Demas and Savi didn't get drug into it to even put you in that position, because there is no telling what's gonna happen. Honestly, they've been cool. Like the one I made the deal with, Zrin Hala. So far, he has, you know, been willing to help, not, you know, fucking with me, but at the same time, we were told they were there for a reason. So we're definitely gonna have to cross that bridge when we come to it. Hopefully, it's after we deal with everything and not mid Strahd encounter.
Do you trust them?
I mean, I I trust him about as much as he trusts me. I would assume. Like I said, so far they've only been a help to us, but that could change. And at the same time, they might have been there because they had too much power. They might not have actually done anything wrong, and it was there to stop something from potentially going wrong. Who knows? You know.
Is it worth it for now?
I mean, if it helps us stop Strahd, yeah, I think it is. Now, whatever those repercussions come from it, we'll have to, you know, take a second pass at that question. But right now, I genuinely think this stuff will help us deal with him.
Okay. I hope so. We need to figure this out because you guys cannot go without me anymore. I need to come with. I need to be there.
Well, hopefully the abbot. I mean, I asked Xanthar about it, and I mean, he didn't know a whole lot about him, but Cray mentioned specifically when Seraph made their deal, his whole vibe shifted, and he had the same sort of aura that the abbot did. So there's a chance that he might have made a deal. I mean, at the very least, he's twisted, he's fallen in some way. But if it's similar enough that he could have made a deal, there were several in there that were already busted before we made deals. I mean, we know one of them was the one Strahd made the deal with, but
Strahd has one too.
Strahd made a deal with one called Vampire. I don't know if that means anything to any of you guys. Mainly Dumas or Savid, since you know you're from here. I don't know if there's any legends or any lore, any information you might have tied to that. But apparently, that's the one that Strahd made a deal with.
I don't know.
You could certainly, yeah, you could probably, I guess, yeah, roll for it. Roll to see what you would know. Although without really,
They were asking more for Savid and
Yeah.
Damas.
oh,
Savid and Damas. Well, I think Damas ended up here the same way we did. I think he just sort of fell
Yeah.
through the material
So
plane and
maybe
ended up in here,
maybe
like
Savid
kobolds
knows.
are wont to do. But Savid might know something about
He's
a
been
little
here a
bit
long
more.
time.
yeah, okay, let me roll let me roll a history check. Sorry, I was like poking around something else, so I was only half listening.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Uh,
We're
d-
just discussing the current state of affairs and filling
It's
Des in and
bad.
getting Des's
It's bad.
perspective. Trey
Yep.
appreciates Carter taking this bullet and talking to her about it. After everything that was Frey, he's just like, "Yep, I need sleep and alcohol." And this
Go
room
into
is
bed.
he's like, "Open the door. This room's the warmest." Okay, here we go.
Also, when you
There
looked
is.
in Savid and Damas's room, one of the beds was just covered in like random trash and like shiny shit. Just the
Oh,
whole bed.
Savid.
No, like whichever
Yeah.
Oh
one
no,
you
no,
first
sorry.
guesses.
I was just rolling to
Oh,
GM, and
yeah.
Savid rolled
Did
like
bad.
shit.
Nice.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Amazing.
Tracks. Yeah.
Yeah,
Good old
Savid.
Sabine.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. What was the bed
No,
covered
Good
in?
old
I'm
Savid.
just
Trash.
saying, good old Sabine.
um, Savid does not know anything. He kind of thinks about it, but you can tell just from his expression that he's not really coming up with anything. He just says, my people never really went up to Mount Gacchus. There's been rumors for, upwards of thousands of years that there were some sort of monsters there, great evils, but then again, he kind of motions to general vicinity of everything and just goes, that's just Barovia. I kind of figured that it was par for the course. I never really thought much more about it. We don't go there. We have enough of our own shit to deal with.
That's probably a good thing, to be honest. That place predates all of this.
Explains a lot, if you ask me.
I guess.
Right, well,
I guess I just worry. Hopefully, you won't have. It won't happen to you what happened to Strahd, right?
That's really hard to say. We know that he made the deal. We don't know what his deal entailed. Like, we can kind of compare the things that we did, Craig's and mine, but I mean, who knows what something named Vampire would want in exchange, you know? Like, that's a pretty, I mean, most of them are kind of ominous, but that's a pretty on the nose sort of, this is not good.
Yeah. Okay. Glad you're back.
Yes, really good to be back. Genuinely, really good seeing you guys. It has been a long 2 months, I guess.
Dumas
Boss
kept
is
saying
like,
you were dead.
hey, Sarid said it first. Sarid's like, look, I have not had a lot of experience being optimistic. You cannot put this on me.
I mean, to be fair, we did go close a lot. Craig got bodied almost the second we stepped into the temple. I got, like, annihilated almost back to back. It was not a good time. That place was a death trap. Would not recommend going there.
Seraph almost died even before getting to the temple.
There's trolls that Craig mentioned that one shot you, almost annihilated Seraph instantaneously. We didn't even see them coming. They just popped up and he was on the ground. So
What happened to Seraph?
they went with Rava.
Do you think he's okay?
I mean, as much as it sucks that they split, I hope both of them are fine. Like, I completely respect the decision to what I'm assuming is go after Strahd because, like Cray was saying, we did have a plan to like flashbang him with a bag full of flame skulls, try to catch him off guard. So, and the fact that they took it means they
They wanted
probably
to do
wanted
it.
to do that. Yeah. So hopefully it goes good. I mean, best case scenario, they kill him for us, and we deal with whatever happens after.
And then we win. Yeah.
Dumas just kind of like pipes up and he's like, I knew I should have gone with you.
Dumas. I mean,
What?
not that I don't think you're super strong,
Hey, look,
but
I know how to get out of sticky situations, okay? Been doing it my
There,
whole life.
there was all right. You know what? Legitimately, it probably would have been nice to have you there specifically for this little fox thing.
here's a little fox.
He was a
Fox.
caster. He's a little tiny fox, like an anthropomorphic fox thing. He was kind of a pain in the ass. He was using magic. He was doing, dirty shit that half of us couldn't really deal with. We almost had him and he slipped through our hands. I feel like you might have been able to handle it as a seasoned caster, but at the same time, I cannot stress enough how hard literally everything in there hit, and I would not have wanted to put you in risk like that.
Oh, thanks. But also, you guys almost died. And, like, only half of you came back. Granted, it was the good half, but still.
Yeah.
Another single tear runs down his cheek.
I'm beloved.
It's one of the nicest things anyone has said about me and Barovia this whole time. I appreciate it. Also, though, I feel like you might have made a deal, Dumas, and I don't know if you would have steered away from some of the sketchy ones.
I would have definitely made a deal. That sounds great.
No.
What?
Cray
One
said
of them-
something about something called Corpse Star. That sounds terrible.
That's
There was,
great.
there was
No.
one that wanted to give somebody 8 legs.
Ew.
Not metaphorically either.
What? Why?
Hey, more legs.
No.
What's the
What?
fun about that? You're just jealous because now you only have 2. Wait.
I always had to. Now they're just smaller.
Yeah. So maybe if you had more, you could just combine them into one really big or 2 really big. Oh,
Be like-
curses.
It'd be like a spider crow. That would be weird.
He's just
That would
listening
be
to them
awesome.
talk through the floorboards directly above them. And he just got a big smile on his face.
The real question, if you took the leg deal, would they still be like human tiefling legs, or
Ew.
would you just get 8 more bird legs as a bird?
What was even? Why? What?
How would you even wear pants?
Yeah, I don't wear pants right now, anyways. But
Neither do I.
nah. But like, was that it? It just gives you legs.
They sounded pretty jazzed to be able to offer 8 legs. And I gotta tell you, there were a lot of other ones that offered less impressive things, but that weren't
Really?
just 8 legs.
Less impressive than 8 legs, and they were trapped there forever. Why?
One of them offered to just not let you be scryed on, which granted is kind of neat, but the way they
Right?
phrased it made us think that it might be invisibility, which would have been infinitely cooler.
I mean, like, that's kind of cool, but you could even just, like, do that with, like, Kree's necklace without, the Dark God included.
Exactly. That there were a lot of them
It's
were
weird.
kind of they were creepy. There was a really asshole-ish woman one that let me get attacked by this angry frog and could have warned me and didn't, and then mocked my eyes for it.
What, what did your eyes have to do with it?
She wanted to give me special eyes.
Special. I mean, your eyes are kind of special now, I guess. They're kind of scary.
That's
They're
why
kind of
Cray whipped
cool.
up these glasses though. Isn't that cool? Now I can see in the dark.
Really? Heck yeah.
But no, there were a lot of sketchy ones, and Dumas just confirmed that he would have made a deal, so he definitely doesn't need to be anywhere near that place. I feel like
Hey, you're
Savine
one to talk. All
probably.
of you also made deals.
But
I mean,
they
that's
at
fair.
least picked well, I guess I don't know, but they picked ones that didn't sound completely insane.
I would
Do,
have picked the best one.
do as we say, not as we do, Dumas. Come on.
Dumas like sticks his tongue out at you and just crosses his arms like.
There was one. All right, admittedly, there was one that wouldn't tell us what it would do, and me and Rava were both really tempted to find out what it would do, but the fact that it wouldn't tell us outright was kind of a problem.
He just didn't say.
He didn't want any part of it, and then when we tried to like
Didn't they all want?
blackmail him and force him, he kind of
Oh.
withdrew into himself.
But didn't they all like want to escape? This guy was just cool with it.
I don't know if he was cool with it. It might have to do with the fact that I was tapping his cage with the sun sword.
Oh. I mean, I know they're evil and all, but that seems kind of mean.
Well, listen, he was kind of a dick to me to start with, so that's on him. That's his fault. I will take the blame for some of them because we weren't exactly friendly to half of them, and we kind of talked down to them when we figured out that, like, I mean, when I found out one of them was literally 8 legs, that kind of just ended the conversation. But
Fair.
Out of the corner of his mouth, you hear Dumas whisper, "Coward."
all right, out of the ones we've described, Dumas, which one would you have taken?
Definitely the one that didn't want to tell you what it was. Because you know that was good.
Right?
If they didn't want to share.
That was kind of
Also-
where we were.
Mystery box, that's like my entire life.
Right? They're so much fun. You never know. Although most of the time you just get crap and it's not worth it.
Oh my gosh, you missed it, by the way, while you guys were gone. And one night, we were like super sad and we all like decided to drink. Well, not Bird Death because like she was a bird.
David wouldn't let me.
Yeah. Anyways, but then we were like, oh hey, you know what we should do? We should do shots of the potion of wild that I make. So we gathered all the ones that I had and I made a lot. And Das just like stuck her beak into one and she turned into a potted plant.
It was really weird because I was already a bird and then I was a plant. And a plant bird.
And then Savid started crying because he thought it was like permanent. And I didn't want to say anything because it was kind of funny, but now I kind of feel bad. And Savid is like at this point just glaring.
Oh man, Cray is equally heartbroken. We stuck some hallucinogenic things into one of your potions and we were letting it ferment, and they took it, and we never got to test it.
Oh. Well, I guess we can make more.
You
On
had
one
all kinds of
condition.
All right, what's up? What's the condition?
Condition is, you don't go to scary places without me.
Or me.
Or her. Savid's on the fence. I don't actually think he wants to
He has to
go any
come
scary
too.
places.
I don't want to go without him.
Savid's like, well, I'm definitely going to come to at least the Abbott thing because otherwise,
It was your idea.
Des can't exactly speak, so.
No. Not
At
yet.
this point, you guys are pretty much a package deal. I feel like if any of you come, all of you come.
Can you teach Savid how to use the swords better again?
I know swords, I just have really bad luck, okay?
Yeah. It didn't go so well.
Savid doesn't translate that part. He just turns to Carter and goes, she says, I'm doing great.
Censoring! Don't censor me!
Carter looks kind of impressed, like, "Oh, that's great. We'll have to spar sometime."
Yep, we definitely will.
Well, now look what you got yourself into.
Gonna get yourself stabbed again, Savid.
Yep.
Great.
Oh yeah, check it out. I know Cray's seen it. You get part of my deal. You know, he has a dark sword. I've got lightning now, and he kind of holds the rapier out.
The rapier, like, static electricity running through it. And so he just kind of leans back and goes, maybe don't swing that thing around. What is that? Is that normal?
Oh no, absolutely not. I mean, you did hear the part about it being part of my deal, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what worries me. Can it see
Check it out, and
things?
he's gonna swing the rapier this way and fire a lightning bolt at that table.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to fix that in the morning.
not the table.
You'll have to actually go up with it because if you want to cast it through the rapier, it does become a melee attack. But
Melee
if you
attack.
want to,
Okay, yeah, hell yeah. Then I'll just step up to right here, be like, "Hey, Kishi, watch out," and then he'll just do a quick.
He would have come up to bed with me. I just can't move his token.
oh yeah, sorry.
So
Yep,
he's
go ahead
upstairs.
and roll a melee spell attack, I guess,
All three of these tables are gonna
or
get
a
destroyed.
melee, just a regular melee attack. I don't know why I said spell.
Not our tables. We worked so hard.
Yeah, the table is definitely going to crack.
Oh god, no.
Oh wow.
Since it's a melee, by the way, that means I can apply sneak to it too.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know.
Oh, no.
This is why I made it an action instead of an attack. This is why. It's comparable to the amount of destruction that you can wreak.
You hear from upstairs, oh, come on. I'm gonna have to fix that in the morning.
Things are happening downstairs. What's going on?
And then you
Aw,
just
our
hear,
tables.
love you guys. And then he just sort of rolls, tries to go to sleep.
Fleur
Oh,
just like
things are-
pokes their head out from the top of the stairs. They're like, "What happened?"
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's...
Yeah, see, it's not all bad. I mean, like I said, there's probably repercussions, but that's pretty cool, right?
That's definitely cool. Yep, the table's definitely broken. Okay, thank you.
Aw,
I can also shoot it from my hand if I'm not holding the rapier, but you know, I'm probably gonna be holding the rapier.
Right.
Well, that's good, but also you have to tell me if bad things happen because of this, because you have to.
Great reasoning.
You got it. Carter will give you a thumbs up.
Good.
Fleur will go back upstairs.
you go downstairs and peek downstairs and you just see a smoking table.
Cool.
They're just destroying shit.
They're just destroying shit.
Dust goes over to the table and like there starts pulling little bits of shiny stuff out from under the table and re-squirreling it in a different place.
Sabi's just like, yeah, she's been doing that. It's a thing. I'm worried she's gonna forget that she's not actually a bird.
It's shiny! My stuff!
Yeah, it's yours, it's yours.
It sounds like you need to keep making sure you're talking to her then.
No, yeah, we've been talking. Alright. Well, let's just wrap up for the night and then we'll see what tomorrow will bring. You guys have been through hell, so
Yeah, so sleep sounds good about now. Carter's gonna go ahead and make his way upstairs. He's gonna leave all that fake jewelry that he took on the counter in case Des wants to scroll it away
It's
somewhere.
already gone.
Yeah, it's already.
it's probably gone. All right.
Man, I miss that.
All right. Unless Des wants to do anything else, Savid will probably just be like, "Okay, let's go. I'll just wipe down the counter tomorrow." I was not expecting this level of emotional insurgence tonight, but whoa.
It was a regular Thursday, and now they're back. And they're not dead. And she stares at Dumas.
Dumas
I told
stares
you.
back and just goes, "Well, what was I to know? Hey, I'm telling you, they should have brought me along. They wouldn't have died as many times. Probably.
But then you would have died.
Eh. Nah, I'm
And
fine."
we needed you here. I have you, and I have you, and we have this place. And it's very important.
Yeah. And we have one less table now, too.
No, that was my favorite one.
Obviously.
Dumas kind of looks over at the table and goes, "Yeah, okay, that was pretty great.
You think Craig can fix it?
Probably.
Okay.
Have to ask him tomorrow."
Okay. Are we going to bed?
Oh. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go to bed. And they all, like, Dumas literally just jumps on Savid, and probably with Des already on his head,
Yep.
he's just like, "Why am I a walking zoo now?" And just carries them both upstairs.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Mission to get Des back.
During the night, anything like insignificant and shiny that you guys have goes missing.
I don't think it's just I mean, he has a lot of shiny things, but none of them are insignificant. It's all his casting foci.
It's just like maybe like a spare screw that you had and like a couple pieces of metal,
Okay. Just
maybe
random
some
bits.
any money that you had.
Yeah. He had a few Electrum coins that
Yep.
he pocketed.
It's all gone in the morning if she can find it.
That's great. It's just wonderful.
All right, in that case, what do we have here? So you guys will take a rest. The Fool's Bounty Inn. However, I will probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Why not, Carter?
Oh no.
You don't even get to roll against this because
Oh,
there is no roll. Congrats. You find yourself in a storm again. This is not new necessarily, since you've been kind of on and off dreaming about the storm, especially ever since Hala has discovered the fact that storms, he can use this weird little meat bag of a human being to basically watch in 3D action the best movies that on demand. You're like a Netflix. So, not necessarily a new experience, but you actually find yourself in a storm, but not on a ship this time. It's really strange. In fact, you find yourself in the middle of what appears to be a forest, but instead of. Yeah, it's stormy and it's rainy, and you're in the middle of the forest, and there's just a little bit of mist just on the edges of your vision.
Well, this sucks.
Every once in a while, there's a crackle of thunder. It's very new. And it seems like almost the mist is very slowly creeping up to the edge of your heels. You look about, there's no really any landmarks or anything, but it feels eerily familiar.
Like familiar as in we've been there since we've been in Barovia, or familiar as in it's somewhere else?
Definitely familiar as in it looks like maybe this is somewhere within Barovia. Roll me a perception check.
Dream Carter.
Yep. You hear somewhere in the distance what sounds like the creaking of trees as they bow in the wind. then silence.
To Barovia.
Eerie, eerie silence.
Is there like anything else noticeable? Is it just a storm?
Just a storm. It's a lot of rain and thunder and lightning, and you're just not quite sure. Off in the distance, once again, you hear that weird creaking of trees, and then a soft, slightly muffled thump as in something heavy is falling. A little bit closer to you.
I mean, I'm gonna go check it out. I got to.
Oh, okay. You turn around and you begin walking towards it, and it seems like the trees just keep going and going, and the mist is getting thicker until finally, a little bit closer, you come upon what appears to be a clearing of sorts, and in the distance, you see a lumbering shape, and at first you're like, oh, that's a giant ass tree. But then the tree moves and heaves, and its trunk splits into four, and you see it beginning to slowly amble towards you.
Ew.
Man, please don't. I ca- don't kick me.
Don't do it.
I mean, I recognize the whole hag walking tree, right? So I mean, I'm gonna still go towards it, hoping that it's Irina and
Right?
not another hag that's gonna kick me with her house. But
All right. You begin going towards the tree, and the tree continues to go towards you, the house, that is, not the tree, it's not a tree. Um, you see some lights flickering on inside, and although it's blatantly washed out by the rain, every once in a while the lightning just completely illuminates the sky, and you see the outlines of the house. As it gets closer, it slows down, and then it almost crouches in a respect, and one of its legs reaches towards you, and for a moment you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna get kicked again. And then it crushes down right next to you without actually kicking you, and kind of extends itself almost like a little walkway up to the front porch.
okay, well this is much nicer than what I was expecting. I'll walk up it. I mean, I'm gonna do it carefully, and like it's gonna have a little bit of lightning in its palm already. Just in case something goes sideways. Even in his dream, he's gonna try to shoot some lightning at the first sign of danger, but he's gonna cautiously walk up.
All right. Um, you go up to the porch, and the light's still on. Nothing really happens. It's still pouring buckets, but you can see that there is illumination from the inside, and there's a figure moving around in there.
Gonna be polite. I hope it doesn't attack and knock on the door.
All right. There's a pause, and the movement inside stops. You hear the footsteps stop, and then the footsteps sound again, closer and closer to the door, and pulls open. You see a familiar face of Irina Kolyana. She stares at you and peers and goes, oh, for fuck's sake, finally! It has been. Get in here! She kind of opens it up and points and goes, get. I've been trying to frickin' contact you for the
He'll
love of
he'll let the
God.
lightning go in his hands. Like now that it's her and not somebody that's gonna kill him.
She starts kind of huffing around and stomping. She shuts the door again and she goes, you want tea? No, you know what? You don't deserve tea. Tell me, where the hell have you been? I thought for a good long moment I've been trying to contact one of you. Cray? No, there's something weird going on there. I can't even feel him. You? I tried to reach out to you several times, and it was like you were on another plane or something. I don't even know. It's not even possible. It's Barovia. You can't escape it. Did you figure out how to escape Barovia? No, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you even be back? What the hell have you been doing?
It is a long story, but if I could give you the spark notes, we went to a temple, we met a lich, we went to his private mansion that he conjured. That temple has some serious wards. That's probably why you couldn't reach us.
Ugh.
Mm. Time moved differently. Apparently, it was 2 months out here. It was like 2-3 weeks for us. Wild, who knows? But is
Right, of
everything good?
course.
You good?
Would be
Was
there. No, it's just you both told me to keep in contact with you, and then you went and just disappeared off of the face of Barovia, for lack of a better word. And then there was this strange little other child that came to visit me. Oh yes, that strange little other child that I dropped off. Where are you right now? Because I can't really see. Belle doesn't tell me, but where are you? Like physically, not obviously you're here. You're not actually here. This is a dream. I'm just using it to actually speak with you for once.
You know, I'm actually kind of used to this because I've been doing something similar for someone else for a while now. We're back in Chris. We met the person you sent to us. They tried to give
Oh,
us their
good.
hair. Apparently, it's really weird. Don't know why you would tell them to do that, but
Oh, yes, no, yeah, they gave me some hair too. Odd little child, but, anyways, the
It
point
looks
is.
pretty, I swear.
Sure, it's like it's really silky and like braided and has probably
Yeah,
like
yeah.
little stones
It's
in it
got
and
like
stuff.
little beads on it.
Yeah.
Still human hair.
Um, yeah, Irina just lifts up her wrist where she's also secured it to her wrist, and she goes, "Yes, no, I've gotten one of those too. No, they were kind of looking to thank you for killing Lasaga, and they initially found me and hung around for a while, and I figured since I couldn't reach you, I may as well drop you off at Kresk because that's where you said you would be, so. Right, well, I'm
honestly,
glad.
that was right on the money. And I don't mean to interrupt you, but really didn't think we'd have an opportunity to talk to you this soon. We actually need to come see you. We we need to get something from you.
Oh, more favors, right? Okay, all right.
Well, it's one of the, and he'll do air quotes, one of the prophecy items. One of the things that's supposed to help us in whatever it is we're doing.
Kind of thinks about it for a minute. Well, I don't really have. Oh, right. I do remember. We were with that Vistana woman, right? That
Yes.
prophecy?
Yep. We have gone through several of those steps already. And I mean, it's a dream, but he'll kind of feel around himself until he finds the sun sword, and he'll draw it to show her. Like we
Yep.
we've got a couple of them. I'm still not entirely convinced a prophecy is a prophecy, but so far it's all come up true. So, but one, not you specifically, but one of the things that the hag had in that cluster of shit is something we need.
Right. I don't actually know what you're talking about, especially given the fact that if there was one of those powerful of an items around me, I would have probably heard of it. What item is this specifically? She has a whole bunch of trash, but I highly doubt that would help you.
Specifically, I'm not sure what it is. It's the symbol of something.
A symbol. I don't really. She kind of looks around the hut and she squints and she goes, "Well, if I don't know it, it's not going to materialize in the dream." Right.
I
So you're
guess
saying you want to meet
if
up?
yeah, if you can just look around, see if anything looks out of place to you. I mean, if we can meet you, I'm sure Cray knows what it looks like what to look for. But I mean, this kind of works out because that is one of the things we need to do. So
Hmm. Right. Very well. Well, I'm already kind of quite far. I dropped off the child and decided to make my way up past the lake to see what was over there. Um, hmm. Are you going to be staying in Kresk then? Is that the plan?
at least for a few days while we figure out what to do with the abbot.
The abbot.
It's a long story. It's not really that important, but yeah,
Right.
it'll keep us there for at least a handful of days. So we'll be in Kresk for a bit.
Right. Well, that strange little child, what was their name? Fleur. Um, they did say that this trinket that they've given me is apparently supposed to be able to contact me. So if you decide that you want to meet and attempt to find this item, I suppose I could let you dig around in the hut for a while. I'll keep an eye out too. I do have my own things to get to. Oh, wait, I forgot. This is very important. You're not planning to go back to, Barovia Village, are you?
I don't know why.
Because you probably shouldn't. At least not while you look like yourselves.
Hmm.
What's that? What's going on? That doesn't sound good.
Right, so after you, well, left me and I dropped you off, I ended up going around the vicinity a bit and I tried to get back to Barovia Village. I wanted to talk to my brother, Ismark. And, oh, that letter. Did you ever deliver it to him? I don't think you did.
Might
Probably
have got
not.
lost along the way. It's deep in Strahd's castle right now, in a chest.
Yes.
She goes, regardless, I kind of figured you wouldn't be able to make it, so I wanted to talk to him myself. And I went over there, and apparently, well, the thing is, commoners are not very discerning where arcane illusionry is concerned, and as of late, quite a few of their homes have been burned and pillaged by a group of people that look suspiciously like you.
Awesome. Great. Love, love
So
that
I'm
for us.
it's not that it's actually you, it's most likely something that, well, Strahd is up to. But regardless, they don't really discern as much. I have taken out several groups, and it's been a toss-up, really. One time, he disguised a bunch of zombies that look like you, and one time it was just a group of Astana that apparently looked exactly like one of them was you, another one was Cray, the little inventor man, and one time it was Des, although that's how I knew that it was definitely not real, is because she's, well, a raven now.
All right. Well, this is absolutely some stuff we needed to know, and I definitely have to let the gang know about this because this is another big wrench thrown into everything. We
Awesome.
kind
I'm
Wah
kind of thought it was going pretty good here for a second, and I guess that's why.
wah.
I'm not entirely sure if this has been happening in other parts of Barovia, but I'm presuming that he is, oh, what is the word? Ready to play without gloves.
All
So
right.
just if you go anywhere, maybe wear a disguise or be ready for some villagers to be really, really murderous.
See, if I'd known this when I leveled up, I could have made a hat.
Well, this is really good to know, though. Now in the morning, I can let everybody know, and Craig can get in touch with you with the weird hair bracelet, and he'll be able to tell you what it is to look for. That way, I mean, you don't have to come to us. Just while you're doing your thing, it looks like your house can walk around. You can see if it's there while we deal with whatever that is now. Because we,
Right.
we are not going to be able to ignore people sabotaging our image. There's already so little places that we can go to that if he's making us look bad in the handful of places there are here, it's going to make it really hard for us to get around.
That is kind of what I thought, which was why I wanted to warn you. Granted, this was about a month or so back, but I guess it would have
Damage is
been.
already done.
Oh, great. Yeah. Well, I mean, I definitely
That's
appreciate
kind
the
of why
heads
I
up.
wanted to. Yes, that's kind of why I wanted to, you know, try to contact you, but then you weren't. Anyway. Oh, this is a mess. All right. Good talk. I'm glad that you aren't dead, I suppose. Now get out of my house. Go back to
Likewise.
sleep.
have a good one. And he's just gonna back on out and shut the door.
Right. As soon as you shut the door, you just black out, just like shunted from the dream, and are probably dead asleep until the morning.
All
It was
right.
it was going so smooth for us.
Right?
Things were finally looking up. We even made dark deals, and it seemed like it was okay.
I, for
Sure.
I could have sworn that was going to be your deal, biting you in the ass right then and there. Like I was so sure that's what was going on, and then it was Arena, and I was like, okay, cool, all right, neat, all right. Oh, god
Aw.
damn
Aw.
It wouldn't be Barovia without at least one terrible news
it. Oh my
session.
god. All right. Well, I am very tired. Like me,
Yeah.
Yep.
Jade.
So we should probably finish it up here, and we'll see what
Yeah.
happens
Next
in the
week
morning next week. Yeah.
we got the party together.
Eh.
Seraph got yoked. You got
Yeah.
Just a
Trey
little
made
bit.
Carter some sunglasses.
Yeah.
You met the brand new member of your team.
Yep. You're on probation at the moment, but he's interested to see what you're capable of bringing to the group. Mainly because half his party just left and he's going to need help. He recognized at
wild
least
for you.
moderately high level magic in the Wall of
Yeah.
Light. And he was like, okay, let's see how this goes.
That's one of my highest level spells.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, I cannot wait to decide what happens to Reva and how she's gonna die, probably.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That was a lot.
It went, I did not know how it was gonna go, but man, that was kind of perfect narratively.
Yep.
That was.
It was really surprising how fast it went from 0 to 100. Huh.
Yeah. And I mean that's 100% how that conversation would go. He was completely done with Seraphid. There was no like, all right, well then let's fight, and it was just sort of like,
Okay.
and you're dead. Please continue
Yep.
eating, my dear.
Yep.
It's like,
That changed.
okay.
I mean, everything kind of started to go downhill, and then that changed everything real quick.
Yeah, that if he didn't already have complete control over that conversation while the two of you were arguing, and he was just sort of like, he would just like interject with a comment that would get the two of you back at each other, and he'd just sit back and drink. And
Yep. That was great.
if he wasn't already completely in control of that conversation, the moment he killed Seraph, he became the master of that conversation.
Yeah, conversation was done.
Yeah, he was in control, and that was very much say, oh yeah, that's why Cray is like, yeah, I don't really want to fight him right now, because that's what he'll do. I need all the tricks I can get to definitely put him on his heels. And you guys lost us the blueprints to
Wow.
the castle.
Yeah, were those blueprints actually in the... No, because it was all
No,
They were in
Sarah
the
No,
Sarah's
then.
they were
Sarah's
in my backpack.
Yeah, because I was squirreling everything into Sarah's backpack once
No.
the flame spells went in the bag, because I couldn't use the bag anymore.
Well
And,
then.
Yep.
yeah, it was a whole series of things that was really unfortunate. Oh, man. Trey went
Excellent.
through the 5 stages of grief in a very rapid period of time as he came to acceptance of everybody
Yep.
just abandoning him. He's still like, there's still a little bit of depression every now and then, anger, but you kind of like fluctuate through them. But he's at least been through all 5 at least once.
You know, the important things.
Right?
Incredible.
Oh my
Well,
goodness.
now you guys kind of have a plan. Sort of.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure. It'll be fine. I need to spar with Damas, because if he wants to come with us to Strahd, I need to fight him and make sure that he's not going to instantly die.
Oh, I see. That's an interesting idea.
And thus, that would be Kray's condition. It's like, if you really want to come with us, I'm willing to take you, Sweet. I know you don't want to come with us, so please, the Fool's Bounty is yours to man as you see fit.
But you're gonna come
You're
with
doing
us
a
anyway.
wonderful job. No, he doesn't want him to die. He turns to death. He's a liability.
Oh.
Like, I love him
Oh.
like a brother, but you know for a fact that man's gonna get turned by Strahd as soon as he has to make any sort of save and throw. He's
Probably.
gonna roll like a 4 after his modifiers, and he's a
You never
wisdom-based
know,
caster class.
maybe he's gonna maybe he's saving up all of his luck for that one final
Yeah.
fight, and it's just gonna be nat 20s
Yep.
Oh my
the
god,
whole way
Every
it would
single
down.
be
roll.
so appropriate if,
Do you
like,
know
after
how
all of
bad
this,
that would
we end
be?
up getting downed, and Savid just runs out of nowhere. No, just like 20, 20, 20, 20. It's like, what the fuck, Savid?
It'd be so fucking dope to see that man just put in work last second.
Oh my god, hilarious. But oh, we're getting close. If he's going scorched earth on us, then we have made a very big enemy, and we're getting close. Well, I
Hey,
need to
Strahd doesn't fuck around, and you guys pissed him off when you lost to Marina, so he's just like, alright, what can I do to make this absolutely the worst?
Pretend to be them while they're not even here. Where are they? It's not fun if they can't see what I'm doing. Dang
Well,
it.
here's the thing, the temple actually offered you a relatively interesting amount of protection while you were in it, which meant that Strahd was like, where are they? They're not here? That means they're not here to stop
I
this.
guess,
God damn it, Strahd.
yeah.
How
Me.
dare you think with 4-dimensional chess? I thought we were playing checkers.
Well, just think how he's gonna react now that we're out and he can scry on us and he realizes we've also made deals.
He can scry on you. He still can't scry on me.
I'm gonna have to rewatch this episode and figure out exactly what you guys dropped in that hallway with the flame skulls
All of it.
for funsies.
Pretty much everything that was in the bag of holding.
That wasn't burned.
Yeah. Or gems, because I think gems were the only thing we picked up. Or
Yeah,
Sarah
it
did.
was-
Raven didn't want any of it.
All of our, let's see, left Damas's breastplate. That would be fun. Like I said, Mishnok fell out of that,
Yeah, right.
as well as Kray's original glaive.
Yep.
Some Vistani gear. Oil sharpness is on his belt. There was like a random arrowhead. He'd literally walk into it and look at it and be like, "What is all this junk?" And Kray'd be like, "That's my stuff."
My junk.
But it really was just a bunch of junk.
Yep.
Some important paperwork.
Yeah.
Uh,
He had the copy of the inscription from the mausoleum wall that he never got translated because nobody has spoken Draconic, so he still doesn't know what it said. But that probably
Hey, guess
burned.
what I have now?
Yeah.
I have
Speaking
tongues.
tongues, great, awesome.
And it's something I can actually do as a bird.
Just do it right now. That's so
Yep.
great. I love
Ray,
it.
you've literally had somebody who's spoken Draconic
Also,
have
for
Damas.
such a
had
fucking long
Damas, I
time.
have, and we have talked about it. Actually, talking about it now, we have mentioned it, and it's just never followed up on it because it's always been like, yeah, we need to do that. Like, and then you never
Yep.
did.
Okay,
Yep.
bye.
It's fine. He'll
Okay,
take
bye.
Damas down to Argynvost and be like, all right, so
What does this say?
what does this say? I need to know. I mean, he also his main focus in Argynvost was Mishnok, was trying to help
Mhm.
Mishnok, and with Mishnok's betrayal, he kind of stopped caring.
Yeah,
fair.
Easy come, easy go type thing. So
yeah,
I
whatever.
love
But-
you, dude.
Mm.
yeah, there's a
Yep.
there's a decanter with red tea labeled laughter, and then a bunch of just random boxes.
Yep. That sounds right.
Mhm.
I
Oh,
like that.
there
Wow.
would be a letter of introduction from Kray's Tinkerers Guild from way back in Launton that he had as his original backstory item that was in there in the rest of his stuff. Probably tucked into like the first page of his fancy journal. And his journal was it was just his journal of his adventures here. And that also spilled out. I don't know if that got burned.
Strahd's
But
gonna
that
read
was
your
also in there.
journal. He's gonna
Yeah.
know your
He's
deepest
gonna
secrets.
read your diary.
'Cause
Hey,
my
you're reading
journal,
Strahd's diary.
yeah.
Right.
Well,
So
he hasn't actually
that's
read it yet. He's waiting until he has Des back, until he can talk with Des. And he originally was going to do it with just Bird Des, but if we can actually get Des back, he'll do it with actual Des there, so that if things go, pear shaped, they can help.
They will. I'm sure.
Anti-curse maneuvers.
He's trying to be
Okay.
smart about things. It's also why he didn't hide anything and just was like, yeah, so this is what we did. It's dumb and stupid. And I didn't expect everyone else to just jump on board, but
But here
that's
we
what
are.
happened. What happened to Aurora's or Seraph's dark god when he
That's a good
died?
question.
That's a great question, which you won't find out unless you somehow, meet up with Seraph again.
Awesome. This is
Sure,
great.
that'll never
This is
happen.
so wonderful for us.
Watch Seraph's skin just turn all black and
Yeah, it's gonna be
gross
like
because
Dark
of
Seraph,
the
Dark
pact.
Grava, and then fucking he'd be like, I'm sorry, I was an asshole. It was really terrible up there, and I hadn't had a good meal in like a week. Just I didn't deserve this. Oh my god, it's fucking great.
Ah,
All right,
so good.
I'm gonna
So,
head
so
out.
good. Yep. All
Thank
right,
you.
guys.
That
Thanks
was
for
awesome.
playing.
Oh yeah.
And
Have a great night.
You too.
Take it easy.
Uh,
seems fine. Everything's
All
Just
right,
going
I'm gonna
full
do
force
my
with that.
outro. I'm gonna do my outro.
yeah. I'm probably
Okay, thank you so much for watching this crazy episode. If any of you have missed, the beginning or want to rewatch any of the previous sessions that we did, or any sessions from other campaigns, you can definitely watch them on my YouTube channel, Aurora Phoenix, which should be linked on my Twitch. Um, but yeah, if you guys do have any questions about our campaigns, about the sessions, maybe some generic questions about D&D, I am more than willing to answer them either during stream, in a YouTube comment, maybe even in a TikTok, who knows. But again, thank you so much for watching, and I do try to stream every Saturdays and Mondays. Those are usually when I do my online sessions. Any other time to stream, it would probably be for Final Fantasy XIV, Phantasy Star Online New Genesis. Um, but yeah, thanks so much for watching, and I hope to see you guys next time.